thrust out again in a rain of shining drops. The wheel might have been 4 times as high as a man. There was no way through it. But between its endlessly moving timbers and the slimy wall of the mill, there was a gap. A gap beyond which she saw muddy daylight, the faintest hint of the shingle beach. She glanced back down the shadowy tunnel. No sign of pursuit. But the door would not hold forever. They would be coming. And if they caught her, could she slide between the wheel and the wall? Was it possible? She pressed her tongue into the roof of her mouth as she tried to judge the gap. What if she did not fit? Would she be dragged under and drowned? Dragged into the gears and ripped limb from limb? Would her skull be crushed like a walnut between wheel and supports? Would she be slashed, cut, nipped, and nibbled as she struggled to get free, bleeding to death from 100 wounds while she was spun helplessly over and over and over? She thought of that guard's despairing wail as his arm was crushed by the machinery. But there was no other choice. She pressed herself against the wall, breath shuddering through her teeth with fear and exhaustion, and slowly, by tiny degrees, eased one shoulder around the corner. She lowered one filthy boot into the river, fishing for the bottom, fishing, sodden petticoats clinging to her trembling leg as she eased into the thigh, and found mud. She wormed herself on, sticking to the corner, clinging to it with her shoulder blades as if her life depended on it, which it did. She tried desperately, pointlessly, to suck herself in, suck herself flat, clutching at the sodden grip of her sword, chewing on her lip with fearsome concentration, sunlight flashing and flickering through the spinning bars. She trusted to her footing on the muddy river bottom, and gradually, slipped her other leg in, taking a fistful of her petticoats and dragging them hard against her in case they floated into the wheel and snatched her to her death. Killed by her own clothes fleeing a textile mill. There was a joke there somewhere. She gasped as a bolt sticking proud of the wood caught her chest, ripped some embroidery free, and nearly dragged her into the thrashing timbers of the wheel. She just managed to keep her balance, broken fingernails scrabbling at the crumbling mortar behind her, teeth rattling with terror. She edged sideways, the clammy weight of her sodden petticoats clinging to her legs, water showering her, hardly able to breathe for the rotten acid stink of the river, one cheek scraping the bricks and her eyes squeezed almost shut, her skull fit to burst with the wheel's clatter, hammer, whir, its mindless rage. And with a whimper she slid free, plunged face down into the river, floundered away sobbing, gurgling, half swimming and half crawling. She dragged herself up onto wet shingle on quivering hands and knees. For a moment she wanted to kiss the ground, until she saw the foamy filth that covered it. She looked up, wiping her wet face on the back of one trembling hand. The river slurped past, purple and orange and green, with great blooms of unnatural color from the dye-works upstream, bobbing with refuse, churned to stinking froth by dozens of hammering water wheels. On the left bank was a kind of beach, streaked with tide marks of dead brown weed, scattered with the city's flotsam, with rags and skins and broken chairs and splintered glass and rusted wire and things too far rotted to be identified, all vomited up by the tortured waters and pecked at by flocks of birds bedraggled to winged rats. A bent-backed woman was picking through the rubbish. She stared at Savine with wild eyes, stared at the sword she still held in one hand, then scuttled away with a bloated sack over one bloated shoulder. Savine tottered up the shingle, sodden clothes clinging to her, slapping at her. She had to find something she could hide in. She stumbled along, turning over tree branches draped with rags, plucking up broken boxes, coughing at the stink of watery rot. Flies buzzed near a corpse, pig or sheep or dog, all matted hair and dirty bone. Savine caught sight of something beside it, an old coat, one arm torn off and the lining hanging out like offal from a carcass. But she seized on it with far greater delight than she might have the latest silks in the clothiers of Adua. Those, after all, would not save her life. This might. Her boots were so caked with dirt, no one could have told they cost more than a house in this neighborhood, But her petticoats, filthy with river scum, heavy as armor with river water, might give her away. She fumbled at the fastenings with bloody fingertips, ended up sawing at them with her bent sword. She was left squatting on that vile riverbank in her clinging drawers. Her corset had to stay, ripped open and with one of the bones poking out. There was no way she could reach the laces. She dragged the muddy coat over it, a thing not even the old beggar woman had seen any value in. It stank of rot, with a chemical edge that caught in her throat, but she was grateful for it. At least no one could mistake her for that leader of fashion, that scourge of ballroom and parlor, that terror of inventors and investors, Savine dan Glokta. She wanted nothing more, right then, than to burrow into the refuse and hide. But they would be coming for her. They knew who she was, who her father was. They would have broken down the office door by now, found the loose board. They would be following her bloody trail, through the machines, past the wheel. Any moment now, they would find her. She scraped muck from the beach, smeared it across her stubbled scalp, down her face. She hunched over the way the old beachcomber had, dragging one filthy boot behind her. She hardly had to pretend at a limp. She had wrenched her ankle somewhere, and it was starting to throb. Everything hurt. She clutched the stinking coat around her, sword tucked out of sight inside, and hobbled away, leaving 200 marks worth of the finest Gurkish linen slashed and ruined on the shingle. She clambered up a low wall, into the lane behind the mill, the lane where she had seen the armed men earlier. She felt something tickle her neck. By the fates, her earrings! The gaudy ones Lisbeth had picked. She plucked them out, was about to fling them away when she realized what they might be worth. She stuffed them into the torn lining of her corset. The sound of the machines had stopped. Now there was only a faint din of crashing metal, ripping cloth, shattering glass. They were the breakers, after all. They could smash the whole city for all she cared, as long as they left her in one piece. She crept to the corner of the wall, peered around it towards the gate of the mill. There was the carriage, looking just the way it had when she got into it that morning. Driver sitting with his chin squashed into his scarf, one of the horses tossing its head, harness faintly jingling. All strangely safe and normal in the empty street. With a whimper of relief, she stumbled towards it. The little people. Lisbeth practiced her sitting up straight. She wasn't sure how Lady Savine made her neck look the way she did. She couldn't have more bones in it than anyone else. But Lisbeth had been studying her, every spare moment, and she'd get the trick of it. You had to work your shoulder blades back till it felt like they'd touch, then not lift your chin exactly, but sort of lift your whole throat. She slumped back, wriggling her shoulders. Gosh, it was hard work. She opened the watch, spent a moment working out what the time was, then snapped it shut with that lovely click. Lady Savine was taking a while, but she'd wait, of course. That's what a lady's companion did. She'd wait until the sun went out if she had to.
That's how faithful she was. Better than that brown, difficult person, Zuri, looking down her nose and giving orders to decent people like she was better than them. Well, she wasn't better than Lisbeth, and she'd prove it. She'd finally got her chance, and she meant to take it. She straightened one of the very fine lace cuffs on the very fine new dress she was wearing, gave the watch a little pat where it sat above her heart, looking so grand on its beautiful chain. Lisbeth Beach, lady's companion. It just sounded right. She deserved it. More than that very Zuri. What kind of a name was that anyway? A name you'd give a doll. Very Brown Witch had everyone convinced she knew best. And now she was bringing her brothers back, too. And Lady Savine had just said, bring 'em in. Let 'em live here, where the decent folk have to live. Lisbeth couldn't believe it. As if there weren't enough of them in Mitterland already. She wanted to be kind. She was a generous person, big-hearted, ask anyone, always giving bits to the tramps when she had one spare. But there had to be a limit. Folk in the Union had their own problems, without a crowd of brown, difficult people flooding in and bringing more. They were everywhere now in Adwa. There were places in the city a decent person hardly dared tread. She slipped her little mirror out to check her face. This very heat was the worst thing for powder.
While she was tutting at the color in her cheeks, she caught a glimpse through the window of some beggar limping up the street, making right for the carriage. Some beggar in a filthy coat with one sleeve missing, scrawny arms sticking out. She thought it might be a woman, and her lip curled with disgust. Filthy she was, stubble hair caked with mess and blood and who knew what else. She looked diseased. The last thing Lisbeth needed when Lady Savine got back was some sick cripple with her hand out. She snapped the window down and snarled, "Get really away from here!" The beggar woman's red eyes slid sideways, and she veered away from the carriage and hobbled off, hunching down. A moment later, there was a clatter as the door on the other side of the carriage was ripped open. A man ducked in. A big man in worn work clothes with a great smear of soot down the side of his face. Barging into Lady Savine's carriage, bold as you please. "Get out!" snapped Lisbeth, furious. But he didn't get out. More men crowded in behind him, leering faces at the windows, dirty hands reaching for her. "Help!" she shrieked, cringing against the door. "Help!" And she kicked furiously at the one with the sooty face, caught him a good one on the jaw. But one of the others grabbed her ankle, and they dragged her shrieking right out of the carriage and into the gutter. And all of a sudden, it was like she was drowning in a clutching, stomping sea of hands and boots and furious faces. "Where is she? Old Stick's daughter. Where's that Glokta difficult person?" "I'm just the face maid," she squealed, no idea what was happening. A robbery! A riot! They dragged the driver down from his seat and were kicking him while he huddled on the ground with his bloody hands over his head. "We'll give you one chance. I'm just—" Someone hit her. The dull thud of it, and her head cracked the pavement, blood in her mouth. Someone pulled her up by her hair. Rip of stitching. The arm of her jacket was half torn off, lace dangling. Someone was rooting through her bag, flinging the pretty pots of paint and powder away, stomping her brushes into the pavement. "Get her inside. We'll soon find out what she knows." "No!" she squealed, watch chain scraping her face as someone tore it off. "No!" They were laughing as they started to drag her through the gate. "No!" She tried to cling to the frame, but one had her left arm, another her right, a third her left ankle. "No!" Her right shoe kicked helplessly at the ground. Such a nice shoe! She'd been so proud to put it on. "I'm just the face maid!" she shrieked. "Stop!" roared Curbman, shoving one man out of his way, then another. "Stop!" He grabbed one lad, who'd eagerly reached for the girl, by the throat and threw him to the ground. "Have you forgotten who we are? We're not animals, we're breakers." In that moment, as their maddened faces turned towards him, he had his doubts. But he kept on shouting anyway. What else could he do? "We'd done this so we wouldn't be victims, not so we could make victims of them. We're better than that, brothers." And he tore at the air with his hands, trying to make 'em see. "We'd done this to bring the great change, for justice, remember?" He knew better, of course. Some done it for justice, some for vengeance, some for profit, and some for the chance to run riot. And it wasn't like there was no room for a mixture. At a time like this, all flushed with victory and violence, even the better ones could turn dark. Still, there were just enough of the first group to get some doubts going. "You thinking to let her go?" someone asked. "No one's letting anyone go," said Curbman. "They'll be judged with the others. Judged fair, judged proper." "I'm just the face maid," gasped the girl, her powder streaked with tears. At that moment, two of the others came out dragging Valamir between them, his clothes torn and his face bloody and his eyes barely open. One of the lads spat on him. "Really difficult person," growled another. Curbman stepped in front of him, hands up. "Easy, brothers. Let's not do anything we'll regret." "I'll be regretting nothing," snapped someone. "And I ain't your brother," said another. "If you've not got the guts for this, leave it to those who do," said a third. Like making yourself part of a mob was quite the act of courage. Things might have turned ugly then, or uglier at any rate, if it hadn't been for some prisoners brought rattling up the street. 24 maybe, a lot of fine clothes in disarray, and a lot of proud faces bruised, shocked, and tear-tracked, shackled in pairs to a great length of chain. 5 breakers minding 'em, homemade manacles hanging from their belts.
A hard-faced, old, difficult person at the front Curbman knew from meetings, though he didn't think he'd ever heard him talk. "Brother Locke," he shouted, and the man held up his shuffling column. "You taking these to the courthouse?" "I am. Got 2 more for you." Curbman pulled the girl free and, in spite of the grumbling from his comrades, gave her over to a man with a blonde beard who started shackling her to the chain. Gosh, hell, but one of the prisoners was Self, the foreman from the 3rd shed at Resling's Glassworks. He was a good man, Self, always done his best for his people. Curbman swallowed. Getting these folks shackled was the best he could do. Getting anyone unshackled would more'n likely see him dead. "I'm just the face maid," whimpered the girl as they chained Valamir beside her, head lolling and his hair matted with blood. Curbman turned back to the workers, his voice cracking. "We've a chance to make a better world, brothers. A better world, you understand? But we have to do it right." With a jerk on the chain, Resling and the rest were set marching again, or stumbling, tottering, weeping and groaning anyway, watched over by 6 sinewy men in workmen's clothes, sticks in their dirty fists. Difficult people, he muttered to himself. He was Carlric Dan Resling, and he would see them all hanged. They were dragged past the burning shell of a carriage. Rubbish scattered the street, broken timbers, broken glass. He flinched as something burst from an upstairs window, a great desk tumbling down and shattering, papers spilling across the cobbles. Some men stood near it, watching. One ate an apple, another laughed, a shrill, nervous kind of laughter. They had burst onto the bridge. His office, that was, but he called it the bridge. He'd always loved a maritime metaphor. "Get out, very you!" Shouting always made them lower their eyes. Get out! But this time,
He had not believed it. He still could not. He was the Admiral. He was Carlric Dan Resling. They had dragged him from behind his desk, very you, dragged him across his own deck. The factory floor, that was, pelted with rubbish by his own employees, who were working with more vigor than they ever had before, destroying the machines he had hired them to operate. Curse you all! After everything he had done for these men, for this city. They had manacled him to this very chain, shackled to 24 other helpless unfortunates like slaves in Gosh Gurkle. How dare you? It was a motley group. The man up ahead with the torn coat Resling knew by sight. A lawyer, perhaps? Beside him was that idiot's wife. What was his name? Surisk. The girl they had just added to the chain looked more like a Gosh maid than a lady. Her tear-streaked cheeks were pink as a farm girl's. Where were they even being taken? There was no sense to it. There was no sense to any of it. A woman with a gaudily painted face leaned from a window above, laughing, flinging great heaps of papers into the air. Accounts, receipts, deeds, fluttering like demented confetti, coating the cobbles, swirls of elaborate calligraphy smudging in the filth. It was more than a strike, more than a riot. It was not just his mill, or the mill next door. The streets were infected by revolution. It was everywhere. The world run mad. What would his darling Celine have thought to see her beloved city brought to this? She who spent her evenings giving soup to the destitute, feeding the Gush scroungers. Perhaps it was a good thing the grip had taken her in that bitter winter, in spite of all the money he lavished on doctors. For the best, just as they had said at the graveside. Down a side street he saw men pushing over a wagon, its cargo of barrels bouncing across the cobbles. "These difficult people," he snarled at the nearest guard, "the nearest breaker, the nearest traitor, the nearest animal. I am Carlric Dan Resling, and I'll see you all." The man punched him. It was so utterly unexpected, he stumbled back and sat down hard in the road, nearly dragging the woman in front of him down too. He sat in the dirt, astonished, blood bubbling from his nose. He had never been punched before, never in his life. He felt very strongly that he never wanted to be again. "Get up," said the man. Resling got up. There were tears in his eyes. What would his darling Celine think if she could see him now?
He was Colric Dan Wrestlin. He was the Admiral. Wasn't he? He wasn't sure anymore. "Jerks," whimpered the man beside her, but it was a plaintive little bleat now. Even so, it was tempting fate. "Stop it!" Condyne hissed at him through her tears. "You'll only make it worse." Could it be worse, though? Men clattered past, snarling faces, clenched fists, sticks and axes. They shouted, whooped, animal noises that hardly sounded like words. One ducked towards her, snapped his teeth at her, and she cringed as they whirled past. The tears were streaming down her face. They had been ever since the men kicked in the door of the tea shop where she had been spreading Savine don Glokta's gossip. They had not needed to kick it in. They could have opened it. Such a charming tinkle the bell always made. Her father had always been so impatient when she cried, "Toughen up, girl!" Furious, as though her tears were an unfair attack on him. Sometimes he had cuffed her around the head, but the blows seemed to have made her less tough, not more. Her husband had opted for a kind of benign neglect instead. The idea of his being interested enough to hit her was absurd. Being shackled to a chain was the most attention anyone had paid her in years. The line of prisoners shambled past a great manufactory on fire, smoke roiling up into the darkening murk, a popping crash as a window shattered, showering glass, gouting flame, smoldering rubbish and laths and bits of slate tumbling into the street. And Condyne held up a hand against the heat of it, drying the tears on her face as fast as she could shed them. A workers' uprising had formed the backdrop to one of her favorite books, Lost Among the Laborers, in which a beautiful mill owner's daughter is saved from a fire by one of her father's roughest hands. The edges of the pages in the passage where she finally found comfort with him among the machinery had become quite disheveled. Condyne had always particularly enjoyed the description of his arms, so strong, so gentle. There were strong arms here. Gentle? No. She saw men kicking wildly at the door of a shop. Others were dragging a carpet from a house. Her smarting, weeping eyes darted to yells, squeals, mad sounds. Petty horrors everywhere. No trace of romance in it. Some beggar in a filthy coat was skulking along after them. Why? They were going to hell. They had already arrived. "Jerks," sobbed the man behind her. "Shush," Condyne snarled furiously at him. The man in front frowned over his shoulder. "Both of you shush." Colton turned away from the blubbing, whining pair of them, shaking his head. There's the trouble with rich folk. They'd no idea how to cope with hardship. No practice. He scratched at the sore skin under the shackles. Homemade they were, with some rough edges, prone to chafe. But Colton was used to things chafing. He hadn't wanted to be a guard, but they'd been offering a coat, plus meals, even if they were bad ones, and pay, even if it was gosh. And by then, what choice did he have? He'd have been a freaking guard dog if they'd offered a kennel. Principles are fine, but only once you've got a roof. They passed 3 hunched shapes on the ground. Red jackets, ripped, stained dark. Soldiers. If the army couldn't stop this madness, what hope for the rest of them? Always thought he'd be a weaver like his old man. There'd been these golden years, just after Kernspick patented his spinning engine, when yarn came spooling out of the new manufactories, so cheap they were giving it away, and weavers were suddenly in high demand. Dressed like lords they'd been, and walking with a swagger. And the spinners had faced some lean times, poor jerks, but that was their problem. Then, around the time Colton finished his apprenticeship, along came Masrud's weaving engine, and in the length of 3 summers, the weavers got the way the spinners had before them, which was to say, thin. Only made it worse that a lot of the spinners had turned their hands to weaving, since that was where the money was, and there was no money there no more. So Colton was out of work, came to Valbeck, where everyone said there was always work, but everyone had the same idea. So he'd become a guard. Folk looked at him like that was treachery, but he'd needed the coat, he'd needed the meals, and now he was shackled to a chain along with a load of rich jerks. In a cruel joke, they'd even stolen his coat. Hardly seemed fair. But then ask the spinners about fare. A dog was barking as they shambled up onto the bridge. Frisking, maddened around a ruined wagon a bunch of boys were stealing the crates from, barking at no one, barking at everyone. That woman was still sobbing just behind him. No idea how to cope with hardship, the rich. No practice. They'd get some practice now, he reckoned. Wait, said the breaker in charge of the chain, and the column staggered to a halt on the bridge. Strange thing was, Colton knew him. Locke was his name, he thought. He'd been a weaver way back when. Remembered him and Colton's old man laughing together at a meeting of the guild, before his old man died and the guild got broke up. He was a grim-looking, difficult person now. But a lot of weavers were, mostly on account of Mazred's weaving engine. Locke walked to the parapet and frowned down at the water. Filthy water, full of foam and rubbish, streaked with glistening oil. He'd stood here often, this very spot, considering the waters, after his wife died. Hard to imagine, in this hot summer, how bitter that winter had been.
Maybe it was the cold done it, or the hunger, or the grip. Or maybe it was just the hope bled out of her, got so she just couldn't be warmed, got sicker and sicker, and then she never woke. His son followed 2 nights after, 8 years old. His daughter was last to go, just before the thaw. He couldn't remember what they'd been like, really. Couldn't remember 'em living, but he remembered 'em dead. He'd slept next door to 'em a few nights while the ground softened, a few last nights together. He remembered the burying, one grave, and he'd been lucky to get it. There were so many going in the ground. His wife on the bottom, the children on top, like she was holding 'em, maybe. He'd looked down and thought they were the lucky ones, wished he was with 'em. He hadn't cried. He didn't know how. The gravedigger had put a hand on his shoulder and said, "You should come to a meeting, hear the weavers speak." He remembered looking over and seeing some rich folk walking past, laughing, not laughing at him and his sorrows, not even noticing him, like they lived in a different world from him and his. They didn't now. He turned to look at him, a few men bleeding and a few women blubbing, but Locke felt no pity, didn't feel anything, hadn't felt anything for a long time. "What are you doing?" one of them asked, the man with the bloody mouth. "I demand to know!" "Shut up!" shrieked the girl with the ripped dress and the red cheeks. "Shut your frickin' hole, you jerk!" Locke looked at the heavy chain. No way any of them were swimming shackled to that. All he had to do was push the first couple in, and the lot would be dragged after, and down to the bottom of the river, and that'd be that. He knew it wouldn't be justice, but he wondered if it might be close enough. 2 men chased another past with sticks, laughing as they hit him, sent him stumbling, dragged him back up, hit him again. There was some beggar crouching in a doorway at the foot of the bridge, watching Locke with bright eyes. The old breaker who led the column looked right at her, and Savine edged away around the corner, huddling into her stinking coat. She dared not go up onto the bridge, where she would be hemmed in and helpless. She had only followed the prisoners because she hardly knew what else to do. At least with them ahead, it felt as if she was not quite alone. But she could not help them. They could not help her. There was no help for anyone. Her body wanted desperately to run, every muscle aching with tension, but there was nowhere to run to. All she could do was slink down streets scattered with torn papers, with upended wagons, slaughtered horses, broken machinery, sword clutched under her fetid rag of a coat, casting about for somewhere to hide, some hole where she could reason out what had happened, and some way to escape it, some place the madness had not reached. But soon enough, she realized it was everywhere, spread like sickness, like wildfire. The whole city had lost its reason, the whole world. She flinched at a woman's scream, quickly muffled, saw bodies moving in an alley, someone violently subdued, kicking legs, one stockinged foot, one scuffed shoe. "Help me! Help me!" She could have done something. She had a sword. But instead she hurried on, the wild shrieks quickly lost in the shouts, the crashes, the barking of dogs. She heard a creaking and glanced up, recoiled against the wall.
A body swung from a jib on the side of a building. A well-dressed body, hands tied, gray hair in wild disarray. Some mill owner? Some engineer? Some acquaintance of hers, who she had laughed with at some function? She hobbled on, eyes fixed on the ground as it turned from new paving to old cobbles to straw-scattered dirt to rutted mud. Narrower streets, further from the river, away from the manufactories. The buildings closed in until she crept down stinking man-made gullies paved only with the slops from the cellars, mean windows down by her boots, wretched garments flapping overhead like bunches of mad flags, little patches of the street made into pens where pigs honked and squealed and burrowed in the rubbish. A murk even more hellish than usual had descended on the city as the sun sank and smoke from burning buildings billowed into the streets. Shapes loomed and vanished, phantoms in the soupy gloom. Savine was utterly lost. Valbec was become a maze of horrors from which there was no escape. Could this be the same world as the one in which she presided over meetings of the Solar Society, changing lives with a flick of her fan? Suddenly, people were scattering like a shoal of fish, squealing in terror. She had no idea what they were running from, but the panic was more contagious than the plague, and she fled mindlessly to nowhere, snatched breath sharp in her raw throat, rotten coat flapping at her skinned knees. She saw a man duck into an alleyway and followed, nearly ran straight into him as he spun about, a broken-off chair leg in his hand. "Get back!" His face was so deranged he hardly looked human. He shoved her and she fell, biting her tongue, sprawling in the street, nearly cutting herself on her sword as she rolled in the gutter. Someone kicked her in the side as they ran past, tumbled over her. She scrambled up, limping on, wincing at new bruises. Could it have been only that morning she swapped small talk at Mistress Valamer's over-decorated breakfast table? Such a fragrant tea. Who was the importer? Could it have been only an hour ago she had mused on the price of children with the colonel? Her lovely new sword belt, such craftsmanship. Now the colonel and his wife were more than likely murdered, and Savine Dan Glokta was a memory. An unlikely story she once heard. If fate let her live through this nightmare, she would be better. She would be the good person she had always pretended to be. No longer a gambler, no longer an ambitious snake. If fate would only let her live. Soon enough, she realized she was muttering it to herself with every whimpering breath. Let me live, let me live, let me live. Like a poem, like a prayer. She used to laugh when Zuri spoke of God. How could someone so clever believe something so silly? Now she tried to believe herself. Wished she could believe. She limped into a square of buckled cobbles, a grand building burning at one end. Fire spouted behind black columns, ash fluttering down against the bloody sunset. An old statue of Herod the Great stood in the center. Figures were gathered around the pedestal, beating at the legs with hammers. Others had tied ropes about its shoulders, straining to drag it down. A gleeful crowd watched, torches in their hands, screeching with joy and fury, swearing in rough voices. Music was playing, a pipe and a fiddle tooting and sawing, a woman crazily dancing, ragged skirts and ragged hair whirling. And a man, a naked fat man lumbering about, an air of mad carnival. Savine stood staring, beyond desperate, beyond exhausted. She was filthy as a pig. She was thirsty as a dog. She almost wanted to laugh. She almost wanted to cry. She almost wanted to join the dancers and give up. She sagged against a wall, trying to breathe, trying to think, but that mad music left no room for it. Figures, black against the fires, shimmering with their heat. A tall man in a tall hat, pointing, screaming. "Rip it down!" bellowed Sparks. He was a really king, and this square was his kingdom, and he'd suffer no other king within its borders. Rip it down! Might be he'd get a new statue up there in due course. A statue of him, wearing the tall hat he'd just stolen, that made him look quite the fine article. Sparks was scared of nothing. The more he said it, to everyone else and to himself, the more true it became. Acres had been scared of everything, had hidden crying in the cupboard when men came to visit his mother. Sparks hated that weak little cringing person, scared of everything, so he'd shrugged him off like a snake sheds its skin. Sparks was scared of nothing.
He grinned at the dancers, waddling and lurching, variously stripped, whipped, and humiliated. "Might be we should hang one of these people." He shouted it louder than ever, so everyone could see nothing scared him. "Teach the others a lesson." "Shouldn't we wait for Judge?" asked Framer. Sparks swallowed. He was scared of nothing, but Judge was something else. Not only mad herself, but she had a way of turning other people mad. Like she was a match, and they were the kindling. And you never knew quite what she'd think. Might love what he'd done with the square. Might find it tasteless. Those black eyes of hers might slide towards him, pointed tip of her tongue showing between her teeth. "Ain't this all a bit really tasteless?" she'd say, and everyone would be looking at him, and his mouth would get dry, and his knees all trembly, like Acres used to when he hid in the cupboard. "You what?" he screamed. Like always, the fear made him angry. He grabbed Framer by his threadbare jacket. The idiot lacked even the presence of mind to steal better clothes from one of the gentleman callers. "I'm the really boss here, idiot. This is my really square, understand?" All right, it's your square." "That's right, I'll burn what I please." Sparks strutted up the heap of papers to the top of the pyre, threw his arm around the person they'd tied to the stake in the middle of it. "I'll burn who I please." And he lifted his torch high, and the fire in the darkness made him feel brave again. "I'm the king of this really square, you understand?" And he scrubbed the person's hanging head with his hand, and then, 'cause his hair was all full of wine and blood, had to wipe it on his bloody shirt front. Then he hopped down and grabbed the bottle out of Framer's hand and took a pull. The spirits helped him feel brave, helped him feel like Acres was far away, and the cupboard too, and Judge even. He grinned around at his handiwork. Hadn't decided whether to burn that person yet. He'd been thinking not, but as night came on, he started to reckon a man on fire might make a nice centerpiece. "Help me," whimpered Allingon. But there was no one to help him. Everyone had gone mad, all mad. Smiles full of glistening teeth, eyes full of pitiless fire. They were like devils. They were devils. When they dragged him from his office, he had been sure the city watch would come. When he was tied to the stake, he had no doubt the Inquisition would arrive to deliver him. As darkness fell and the great riot became an orgy of destruction, he had still hoped that soldiers would tramp into the square and put an end to it. But no one had come, and a great heap of legal papers, and engineers' drawings, and official pronouncements, and broken furniture from the offices around the square had built up to his thighs. A pyre. He did not suppose they would actually light it. They could not possibly mean to light it, could they? He had wondered if it was a questionable neighborhood in which to lease an office. But to be taken seriously, an engineer needs an office, and the rents in the better parts of Valbec were out of all compass. They had said the breakers were entirely under control, had been taught harsh lessons, that the burners were just a rumor spread by pessimistic moaners intent on talking down the city. They had pointed out the brand new and thoroughly modern branch of Valentin-Balk and talked of gentrification. Now flames spurted from the windows of the brand new and thoroughly modern branch of Valentin-Balk, ash and flaming promissory notes drifting down across the square. And the burners had vomited forth from the shadows, in person, a demented legion, capering about him with their torches and their lamps. Someone slapped him across the face, laughing. Why did they hate him? He had made the world better, more efficient.
countless small improvements to the machinery and operating practices at several manufactories. He had been steadily building a name for himself as a diligent worker. Why did they hate him? What a day, someone was screaming. The great change come at last. He caught a choking waft of smoke, stared desperately about to see if his pyre had caught light, but no. So many bonfires, glimmering through the desperate tears in his eyes. "Help me," he muttered, to no one. All it would take was a stray torch, a stray burning paper on the capricious breeze, a stray spark. And the longer this went on, the wilder they became, the more likely his destruction. A woman ripped down her dress, and another poured wine over her. A man joined them, all shrieking with desperate laughter, as if the world would end tomorrow. Perhaps it had ended already. The fiddle player capered past, sawing discordant music, broken strings dangling from the neck of his instrument. Allington closed his eyes. It was like some story of the fall of Alcus, chaos and debauchery on the streets. He had always thought of civilization as a machine, cast from rigid iron, everything riveted in its proper place. Now he saw it was a fabric, gauzy as a bride's veil. A tissue everyone agrees to leave in place, but one that can be ripped away in an instant, and hell lurks just beneath. "Stack it up, you people!" roared the one they called Sparks, the chief burner, the chief demon, the temporary Glustrod of this square. And men and women flung more papers in Allington's face, and they fluttered and curled and whirled on the hot breeze. "Help me," he whispered, to no one. Of course they would come, the city watch, the Inquisition, the soldiers. Someone would come. How could they not? But Allington was forced to concede as he looked down in horror at the steadily growing heaps of paper about his legs, that they might come too late for him. "The great change!" someone shrieked, cackling with mad delight. "What a day! What a day!" bellowed that person with the squint. Mally could never remember his name. Nasty little person, she'd always thought. The sort that's always peering in at windows, looking for something they can snatch. "We're really free!" he shrieked. Mally wanted to be free. Who doesn't? In principle. It's a pretty dream to go running through the flower garden with your hair down. But she didn't want to be free of getting paid. She'd tried that, and it hurt like you wouldn't believe. That's how she'd ended up in that difficult situation in the first place. No one had forced her to it, exactly. It was just that a choice between that difficult situation and hunger weren't no choice at all. They'd broken down the door of the tapping house and dragged out the gentleman callers by the feet, made 'em dance for everyone's amusement in the glare of the burning bank, dressed or undressed, however they'd been at that moment. One portly old gent shuffled about the heap of papers with his hat still on, but his trousers around his ankles. Another fellow, a lawyer, she thought, that one who was always going on about charity and liked to cover his face while he was engaged in intimate acts, was naked as a babe, whip marks on his hairy back glistening in the firelight. Watching the regulars dance for her made a nice change, she had to admit, and she wasn't the least bit bothered if the bank turned to ashes, but there was a worry looming about who was going to pay for her broken door. And a bigger worry looming behind that one. If they burned all the regulars, who'd pay for anything tomorrow? The great change! The squinty fellow caught Mally by the arm, painfully tight, almost dragged her over. Funny how, whenever men talked about freedom, they never really meant for the women. "What a day, eh?" he shrieked in her face, blasting her with foul breath. "Aye," she said, smiling as she twisted her arm free. The great change. Was it a change for the better, though? That was her concern. Maybe she'd wake tomorrow, and the world would suddenly have turned sane, and someone would have fixed her broken lock, too. She had her considerable doubts.
But what could she do but smile through it and hope for the best? Least at that, she had plenty of practice. She saw Sparks watching her. Felt like she had to do something cruel, show she was one of them. The naked lawyer blundered past, and she stuck out a boot and tripped him. He tumbled over, rolling in the dirt, and she pointed at him and howled with forced laughter. She didn't like it any, but a choice between getting hurt and doing the hurting weren't no choice at all. She'd sat at the unpleasant end of that seesaw often enough. "Up, pig," someone snarled. Randok staggered to his feet, clutching at his side, trying to hold up a weak hand and dance at the same time. He'd never been much of a dancer, even with his clothes on. And he was exhausted now, sweating like a hog in spite of his nakedness, the old dyspepsia burning up his throat. But dyspepsia was the least of his worries. That girl Mally had tripped him, he thought. Now she was pointing, screeching with laughter. He could not understand it. He had helped her, often. Financial assistance from the good of his heart. That was why he kept coming here, to help these poor girls driven into lives of debauchery by the harsh times. If they wished to express their natural gratitude, he would not demean them by refusing. He had a strong social conscience. And this was how they repaid him, the ingrate, difficult people. Really filthy, difficult people, the lot of them. He lumbered past the hill of documents they were heaping up around that poor fellow in the cheap suit, tied to a stake like some heretic by fanatics in the savage South. Perhaps there were some of Randok's cases in the pyre, ready to be sent up in smoke. The waste of it, the folly. He had given his life to the law, more charity on his part. He had sweated on behalf of his clients, so conscientious. You're in good hands with Randok. He had built a reputation on it. Thus the thriving partnership of Zalev, Randok, and Krun. Zalev died some years ago, of course, taken by the grip in that cold winter. But Randok wasn't paying for a new sign just on his account, and Krun was away doing patents. Lot of money in patents these days. With paper and ink one could level mountains, he had always said, if given the time and appropriate connections about the courthouse. Nothing was stronger than the law. Now it seemed that fire was stronger still. Law alone, without enforcement, is just breath. He flinched as part of the bank's roof sagged inwards, flames spurting up, sparks whirling. Never cross Valent and Balk, Zalev had told him the day he entered the law. Never. By the fates, if they, with all their wealth and secrets and power, could be burned, what was safe? The fire was already spreading towards the narrow building where his own offices were located. He had spent his life's work on that firm, built it up with his own hands. Well, his and Zalev's and Krun's, he supposed, but mostly his, since Zalev had died and Krun was concentrating on patents. He lurched to a halt, wheezing, groaning, bending over with hands on knees as the horrible music sawed on and the difficult people pointed and laughed and drank. The injustice! He came here to help these girls. He was their benefactor, their patron, a father figure. Well, no, more a kindly uncle. He was loved in this neighborhood. And now they mocked him while he blundered about naked, like a sad bear he once saw with a traveling show. Still, it could have been worse. It could have been him tied to the stake with all that legal kindling about his ankles. He put a hand over his mouth, trying to swallow his dyspepsia. Someone hit him and he squealed in agony. A line of fire across his bare rear. "Please," he wheezed, holding up that desperate hand. "Please." A little fellow with a nasty squint leered at him, held up a coachman's whip. "Dance, you fat gosh," he snarled, "or you'll be the one in the fire." Randok danced. "What a day!" screamed Moth, 'cause the great change had finally come and everything was turned upside down.
And the folk who'd been on the bottom all their lives were suddenly on top, the scum made lords. And all the things he'd wanted but knew he'd never get, he could just reach out and take. Who'd stop him? What a day! And he lashed at the lawyer again with his whip and caught him across the thighs, made him stagger, fall on his knees, the fat jerk. Fat jerk who'd barely even looked sideways at him when he'd asked for a coin a few days before. Like he was an insect. Who was the insect now, eh? He knew 'em all. He saw 'em, even if they didn't see him. He had a tally of all the slights they'd given him, and today was the day to pay the bill. Dance, you fat gosh! And he kicked the lawyer in the jaw as he tried to stagger up and knocked him on his back, threw the whip down and snatched up a hammer in both hands, started beating at the statue again. Really yourself, he snarled at it. Some king, some big man, not so big now. He smashed a bit of the inscription away. He'd no idea what it said. There'd be no need for letters after the Great Change. Gimme some of that. Ripping a bottle from Framer's hand while he was in the middle of trying to drink and making him spill spirits all over that stupid cap of his. You jerk, said Framer, wiping his face, but Moth just laughed and took another swig. He saw a little girl in a doorway watching at him. A little brown girl with great dark eyes, tear tracks glistening on her face. He shoved the bottle in the air and laughed. What a day! Hessel turned away from the madness in the square. It scared her too much. She shuffled back into the doorway where her father was lying. "Father," she whispered, tugging at his arm, "please wake up." He wobbled with her shaking, but he did not wake. One of his eyes was a little open, just a slit of white showing, but he did not wake. Once when they were out walking in the public gardens in Bizort, where the Emperor Sulcan was said to have planted 10,000 palms, her father had told her it was always wise to carry a cloth, to keep oneself clean and presentable. She pulled hers out now, and licked it, and tried to dab the blood from his forehead. But the more she dabbed, the more there was. The cloth turned red with it. His gray hair turned black with it. "Oh, God," she whispered as she dabbed, not sure if she was swearing or praying. In spite of the priest's long efforts at instruction, she had never quite been able to tell the difference. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. He had said things would be better here. Dawa was not safe anymore. First, the Emperor's soldiers had been driven out of the town, and there was chaos, and that had been very bad. Then the Eaters had come to bring back order, and that had been far worse. She had seen one of them in the main street at sunset. A terrible light had shone from it. She still saw it in her dreams, the black eyes and the empty smile and the blood on its fine robes. So they had fled from Dawa. Her father had said things would be better here. Oh, God, oh, God. But things had not been better here. There was no work. People spat at them in the street. They had gone from one town to another, and the little money that had not been stolen from them by the sailors on the voyage had gradually leaked away. They had heard there was work in Valbec, so they had banded together with a dozen other conticks for safety on the road. It had been a hard journey, only to find there was no work in Valbec either. Not for palefaces, let alone for dark. People looked at them like they were rats. And now everything had gone mad. She did not understand what had happened. She did not even know who had hit her father, or why. Oh, God, oh, God. The priest said if she prayed every morning and every night and was pure within, then good things would happen. She had prayed every night and every morning. Had she done it wrong? Was she rotten inside, that God should punish her? Oh, God, she whimpered, shaking her father's shoulder. Please wake up. He wobbled with her shaking, but he did not wake. One of his eyes was a little open, just a slit of white showing, but he did not wake. Once, when they were out walking in the public gardens in Bizert, where the Emperor Sulcan was said to have planted 10,000 palms, her father had told her it was always wise to carry a cloth, to keep oneself clean and presentable.
She pulled hers out now and licked it and tried to dab the blood from his forehead. But the more she dabbed, the more there was. The cloth turned red with it. His gray hair turned black with it. "Oh God," she whispered as she dabbed, not sure if she was swearing or praying. In spite of the priest's long efforts at instruction, she had never quite been able to tell the difference. Oh God, oh God, oh God. He had said things would be better here. Dawa was not safe anymore. First, the emperor's soldiers had been driven out of the town, and there was chaos, and that had been very bad. Then the eaters had come to bring back order, and that had been far worse. She had seen one of them in the main street at sunset. A terrible light had shone from it. She still saw it in her dreams, the black eyes and the empty smile and the blood on its fine robes. So they had fled from Dawa. Her father had said things would be better here. Oh God.
Please wake up. She did not know what to do. There was no one here she knew. They had taken her father's shoes. His shoes, God help her. His bare feet flopped out sideways, and she touched one of them gently with a trembling hand, tears in her eyes. Oh God, she whispered. What should she do? She heard scraping footsteps. Someone had edged around the wall into the doorway, hunched over in a ragged coat missing an arm, staring fearfully out into the square where figures writhed and lurched to the deranged music. Hessel crouched, showing her teeth, not sure whether to fight or to cry. Sometimes, the priests had said, one must rely on the kindness of strangers. Please, she said. It came out a desperate squeak. The beggar spun about. It was a woman, a pale woman with a shaved head. She looked mad. Streaks of dried blood from a scab on her scalp, dark paint smeared from one staring, red-rimmed eye. My father won't wake up, said Hessel, the unfamiliar words clumsy in her mouth. I'm sorry. The woman's bloody neck shifted as she swallowed. There's nothing I can do. Please, you have to be quiet, hissed the woman, eyes sliding terrified towards the square. Please, shouted Hessel, grabbing at her bare arm. Please, please. She started to scream it, louder and louder. She could not stop herself. She was not even sure if she was saying it in the Union tongue or the Cantic. The beggar pulled away, dragging Hessel after her. Please, please, please. Shut your mouth, shrieked the woman, and flung her against the wall, and Hessel heard her scramble away, out into the square. She picked herself up, rubbing at the sore spot where her head had struck the stone. She crawled over to her father and touched him gently on the arm. Father, she begged, please wake up. Something of our Savine stumbled from the alleyway. Behind her, the child was still wailing. The music had screeched to a halt, the dancing, too. Eyes turned towards her, black eyes glinting with flames in the darkness. She saw the outline of the tall man with the tall hat, a burning torch in one hand, his other raised to point at her. Bring me that one! She fled, forcing her trembling legs to another effort, ducked down a side street, slid in filth, went over in the gutter and scrambled up again. She plunged past a staring old woman, through a court crammed between tiny houses, a great heap of ash and dung and bones piled in the midst, crawling with vermin. Shouts behind her, jagged shouts and jagged laughter, slapping footfalls echoing off the peeling walls. She flung herself desperately at doors as she passed, locked, locked, locked. Then one flew open, and she tumbled through the guts of a squalid building. A room with a sagging ceiling where rags were heaped, people stretched out sleeping. Drunk, husk-addled, half-dressed, mouths hanging heedlessly open, spilling drool. The stench was indescribable. Someone had broken a hole in the floor and used it for a privy, flies crawling. Savine retched as she staggered between the bodies, hand over her mouth, blundered through a door at the back and into an alleyway. There you are, 2 men ahead of her. She reeled away, boots skittering on the cobbles, and found herself facing a dead end. A blank wall of moldy brick, not even a door to try.
She slowly turned, breath crawling in her throat. They closed in with the cocky swagger of men who know they've won. One had an ugly squint and a stick with a nail through it. The other had a cap drawn low over a bent face. "Get back," hissed Savine, holding up her hand. It might have been more impressive had it not been trembling so badly. "It's a woman," said Squinty, starting to grin. The one with the cap peered down his bent nose at her coat, held tight over her sword. "What are you hiding?" "None of your business." Savine tried to make her voice effortlessly confident, the way it used to be. "Sound and command, you're halfway to being there." It came out a quavering croak, but her accent was plain, even so. Squinty's smile spread further. "Not just a woman, a real lady." And he slapped his stick gently into his palm, fingered at that nail through it. "Fallen on hard times? Lot of ladies have today," said the one with the cap, easing forwards. Savine shuffled back in a crouch, eyes darting between them. "I'm warning you." Squinty had turned thoughtful. "Might be it's her? Her? Who her?" Savine Dan. "Shut your mouth!" she shrieked. Her eyes went wide. She realized she had run him neatly through the chest with her sword. A textbook lunge Bremer Don Gorst could have been proud of. "Really?" said the one with the cap, stepping back, eyes wide. Squinty gave a strangled cough, dropped his stick, and pawed at his chest where the blade was. He tried to say something, but had no breath. She pulled the sword back, and it sliced a deep gash through the side of his hand. Blood welled, a black stain spreading down his jacket. The one with the cap reeled away, and Savine darted forward, slashing him across the back of the thigh. She fumbled the sword, and it caught him with the flat, didn't even cut through his ragged trousers, but it was enough to make him stumble, and he sprawled in the gutter. "Please," he squeaked, wriggling up onto his hands, staring over his shoulder, as scared as Savine had been a moment before. "Please," he gave a little whoop as the blade punched through his ribs, arched back, squirmed over, face twisting in agony. Savine knelt on top of him, trying to drag her sword free, but it was stuck right through him, and he was wriggling, groaning, wriggling. She heard shouting up the street, echoing footfalls. She let go of her sword and ran, every muscle aching now, her lungs on fire. She snatched a look back, figures in the murk, huge, distorted. Whoops and laughter, like huntsmen after a fox. A great shape loomed ahead, a monster with 1,000 bristling limbs, and she skittered to a halt. A barricade, thrown up across the street, the limbs the legs of chairs and desks and tangled timbers. A man stood on it, a huge man with hardly any neck, hair clipped to stubble, features hidden but for lenses flashing orange, the new kind, mounted in thin wire, tiny on his heavy stubbled face. "Help me!" Holding out her bloody hand, her voice a desperate squeak. "I'm begging you." He folded Savine's wrist in an irresistible grip. For a terrible moment, she wondered if she had made the worst mistake of her life. He hoisted her effortlessly up beside him. She saw torch flames bobbing, could hardly breathe for fear, hardly move for it. She shrank down, trembling behind a broken chest of drawers, clung to a chair leg. Her pursuers slowed as they came close. 6 of them, breathing hard from their run, sticks and clubs and torches in their clenched fists, and at the front, the tall one swaggered forward, tall hat skewed at a rakish angle. "That's far enough," said the big man. A calm voice, very deep, very slow. How could he be calm? How could anyone be calm ever again? "Nice wall you've built," said Tall Hat, sneer across a sweat-beaded, pockmarked face, his eyes wide, wide, burning with the reflected fire of his torch as he held it high. "Thanks," said the big man, "but I'll ask you to admire it from a distance." He unhooked his lenses from his ears and ever so carefully folded them. "I'll ask nicely." He rubbed at the bridge of his nose with finger and thumb. "But I'll only ask once." "Can't." Tall Hat gave a big grin. "You've got something of ours." The big man pushed his folded lenses into Savine's limp hand and gently curled her fingers shut around them. He sounded almost sad. "Believe me, there's naught here you want." Give her up, barked Tall Hat, voice turned suddenly so sharp Savine flinched at it. The big man hopped down from the barricade and walked forward, not worried, not hurried. Savine could hardly understand what he was doing. Tall Hat had his doubts too. He raised his torch.
I'm not scared. The big man darted at him, caught the swinging torch on his shoulder, and shrugged it off in a shower of sparks. His fist sank into Tall Hat's side, a short, quick blow, but Savine heard the thud of it, felt the force of it. It folded Tall Hat over and left him tottering. The big man took him by the coat and jerked him off his feet, lifted him high as if he was no more than a sack of rags, then flung him down on the cobbles so hard his hat bounced off. He gave a shuddering groan, stretched out a quivering hand, and the big man calmly lifted his big boot and stumped his face into the road. Savine stared, hardly breathing. The big man looked up at Tall Hat's companions, brushing a few embers from his shoulder. They stood in a shocked half-circle, 5 men, but none of them had moved the whole time. "We can have him," said one, though he sounded far from certain. He licked his lips, took a hesitant step forward. Ah! A second man had climbed up onto the barricade. Or maybe he'd been there all along, so still Savine hadn't noticed. A stringy man with a drooping mustache. He held a loaded flatbow, something drawn on the back of the hand on the trigger, tattooed. "Ah," I said. He eased towards them, pointing the bow with more intent, head of the bolt gleaming. "Don't you bastards understand, really, ah?" It seemed they did. They began to retreat. The one who'd worn the hat gave a faint gurgle. One of them dragged him up, head lolling, his face a mass of black blood. "Aye," shouted the stringy man, lowering his flatbow as they disappeared into the sweltering night. "And don't come back." He wiped his sweaty forehead with his tattooed hand as his companion clambered back onto the barricade. "Very it, Bull, this wasn't part of the plan." Bull was an apt name for the big man. He frowned at Savine, and she cringed away until her back hit a wall. "Well," he said, wincing as he rubbed at his knuckles, "you know what happens to plans when the fighting starts." "Really, burners," snarled the bowman, loosening his string and slipping out the bolt with a practiced air. "Jerks have gone mad, just want to burn everything. That's why they call 'em burners, Salby." There was a woman there, too, a girl with a tough, bony face, squatting down beside Savine, all business. "She hurt?" asked Broad. "I think, just scared, mostly." Savine felt her hand prized open, and the girl took the lenses out and offered them up. Who could blame her for that? Savine realized who she was. The Valamir's maid. What had been her name? Dinner on the hill felt like 1,000 years ago. May Broad. She put gentle fingertips on Savine's cheek. "What's your name?" She didn't recognize her. No surprise. Savine barely recognized herself. "Ardy," she whispered. Her mother's name was the first she could think of, and she felt a burning pain building at the back of her nose, and gave a great snotty sob and started to cry. She couldn't remember the last time she cried. She wasn't sure she ever had. "Thank you," she blubbered. "Thank you." The girl was frowning down at her chest, and Savine realized her foul coat had fallen open. Ruined though it was, one of the bones poking from torn silk, there was no mistaking the quality of her corset. Only a fool could doubt this belonged to a very rich lady, with servants to get her into it. And one look in this girl's sharp eyes told Savine she was no fool. She opened her mouth, to blurt some story, puke some lie, but all that came out was a stuttering croak. She had nothing left. May's eyes moved up from that ruined embroidery that had been a month of some poor woman's labor. Then she calmly pulled the coat closed over it. "You're safe now," she said. "I'll take her inside." And she helped Savine to her feet and towards a doorway. "Reckon she's had quite a day." Savine clung to her and blubbed like a baby. The man of action, the steadfast standard, snapped majestically, such miraculous needlework that its white horse rampant seemed to rear upon the breeze against a sun of cloth of gold. The names of glorious Union victories glittering about its edge. The very flag under which Casimir the Steadfast had conquered England, now held perfectly straight in Corporal Tunney's gulled fist, martial prowess distilled into a square of cloth. There was a rousing rattle of arms in armor as the men spun towards Orso, stomped down their left heels, and saluted in perfect unison. 500 soldiers, moving as one, sun glinting from their freshly forged equipment. A mere 10th part of his newly raised expeditionary force, fully prepared to sail north and give Stour Nightfall a resounding defeat. Orso probably shouldn't have said it himself, but it was quite a stirring spectacle. He returned their salute with a flourish he had been perfecting in front of the mirror. He had to admit he liked wearing a uniform. It gave him the novel feeling of being a man of action. Furthermore, as well cut and starched as this one was, no casual observer could have suspected his paunch had been on the increase lately. Colonel Forrest grinned as he looked the soldiers over. That open, honest grin that seemed to represent the very best of the Union common man. Earthy, dependable, loyal. A stout yeoman if ever there was one, with his stocky build, and his pronounced facial scar, and his lustrous grey mustaches, and his campaign-worn fur hat. "As fine a body of fighting men as I ever saw, Your Highness," he said, "and I've seen a few." They had chosen to call themselves the Crown Prince's Division. Well, Orso had let them choose the name, and Forrest had no doubt suggested it, or more likely insisted on it. Even so, Orso was hugely pleased by the compliment, perhaps because, for once, he felt he had done the slightest something towards deserving it. "What do you think, Hildy?" he asked. "Very shiny," she said. With characteristic enterprise, she had wangled an embroidered drummer boy's uniform to go with her battered cap, and now looked quite the soldier. Why not? She had, after all, no less military experience than Orso. "What do you think, Gorst?" he asked. "A fine body of men, Your Highness." Orso had to stop himself wincing. However often one heard that piping voice, one never quite got comfortable with it. "You are to be congratulated." "Nonsense. All I did was stand here, and spend Savine's money, and smile, and develop a top-quality salute anyway. You're the one who did the work, Colonel Forrest." "Colonel Very Forrest," muttered Tunney, shaking his head as if at unbearable affectations, while Yolk, always keen to follow his leader, gave a sneer to match. Forrest ignored them. At ignoring Tunney, as at so many things, he appeared steeped in experience. "They've all served before, Your Highness. Some fought in the north. Most fought in Styria. All I did was remind 'em how to go about the business, and that's no more than my job. Men can do their jobs badly, but you've done yours very well. I'm lucky to have you." And Orso gave Forrest the special smile, the one he reserved for moments of actual happiness. The two of them had formed a winning partnership so far. Forrest provided the experience, judgment, warmth, discipline, courage, facial scarring, and, of course, superb mustache. Orso supplied the sparkle. His facial hair had always been wretched, and he had no noticeable scars, so honestly, the sparkle was about all. Perhaps that was what the historians would call him, the King of Sparkle. He gave a helpless snort of laughter. People could have called him worse, I supposed. Indeed, they often had. A king's job is not to do things well. Orso gave the slightest wince at the Styrian words, pronounced at ostentatious volume, among hundreds of men who had been fighting Styrians for the last 10 years, and losing. He had forgotten his mother had come to observe. She sat in her folding chair in the shade of a portable purple awning, her ladies arranged about her on the grass like the gilt frame to a masterpiece. It is to pick the people who will do them well on his behalf. "You sound almost impressed, Mother," said Orso, switching to Styrian himself, but at least doing it quietly. "I hadn't realized your voice could actually take that tone." "Nonsense, Orso. You have heard me be impressed with other people on occasion." He sighed. "True enough. And it is hardly as though you have done anything you could expect to impress me since you went over to solid food." He sighed again, more deeply. "Also true enough. A future king has no business fighting. All the greats were warriors, no? Herod, Casimir, Arnault. The queen waved the weighty names away. No doubt the common folk swoon over a conquering king, but it's the kings who establish families who found the dynasties. I've spent years in romantic pursuits. That's never impressed you either. It's who you choose as a partner, Orso, as you very well know. I'd much rather you were getting married. She sat back, giving him a thorough examination, tapping at the arm of her folding chair with one exquisitely manicured fingernail. But if you must play soldiers in the meantime, I will admit. And she allowed the corner of her mouth to bend by an infinitesimal fraction. I am impressed. Orso often told himself that he long ago gave up caring about his mother's opinions. The glow of satisfaction that warmed him to the roots of his hair revealed that for one of his many lies. I suppose everyone grows up sooner or later, he said, turning away so she would not see him blush. The queen stood, her folding chair instantly whisked away by one of her liveried footmen. Perhaps you could help your father do it. And she turned back towards the palace, her ladies-in-waiting forming a glittering spearhead of which she was the diamond point. Her Majesty looked almost pleased, muttered Tunny, lowering the steadfast standard and rolling the royal heirloom up with superb skill. Say what you like about the man, and people often did, but he knew his way around a flag, and I've a feeling that's not easily done. Orso raised his brows. She'd rather I was getting married, apparently. You could marry Colonel Forrest, said Tunny. I definitely sense love blooming between you two. A man could do a lot worse. Forrest is experienced, organized, dependable, considerably more intelligent than me, yet defers to me anyway. Aside from that, he has every quality one could ask for in a bride. Tunny glanced over at Forrest, face reddening beneath that fine fur hat as he bellowed orders at the men. That very hat of his looks rather unusual. Orso choked back a laugh. It actually did, a little. Watch your mouth, Corporal. I may be forced to promote you. Anything but that. Tunny had been offered the role of Sergeant Major, but flatly refused to consider anything above Corporal. Some men are like water. No matter how high they are lifted, they always yearn to return to the appropriate level. He squinted up at the blazing sun. Hope you've packed some warm clothes, Your Highness. Hard to imagine now, but it gets bitter up there in the north. It's what the place is known for, after all. A knight herald was striding over, past the footman busily dismantling the queen's awning. Your Highness! He thundered at entirely unnecessary volume, snapping his armored heels together. His Majesty wishes to see you at once. At the palace, at the House of Questions, in the company of Arch-Lector Glokta. Orso winced. Can't they see I have an army to lead to glory? He thought about that for a moment. Or to watch Colonel Forrest lead to glory? Tunny leaned in to mutter, You've made glory wait 20 years. Dare say another hour won't make the difference. At last, snapped the king as Orso stepped through the door, plainly very far from his usual good-humored self. His Eminence sat behind his desk in his wheeled chair, a blanket over his knees in spite of the heat, looking even more grim, gaunt, and pale than usual, which took some doing. The boy had many fine features, bravery, honesty, good humor, a fine-shaped face, and an even better-shaped physique, and so constantly, reliably warm. But imagination was not a strong point, nor was he laboring under a low opinion of himself. Maybe losing was not a thing he could conceive of. Maybe to him every delay was just wrong-headed jerks throwing themselves in the way of his certain triumph. Let me off the leash. I'd show these troublemakers something. The memory floated up, as it did at least once a day, of hiding under that riverbank while Store Nightfall laughed about what he'd do to her.
she thought of Ufrith in flames, and all the good folk hurt or killed, and she clenched her fists at the usual rush of fury. No one wanted that villain dead more than she did, but even she saw they had to be patient. Whether you waited for all the help you could get seemed like no kind of question at all. I'm supposed to be her son, and she treats me like... Ricka puffed out her cheeks and gave a sigh that made her lips flap. "Sorry," said Leo sulkily. "Am I boring you?" "Oh, no, no, no." She rolled her eyes towards him. "Nothing gets a girl excited like hearing a man complain about his mother." He grinned. "Say one thing for Leo. He might get sulky, but he cheered up quick." They shared an intimate moment, and tension grew between them. "What does get a girl interested?" he whispered in her ear. "For me, it's pretty boys with too much courage and too little patience." Seemed the morning might not be a total loss after all. She pushed her fingers into his hair and dragged his face down towards hers, straining up to kiss him, his breath a touch fierce with the overnight smell. "But Leo," came a call from outside. "Ah, gosh," she hissed, head dropping back. "There's a Knight Herald in the camp." Geron's voice, sharp with excitement. "Goodness!" Leo quickly moved away from Ricka, jumped out of bed and started dragging his trousers on. "Might be the closed council," grinning over his shoulder as if that was just the news she'd been waiting for. "Making me Lord Governor." "Grand," grunted Ricka, upending her boot and shaking it till the chaga pellet fell out, then wedging it behind her lip. There was quite the mood of expectation outside, half-dressed men shuffling between the tents, still chewing their breakfasts, breath smoking as they asked for news and got no answers. Everyone was drifting one way, like leaves on a current, towards a pair of gleaming wings bobbing up ahead. The helmet of a Knight Herald, striding through the rain-sodden camp towards the forge Lady Finri had borrowed for her headquarters. Leo hurried after him, pulling on his cloak, while Ricka hopped along behind with Gerard, one of her socks already full of mud. "Is your message for me?" asked Leo. "For Lord Brock? Maybe not everything was about him after all." The Knight Herald strode on up the muddy hillside without even a sideways glance, a satchel over his shoulder stamped with the golden sun of the Union. "Might be Prince Orso's arrived with his men," said Ricka hopefully, trying to get her other boot on and follow both at once. "I wouldn't count on it." Geron didn't look at her, a jaw muscle working on the side of his face. "You don't like me much, do you?" He glanced across, surprised. "Actually, I do." And he offered her his elbow so she could stop hopping. "You're hard not to like." "I am, aren't I?" she said, finally dragging her boot on. "I'm just... protective." He frowned towards Leo as they set off again, still failing to get a word out of the Knight Herald. "We grew up together, and, well, he's nowhere near so tough as he pretends to be," she snorted. "We did some growing up together, too, and believe me, I know. He doesn't have the best luck with women. Maybe I'll be the exception. Maybe." He gave a smile that looked like it took some effort. "I just don't want to see him get hurt." "Senior staff," growled a soldier at the door of the forge. Ricka barged Gerard with her shoulder, so he lurched into the guard's arms. While they were busy getting disentangled, she sidestepped, slipped around them, and was in.
She'd never been in a council of war before, but, like really difficult situations in funerals, her first time was something of a letdown. The forge was stuffed with people, warm and damp from their nervous breath. Leo's mother had her gloved fists planted on a table spread with maps, a litter of anxious officers clustered about her. Lords Mustard and Clencher were among them, two dour old noblemen of England who'd brought some reinforcements in the day before. Rikke wasn't sure which was which, but one had a thick gray mustache, the other whiskers all around his jaw but his top lip shaved. Like they only had one whole beard between them. Ricke's father was scratching uneasily at his own silvery stubble, his war chiefs around him. Hardbread looked concerned, as usual. Red Hat looked grim, as usual.
Oxel had his usual shifty sideways squint, like the night herald was another man's sheep he was thinking of making off with. And Shivers just looked like Shivers, which was probably the most troubling of the lot. In fact, the least worried man in the forge was the smith who owned it, who simply looked angry to have been stopped working so a bunch of fools could argue under his steadily leaking roof. But that's war for you, an ugly business that only leaves bad men better off. Why folk insisted on singing about great warriors all the time, Rikke couldn't have said. Why not sing about really good fishermen, or bakers, or roofers, or some other folk who actually left the world a better place, rather than heaping up corpses and setting fire to things? Was that behavior to encourage? Worlds full of mysteries, all right, she muttered to herself, and shifted her chaga pellet from one side of her mouth to the other. "My lady governor!" boomed out the night herald, painfully loud in that little space, bowing low and nearly poking Shivers' good eye out with one of the wings on his helmet. "A communication from his august majesty!" And he whipped that satchel open, produced a scroll, and shouldered through the damp press to hand it over with a showman's flourish. Silence, then, as Finri Dunbrock broke the great red seal and began to read, stony face giving nothing away. Rikke knew her letters, had learned the difficult things at great personal pain during her horrible year in Ostenhorn. But she couldn't make a thing out of these ones, the writing was so flourished and flounced. "Well?" snapped Leo, eager voice harsh in the breathless silence. "Has Prince Orso arrived?" growled Mustard, or Clencher. "He has not," she said, still reading. "Tell me he's embarked at least," growled Clencher, or maybe Mustard. "He has not." The lady governor's jaw worked as she looked up, nor will he. She passed the letter to Leo, noticed for the first time that his shirt was hanging out, undone, then frowned over at Rikke, whose shirt was hanging out too, all the buttons in the wrong holes. Rikke looked down at the ground, chewing hard at her chaga and her face on fire. Lady Finri often spoke about forging stronger connections between the Union and the North, but she doubted Rikke's relationship with her son was quite what she'd had in mind. "There has been a serious uprising in Valbeck," grated out Leo's mother. "The breakers have seized the city. There are fears it could turn into a general revolt." Leo's eyes flickered across the paper. "The Crown Prince has been sent to recapture the city. Even if he succeeds, he won't be here for weeks." There was silence in the little forge then, but for the patter of a new shower on the roof, the plop and trickle of a leak into a bucket. Silence, while each man or woman chewed over the implications. Then everyone started shouting at once. "By the dead," whispered Hardbread, pulling at his sparse gray hair. "Really? Union?" sneered Oxel. "I told you were fools to trust 'em." "So what?" sneered Red Hat back. "You'll kneel to Black Colder?" Shivers just stood and looked like Shivers, which was worrying enough, and Rikke's father rubbed at the bridge of his nose and gave a weary groan. "Is it for this that Anglin's been near bankrupted by taxes?" fumed Mustard, or maybe Clencher. "What's the very point of a king who won't defend his kingdom?" bellowed Clencher, or Mustard. "This is disgusting, outrageous, unprecedented." "My lords, please." Lady Finri held up her palms, trying to calm the uncalmable. "This does not help us." The only person who looked happy was the young lion, his smile growing wider and wider as it dawned on him what this meant. Rikke puffed out her cheeks. "Reckon we'll have to save ourselves." In the mirror scale, Ironhand, king of the Northmen, was at least 20 years past his best. He'd been a great warrior, but then he'd lost his hand and had an iron one wedged onto the stump. He'd been a great war chief, but now he was happy to follow along in the rear and eat all the spoils. Eat 'em messily, since he was missing his 2 front teeth as well as his hand. Clover remembered him when he'd still been a tower of brawn. Now he was a mountain of blubber. Pale jowls spread over his fur collar, a tuft of gray hair sprouting from his sweat-beaded pate, his beard full of grease and his swollen cheeks full of broken veins. 2 painfully skinny girls haunted his elbows with a platter and a jug, and the hardest jobs in the north, making sure their king never ran out of ale. A set of old warriors were gathered at his right side with well-polished armor, but long faded names. Scale would have called them his closest named men, his royal retinue, his king's bodyguard. But their main purpose was to remind him of old victories and insist he was still the man he'd been when he had half the belly and twice the hands, in spite of all the evidence. The fire pit was banked high, the tables crammed with warriors, the stolen hall sweaty as a forge and noisy as a battle, women kicking and cursing as they shoved through the press with platters of meat. Clover sat with Wonderful at Black Calder's table, in the shadows further from the fire pit. There was less gold over here, and less laughter, and less ale, but a lot more power. Scale Ironhand might wear the king's chain, but everyone who mattered knew it was his brother who made the king's choices. Calder had an odd guest today, though, a small man in travel-worn clothes who carried no weapon but a staff, had left leaning against the wall. As strange a thing in this hall bristling with blades as a hen playing among foxes. Clover had seen Black Calder entertain some strange, proud, grand guests, Styrians and Union men and dark-skinned Southerners drawn into his spider's web of schemes. But he never saw him treat anyone with as much respect as this nothing-looking little unarmed man. "He'll be along, Master Sulphur," said Calder, laying a humble hand on the tabletop between them. "You can depend on it," said Sulphur. "Yet." And he gave that hand a familiar pat. Calder swallowed and drew his hand back. "A shame your master couldn't be here." "Oh, indeed," Sulphur smiled about the grease-smeared, ale-spattered gathering. "He does love sophisticated conversation, but sadly he is detained in the West." "Nothing serious, I hope." "A disagreement with 2 other members of our order. His brother Zacharias and his sister Carnail have their own ways of seeing things." "Families, eh?" grunted Calder, frowning at his brother. "Our best friends and our worst enemies." And there was a clatter as the doors were heaved open. Store Nightfall swaggered in with chin hefted high and sword slung low, oozing so much scorn it was a wonder he didn't tramp through the fire pit and dare the flames to burn him. The warriors at his back swept the benches with fighter's contempt as the hall fell silent. Magweir aimed a baleful glare at Clover, and Clover saluted him with a piece of half-eaten meat. "You come late," rumbled Scale, sucking the last shreds from a bone and tossing it down for his dogs to fight over.
"To dine with your king?" The old king and his old companions glowered at the young heir and his young companions, not praiseworthy on either side, but all jealous of what the others had. Even so, matching groups in many ways. Clover could almost see each warrior squaring up to his counterpart. The mean one, the handsome one, the one who hardly spoke, the one who spoke too much. "Like looking in a mirror," he muttered. "A mirror that makes you old," said Wonderful. "I come whenever it really pleases me." Store hoisted his sneer up from the king's impressive collection of stripped bones to the king's fat face. "After all, my guess was you'd be dining a while." The chill moment stretched a little longer, then Scale broke out in a roar of wheezy laughter and struggled with an effort to his feet, almost upending the table as he caught it with his mighty belly. "Tell me of your victories, nephew," and he spread his arms wide, iron hand dangling limp from the end of the withered right one. Store gave that wolf grin as he danced around the table. "None to sing of lately, uncle," and he flung his arms around the king, and they clapped each other on the back with a great show of manly affection. "This Union bitch and this dog-man coward are still fighting over who can run away from me fastest. Ha! Keep pushing 'em, boy, keep pushing 'em. Don't give those difficult people a chance to breathe." Scale jabbed weakly with his iron hand, as if it was an army, while he drained his cup with the other and held it out for more. "He should get himself a bigger cup," murmured Clover. "Maybe 2," said Wonderful.
He could empty one while his servants filled the other. The poor girls would never have to stop pouring. The great wolf was still bemoaning the lack of murder. At this rate, they'll fall back beyond the white flow, and will win without ever drawing our swords. Scale clapped Store on the shoulder so hard he nearly knocked him over the table. "You're like a fighting dog, can't wait to slip the leash. So was I once, so was I." And the king of the Northmen stared off into the fire pit, eyes shining with reflected fire, and drained his cup again, and held it out again, and made the girl shrug back her long braid and dart forward with the jug. Again. Clover took a sip from his own cup. "Don't ever let me drift along on past glories, Wonderful." She gave a grunt. "You'd have to have some glories to do that." "Tell me how you beat stranger come knocking one more time," roared Scale. He was one of those men couldn't say anything quietly. "By the dead, I wish I could have been there." And he knocked his iron hand against the table with a clunk. "Where's that girl? Fill a cup for my heir." Store sat back and flung one boot up on the table. "Well, uncle, when I crossed the Crinna with 1,000 carles, I knew we were far outnumbered." Wonderful rubbed at her temples. "Must have heard this story 10 times the last 10 weeks." "Aye," said Clover, "and every telling makes Store a bigger hero. Soon he'll be beating 1,000 barbarians with his hands behind his back and his sword tied to his side." Warriors. Sulphur gave a heavy sigh, as if at a spell of bad weather. It seems the great wolf is in no mood to discuss the future of the North tonight. No, Master Sulphur. If it had been any other man, Clover would have called the note in Black Calder's voice a wheedle. Like all storms, he'll soon blow himself out. Alas, I have so much other business. Sulphur's eyes shifted to Clover for a moment. Different colored eyes, he noticed, as they glittered in the torchlight. "Never the slightest peace, eh, Master Steepfield?" "I reckon not," muttered Clover. No idea who this difficult person was, or how he knew his old name, but judging it always wise to agree with a dangerous man. And any man Black Calder feared was a dangerous man, whether he wore a sword or not. They call me Clover these days, though. Calling a wolf a cow will not make him give milk. The same could be said of calling chaos order. Sulphur put aside his cup and stood, looking down at Calder. "My master appreciates that we must sometimes have a little chaos if a better order is to emerge. There can be no progress without pain, no creation without destruction. That is why he has indulged this little war of yours." He looked up as Scale roared with laughter at some new flourish of Stores, and the warriors about them competed with each other to blast the spittiest peals of merriment. "My master loves to see the earth plowed from time to time." Calder nodded. "That's all I'm trying to do. Provided the soil settles quickly and a new seed is sown. Otherwise, how can he reap a harvest?" "Tell him this war will be done soon," said Calder, "and the harvest richer than ever. We'll win. He'll win. Whoever wins, he wins. You know that. But too much chaos is bad for everyone's business." Sulphur plucked his staff from the wall. "It is often the doom of men blessed with greatness that they are cursed with short memories. Your father, for instance. I advise you to keep that pit always in your mind, the one outside Osrung," and Sulphur smiled as he turned away. A toothy little bright-eyed smile, but it seemed to Clover there was somehow a threat in it. He leaned close to Wonderful. "Everyone serves someone, I reckon." "Looks that way," she said as she watched Sulphur slip from the hall. "And they're usually a jerk." The moment he was gone, Calder thumped furiously at the table. "By the really dead!" He glared over at his son, still boasting to his king's great delight. "He's worse than ever, and my brother only encourages him. Didn't I tell you to keep him on the right path?" Clover helplessly spread his hands.
There's only so much even the best shepherd can do with a willful ram, chief. At this rate he'll end up as mutton. What did Stolicus say? Never fear your enemy, but always respect him. This Brock woman's for very sure no fool, and the dogman's for very sure no coward. Reckon they're just waiting for their moment. Clover sighed. Sooner or later they'll be setting a trap for us. And at this rate these two heroes will be blundering right into it. Calder frowned harder than ever at his son. How did he end up with so little of me in him? Never had to face hard times, said Wonderful, softly. Clover wagged a finger at her. There speaks the stern voice of experience. Defeats do men far more good than victories. And he reached up and scratched gently at his scar. Best gift I was ever given. Taught me humility. Humility, scoffed Calder. Can't think of a man with a higher opinion of himself than you. Clover raised his cup to Maguire, who'd picked him out for another dose of glaring as Storr's manly legend reached its climax. The world's brimming with folk keen to break me down. Don't see any reason to do their work for 'em. You don't see any reason to do any work at all. There was no point denying it. Luckily for Clover, the king of the Northmen chose that moment to struggle up, raising his iron hand for silence. Here comes the wisdom, murmured Black Calder, without much relish. My father, Bethod, Scale roared at the gathering, swaying from good ale and bad knees. Made himself king of the Northmen. He built cities and bound them with roads. He forced the clans together and carved out a nation where there was none before. No mention of the 30 years of bloodshed that had got it done. But that's the nice thing about looking backwards. You can pick out the bits that suit your story and toss the unhappy truths to the wind. Scale was frowning down into the fire pit now. My father was betrayed. My father was struck down. His kingdom torn up like meat between greedy dogs. His dewy eyes rolled up, and he pointed to Storr with his good hand. But we'll put right the wrongs of the past. We'll finish the dogman's really protectorate. We'll drive the very Union out of the North. Storr Nightfall, my nephew and my heir, will rule supreme from the White Flow to the Crinna and beyond. And he held up his cup, ale slopping over the rim and spattering down his front.
Bethod's dream lives on in his grandson, the great wolf. And all raised their drinks and competed with each other to roar out Storr's name the loudest, and Clover and Wonderful raised theirs just as high as anyone else. Still say he's a jerk, whispered Clover, smiling wide. More so with each day, forced Wonderful through clenched teeth, and they tapped their cups together and took a swallow, because Clover had never worried much over what he drank to, as long as he drank. Calder didn't join the toast, just frowned at his brother as he sagged back down on his bench and bellowed for more ale. Some men never learn, he murmured. We all learn. Clover watched those old warriors, and those young, and ever so gently scratched at his scar. Just some of us have to learn hard. A deal. You promised me, Gunner. Liddy's voice came muffled through the flimsen wall, but easily understood. You promised me you'd stay out of trouble. I've tried, Liddy. I haven't looked for it. It's found us out. Trouble has a habit of finding you out. Savine looked across the little room at May, light from outside the ill-fitting window catching her clenched jaw, head turned away from her parents' voices as if to pretend she could not hear them. I'm just trying to get from one day to the next, came Gunner's voice. Trying to keep things together. Keeping things together was no easy task in Volbeck. The riots might mostly have stopped, but the heat and the anger and the fear hung over the city thick as the vapors had when the furnaces were still lit. Fear of violence, fear of hunger, fear of what would happen when the authorities returned, fear that they might not. Who was in charge depended on who you asked, which part of town you were in, whether it was day or night.
If there was any plan in all this madness, all this destruction, Savine could not see it. No one was safe in Volbeck now. Perhaps no one ever truly was. Perhaps safety was a lie people told themselves so they could carry on. She closed her eyes and thought of the feeling as she stabbed that squinting man through the chest, as she ran the one with the cap through the back. A slight pressure in her palm, a slight tugging at the grip of the sword. So shockingly easy to kill a man. She told herself they had given her no choice, and yet she saw their faces whenever she closed her eyes and felt her breath coming fast, the sweat prickling, her heart thumping the way it had then, rubbing over and over at her itchy, greasy neck with her fingertips. "So you're a breaker now?" came Liddy's voice through the wall. "Malmer's doing the best he can for folk, so I'm doing the best I can for him. Stand on the barricades, hand some food out. I'm not a soldier no more, I'm not a herder no more. What should I be? My husband, May's father. I know, that's all that matters, but what should I do?" It was strange to hear that wheedling, almost tearful note in the voice of a man Savine knew to be so very dangerous. I can't just sit and do nothing, can I, while people are getting hurt? There was no weakness in Liddy's voice. Her strength amazed Savine, the way she kept going, working, smiling, making the best of this nightmare. It's a fine line, Gunner, between helping people and hurting them. You're prone to wander all over it. I'm trying to do the right thing. It's just, the right thing ain't always easy to know. And their voices dropped to a soft burble, lost as someone started shouting outside. A fight, maybe. Savine shrank back until it drifted off down the street and was gone. She licked her lips as the silence pressed in on her. She did not want to speak, but it was better than seeing those faces again. My parents used to argue, sometimes. May's eyes met hers. What about? My father's work, my mother's drinking, me. I was always their favorite argument. Were they arguing about her even now? Savine looked down at the cheap boards, full of splits and splinters. It was better not to think about her old life. Better to pretend to be a new person, who belonged where she was, who knew she was lucky to be here. Liddy had given her a dress, if you could call it that, a shapeless bag of coarse cloth, carefully mended and smelling of cheap soap, and she was grateful for it. Gunner had found her a mattress, or some scratchy sacking that the straw poked through. Savine had no doubt it swarmed with lice, and she was grateful for it. She shared a room with May, no bigger than a cupboard in her house in Adua, with laths showing through the cracked plaster, and a bloom of mold about the flaking window frame. She scarcely ever had a moment to herself, but she was grateful for that too. When she was alone, the things she had seen and done the day of the uprising rushed into her mind like filthy water into a holed boat, and dragged her down so quickly she felt she was drowning. She had thought of trying to get out of the city, but the truth was she scarcely had the courage to look out of the window, let alone to risk the streets again. She found she had a great deal less courage altogether than she had smugly supposed while blackmailing investors, or choosing a wig, or pronouncing social death sentences in the salons of Adua. She had always reckoned herself such a gambler, no more audacious woman in the Union. Now she realized the games had always been rigged in her favor. She never had to gamble with her life before, and the stakes had risen suddenly far too high for her taste. They had a candle the first few nights, but now it was gone, and the only light came from distant fires, always burning somewhere in the city. Everything was running out. The shops had been looted, the rich houses stripped back to the rafters. The breakers brought some food around, but every day there was less. She had always known life was hard in these slums, but if she had thought about it at all, she had pictured a romantic version, a version that was easy to live with. Pretty children giggling as they frolicked in the gutters, old women cackling as they boiled bones in a pot, strapping men slapping one another on the back, singing good old work songs in harmony as they sat around a fire made from their last sticks of furniture.
Oh, the sisterhood, the spirit, the nobility of poverty! It turned out there was nothing romantic about messing in a bucket while someone else watched. Nothing spirited about hoarding the bones from the chicken for tomorrow's dinner. Nothing sisterly about the women who tore at each other over scraps scavenged on the great rubbish heaps. Nothing noble in the cramps you got from rotten water at the pump, or the lice you picked from your armpits, or being endlessly cold, endlessly hungry, endlessly scared. And yet, living this way did not make Savine sorry for the people who were forced to do it every day, who did it in the many buildings just like this one she profited from all across the Union. It only made her desperate never to live this way herself again. Perhaps that made her selfish, wicked, evil even. While she fled whimpering through the city on the day of the uprising, she had sworn to a God she did not believe in that she would be good if it meant she could live. Now she was happy to be evil if it meant she could be clean. "You were in Colonel Valamir's house," said May. Savine stared at her, caught off balance and failing to hide it. The constant nagging ache of fear turned suddenly terribly sharp. "What?" she croaked. "The night before the uprising." May could not have looked calmer. "I served you jelly." Savine's eyes slunk to the door. But there was no way out of this room without going through the other, where a man she had seen stomp another man's head into the road was arguing with his wife. "Horrible jelly," she muttered. "I was trying to work out how much your dress cost," said May. "Far more than this room. Probably more than this whole building. Your hair was different." She glanced up at the mousy fuzz starting to grow back on Savine's scalp. "A wig? Lots of us wear them."
In Orso, she knew who Savine was. She had always known. But she had not told. Savine took a deep breath, trying not to let the fear show. Trying to think. The way she used to in a meeting with partners, a negotiation with rivals. May nodded slowly, as if she guessed Savine's thoughts. Beautiful dresses, horrible jellies. Different world, isn't it? You asked me what I thought about the city. You were a very honest, little too honest for my own good, I expect. Always been a problem of mine. You stood up for me, though. I listened at the keyhole, and you stood up for me. Savine cleared her throat. Is that why you took me in? Wish I could say yes. May sat forward, thin hands dangling over her knees. But that wouldn't be entirely honest. Fact is, Valamir's whole house was buzzing with news of your visit. Everyone desperate to get a look at you. I know who you are, my lady. Savine twitched. You don't have to call me that. What should I call you? Savine? Savine flinched. Best for both of us if you don't call me that either. May lowered her voice to a whisper. Lady Glokta, then? Savine grimaced. Best not to even think the name. There was a long silence while they looked at each other. Next door, someone had started singing. We've no notion what's going on over there, said Malmer, but they've taken hostages. I hear Judge set herself up in the courthouse. Where else would Judge take up residence? Reshape gave a little titter, but no one joined him. She says she's going to start trying her prisoners for crimes against the people. Vic felt the horror creeping up her throat. How many does she have? 200? Malmer gave a hopeless shrug. 3? Some owners, some rich folk, but plenty of poor folk too. Collaborators, she's calling them. Anyone ain't zealous enough for her taste, and her taste is for the very zealous. We have to get those prisoners, said Vic, if we're ever going to negotiate. Judge has never been the most reasonable. Reshape shrugged, as though all this was a natural disaster in which he was entirely helpless. Since the uprising, she has turned positively caustic. Don't the burners answer to you? Well, they're unpredictable people. Fiery. That's why they call them burners, I suppose. He snorted up another little titter then, when he saw Vic had never looked less like laughing, cleared his throat and went on. I suppose I could ask for her prisoners. Or you could send me to ask, she said, catching his eye and holding it.
That's what Sybilt would have done. We need you to work on what really matters. Our manifesto, our principles. Let me talk to Judge." Reshape liked that. His little eyes twinkled at the thought of paragraphs of neat script, of high-minded declarations, of rights and freedoms. "Sister, I begin to see why Sybilt thought so highly of you. Take some men along, definitely." From what she'd seen of Judge, Vic thought she'd better take a lot of men, and those ready for violence. As luck had it, her first pick was close by. Brother Gunner? She glanced down at the tattoo on Broad's fist. "I've a feeling you could find a few men who know how to fight." He frowned at her over his lenses. "Made a promise to my wife I wouldn't take any risks. The bigger risk is if we don't do it. If the Archlector's only daughter gets hurt, His Eminence won't rest until every one of us is dangling." She looked over at Reshape, explaining to his unmasked practicals how he wanted his new monument to look, living in a dream that was apt to become everyone's nightmare. At this rate, his new monument will be our tomb. All equal. The burners ruled here, and it showed. There were houses plundered, their broken doors dangling from twisted hinges. There were houses burned out, their windows yawning empty, the fire-blackened brickwork of a fallen chimney stack left in pieces across the sun-baked mud of the roadway. Rubble and glass were scattered, torn clothes and broken furniture flung around as if a great wind had ripped through the neighborhood. The place stank, worse the further they went, stank of rot and piss and charred wood and stale smoke, all cooking in the sticky heat. Sorrelby held his flatbow tight, hard eyes flicking between the doorways. "Weren't many rich folk around here before the uprising." "Weren't any," said Broad. "Got robbed and burned out anyway. Poor folk never feel comfortable around the rich. Given the choice, they'd much rather rob other poor folk." Vic turned to hiss over her shoulder. "Keep up, keep together." "Can't say I care much for taking orders from a woman," grumbled Sorrelby, though he took 'em anyway. "This one seems to know what she's doin', say Broad. More I can say for most of the officers in Styria." "You've a point there. Looking back at the last 5 years, truth is, I make gosh decisions. These days I tend to do what the women tell me and assume it's for the best. Liddy says build a barricade, I build one. May says take in the girl, came over it, I take her in. The one with the clipped head, she's living with you? Ardess her name, and she can't do a very thing. Liddy asked her to help cook, and she looked at the pot like she never saw one before." Broad puffed out his cheeks. "But May's taken a liking to her, so she stays." "Hard times, I guess," said Sorrelby. "Everyone's got to do what they can." "Hard times," echoed Broad. "When do they get softer? That's the question." All felt far too quiet. He saw a figure lurking in an alleyway. A face at a window quickly vanished. A couple fighting over a bone, who scurried away as they came close. Someone had been busy with a paintbrush. There were slogans smeared and spattered everywhere. Painted across whole terraces in letters 3 strides high. Scrawled across front doors in letters tiny as in a book. "What do they say?" asked Sorrelby. Broad pushed his lenses up his sweaty nose and squinted so he could spell them out. "Really the king. Really the queen. Really them all. Rise up. Take what's yours." That type of thing. "Might steal your clothes," muttered Sorrelby, shaking his head, "but they'll leave you with a fine slogan. Freakin' burners. Just another kind of jerk." "That's politics for you," grunted Broad. "Jerks digging up excuses to be jerks." "High ideals and reality are like oil and water," muttered Vic. "They don't mix well." She squatted at a corner, beckoning them over. "Quiet now. We're here." Valbeck's courthouse had been a grand building, stately steps of colored marble, with stately columns at the top. Someone had been on the roof and torn some copper from the dome, a spider's web of rafters showing on one side. The big new bank next door must have been even grander than the courthouse not long ago. Now it was just a burned-out shell. ashes chased each other around Broad's boots in little swirls as they crossed the empty square in front. "Someone tried to hold him off here," he said as they eased up the steps. "The doors were battered, one half torn from its hinges and hanging loose." "Let's hope we do better," said Sorrelby, fingering his bow. A pair of statues flanked the entrance. Impossibly stately ladies in noble poses no person ever struck, one holding a book and a sword, and the other a broken chain. Justice and freedom, Broad reckoned. The burners had smashed freedom's head off and put a dead cow's where it used to be, flies crawling at the glassy eyes, dried blood in streaks down the hacked marble. Justice had a great red smile daubed over her frown, and "We'll give you freakin' justice" painted in drippy letters across her chest. Vic strode between them. Some sense of humor, these burners. "Oh, aye," said Broad, "they're a hoot." The door of the great courtroom wasn't guarded, but the public benches were scattered with burners. Or perhaps they were just thieves, pimps, gamblers, and drunks. Hard to tell the difference. Some hooted and jeered, shook their fists. Others were passed out, surrounded by empty bottles. A couple had made a nest from some old curtains, and the slurping sound of their hungry kissing echoed about the chamber.
A dark-skinned Cantic was huffing so hard on a husk pipe, Broad wondered if he was trying to replace the Valbec vapors single-handed. Flies buzzed in the soupy heat, and the place stank of unwashed bodies. Someone had daubed a childish drawing across the mosaic floor in red paint, but rain had come through the hole in the dome and washed half of it into a rusty puddle. Judge sat up on high in the judge's box, the lunatic ringleader of this carnival of fools, a judge's four-cornered black hat perched on her riot of red hair. She'd wreathed herself in stolen jewels, fingers crusted with rings, and one arm dripping with bracelets, guildsmen's chains and strings of pearls and ladies' necklaces in a tawdry tangle across her battered breastplate. She had one long, thin leg slung lazily over the arm of the gilded chair, tattooed writing scrawled blue around and around her bare white thigh. The sight of that leg gave Broad a strange feeling, deep inside. The same one he got when he felt violence coming. The dock held a bony old prisoner, hands tied behind his back, wispy hair stiffened with blood, chin covered with white stubble. The two guards by him wore clown's motley, but the swords they carried were no joke. "Richter Don Valamir," sneered Judge. "Quite apart from anything else, you stand accused of having a frickin' Dan in your name. Guilty." There were 10 whores in the jury box, 8 women and 2 boys, plus a thick-set man in an apron who looked decidedly puzzled to be there. One of the whores had leaped up, night bell tinkling around her neck, painted face twisted in a mad snarl. "Gosh, guilty!" "Ladies of the jury." Judge whacked at her desk for order with a hatchet, sending splinters flying. "How many times? Frickin' silence till I'm done with the charges." "I reject this court," growled Valamir, puffing up his chest. "I denounce it." Someone on the public benches flung rotten fruit at him. It missed, burst against the far wall, sprang slime across the fine old paneling. "You scum have no authority over me." "Wrong," shrieked Judge. "Show him our credentials." One of the men in motley clubbed Valamir across the head and knocked him gasping against the rail. The other dragged him up again, blood from a fresh cut streaking his face. Judge shook her ring-covered fist at him. "We have the authority of the fist. We have the authority of sharpened metal. We have the authority of force, you blubbing person, which is the only real authority there is." Some light cheering from the few members of the audience still conscious. "You should know that. You were a soldier. Counsel for the defense? Where's that jerk Randock?" A man rose trembling from behind a table covered with ash, empty bottles, and a fly-blown chicken carcass. He was stripped naked apart from a pair of broken lenses clinging to his broken nose, hands clasped defensively, his back a mass of purple bruises. "No defense, Your Honor," he gabbled out. "What defense could there be?" And he gave a hysterical little titter and shrank back into his broken chair, which rocked on 3 legs and nearly dumped him on the floor, much to the amusement of the jury.
Judge wasn't laughing. She'd caught sight of Vic and her breakers as they filtered through the door and spread out around the public benches. Her black eyes seemed to linger on Broad and made that guilty tickle spread all over him. He told himself she was lethal as a scorpion, but that didn't help, just the opposite. "I don't remember calling witnesses," she said, lip curling. "I might have to find you lot in contempt." "That's one word for it," said Vic, glancing around. "Rizanos sent us. He wants your prisoners." Judge reached for a bottle and took a long pull. Seeing folk drink always made Broad thirsty, but there was something about the way she wrapped her tongue around the glass neck made him especially want to be in her place. Or maybe it was the bottle's place he wanted. Judge narrowed her eyes at Vic. If Rizanos wants a favor, he should have come himself. He sent me. Should I be scared? The burners were waking up to the new arrivals now, staring blearily over, hands creeping towards weapons. Vic didn't step forward, didn't step back. "Not if you give me the prisoners." "My prisoners have charges to answer, sister, but don't worry." Judge waved towards the jury. "They deliberate like lightning, these difficult persons. Sometimes I have to stop 'em giving the verdict before I've even named the accused. If they were in charge in a dua, we'd soon have the case backlog cleared and every lawyer out of work." "They'd be engaging in illicit activities in the gutter," squealed one of the whores, to gales of laughter from her fellow jury members. And the naked lawyer flinched and looked down at his feet. Judge leaned forward, smile turning to a snarl. "We didn't throw down our masters just to raise up another? Far as I can see, Rizanos setting himself up like an owner above his workers, like a king above his subjects, like a judge above her jury," offered Vic. "Ouch." Judge pushed out her lips in a pantomime of upset. "Cut with my own razor, you cunning rilly." She leaned from her box to shriek at the tiny clerk's desk below, where a bent old beggar woman was sitting. "Strike that from the record." "Can't write anyway," muttered the beggar, and went back to drawing scribbles in the ledgers. "I get it," Vic stepped forward. "You want to see someone pay. No doubt there's plenty to pay for." Broad didn't know how she could stay so cool with all this sweltering madness around her. "No one wants to see them pay more than me, but we've a city full of people to think about. We need something to bargain with." It was a good effort, very calm, very reasonable. But Broad didn't reckon this was the place for calm or reason. Strip it all back. It's the authority of the fist that counts. Judge was right about that, and Broad knew it better than anyone. Beside him, Sarlby eased the dowel from the trigger of his flatbow. Judge slowly stood, clenched fists on her scarred desk, bony shoulders hunched around her neck, stolen chains swinging. "Oh, I see. You're going to march my prisoners up to our oppressors and swap 'em for a better world. Just you and your honeyed tongue." She stuck out her tongue and made the pointed end wiggle in a way Broad found disgusting and strangely exciting both at once. She was trouble made flesh, everything he'd sworn he was done with. Felt he was breaking his word just looking at her, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. "Please," she spat, "you can't buy freedom." And she snatched up her hatchet and hacked at the desktop, making everyone jump. "You have to cut it out of them. You have to burn the people, then dig through their ashes for it. Look at you sorry people, a crowd of cowards playing at change. Someone get these fools out of my sight." "Your Honor," one of the motley clowns stepped towards Vic. She says, "Out you go." He was cut off in a squawk as Broad caught him by the neck and flung him across the room. He crashed into the witness box, staving in the paneling with the side of his head and going down in a tangle of limbs and splinters, his sword clattering away across the floor. One of those long, silent moments then. Broad heard some hard breaths behind, the scrape as men stood, the rattle as Sarlby brought his bow to his shoulder, the soft ring of steel as weapons were drawn. Broad unhooked the lenses from his ears, folded them, slid them into his coat pocket. Ready to let go. Always ready. "Oh!"
Judge's throaty voice had gone all purry soft, and even though she was just a sparkly blur now, Broad knew she was staring straight at him. "You, I like. You've got a devil in you. Takes one to know one, eh?" Felt like Broad stood at a precipice, and all it would take was a nudge to tip him over. His voice seemed to come from a long way off, hardly sounded like his at all. "I don't want to hurt no one." "Course you really do. It's written all over you."
"'Cause you're not much at anything else, are you? But at hurting people, you're the best. Don't apologize for it. Don't snuff your candle, bad man. Let it burn. You belong with us. You belong with me. Don't want to hurt anyone?" She clicked a tongue. "Your mouth says you don't, but your fists say you do." Then Broad felt a hand on his shoulder. Gentle, but firm. "We just want the prisoners." Vic's voice, solid as a wall. "Then no one gets hurt." That wonderful, awful moment stretched out just a little longer. Then Judge slumped back into her seat, stuck out her tongue, and blew a long fart. "You're one of those stubborn, difficult persons, aren't you? Once you've latched your teeth into something, no amount of beating will get you off. You know why they call me Judge?" "Can't say I do," said Vic. "Used to settle the disputes among the whores down on the docks in Keln. Judge who had the right of it. Judge what was fair. Those girls can dispute really anything, believe me. And in that game, well, sometimes you've got to find a compromise. We're all on the same side, aren't we, after all seeking a better world? A world where we're all equal?" "That's right," said Vic, her hand still on Broad's prickling shoulder. "All equal. Even if our methods are different, meaning mine might really work and yours most assuredly really won't." Judge gave a generous wave of her hand, ring-covered fingers twirling. "Take the prisoners. But if you think you're getting anything for 'em from old Sticks, I reckon you'll learn a bitter lesson." "Warden of the court?" A man stepped forward and planted his gilded halberd on the tiles with a bang, smiling hugely, wearing only a filthy sock. "You're really honor. Conduct these worthies to the yard where the majority of our prisoners are taking their ease. And mind your foul mouth, you rogue you. Our guests have delicate sensibilities." She waved Valamir away. "Take him down and give him into the custody of the breakers. The lucky person. The lucky person. Ha! Case dismissed. No more violence today, then." Broad wasn't sure whether it was relief or disappointment he felt as he fumbled his lenses back on to see Judge pointing down at him, lips split in a mad smile. "As for you, you beautiful person, you get tired of pretending. My arms are always open." She whipped her hat off and tossed it spinning at the Cantic smoker. "Don't hog that pipe, you gosh. Stoke it up and pass it over." Broad stood staring at her a moment longer, pulse still thudding in his skull, then let Vic steer him after the warden's hairy buttocks and out of the courtroom. The jeers of the jury followed him, but they were half-hearted. It seemed for now the burners had drunk their fill of justice. He thought he could hear the creaking of rigging as he followed Vic down the shadowy steps behind the courtroom, the sound he'd heard when he looked up at the billowing sails on the voyage to Styria. But there was no reason for that much wood and rope behind a courthouse. "Bloody hell," whispered Sarlby as they stepped out into the light. Across the cobbled yard, between the broken windows to either side, the burners had set up a dozen great beams, stolen from some half-built mill, maybe. From those beams, at neat intervals, bodies hung. Might have been 100, might have been more, swaying just a little with the breeze. There were men and women. There were young and old. All equal now, all right. "Bloody hell," whispered Sarlby again. None of the other breakers said a word. Vic stood staring. Broad stood staring. High ideals, like the ones that led him to Styria, they surely can take you to some dark places. There's a few haven't been tried yet, down in the cells. The warden sniffed and adjusted his dirty sock.
Guess you can have 'em too. Young men's folly. Prince Orso isn't coming, said Leo, stomping up the crumbling stairway after his mother with the dogman behind him. We have to fight. Her only reply was a frustrated sigh as she stepped onto the moss-speckled roof of the tower. From the top there was a fine view of the valley below the ruined holdfast, the road threading along its bottom, and the high fell on the far side, crowned by red bracken. Off to the west, the road met a fast-flowing stream and crossed it by an ancient-looking bridge. There must have been a village beyond, the houses out of sight, but the smoke from their chimneys faintly smudging the sky. Cries drifted over as the wind picked up. Thousands of men, hundreds of horses, dozens of wagons trickling down the road between the two hills and over the bridge in a glittering ribbon. The army of England pulling back steadily to the south and west, just as it had been for weeks. Munstered and Clencher brought 2,000 men from England. We won't get any more. Leo stepped up next to his mother, planting his fists on the crumbling parapet. Hold off now, we'll look like cowards. His mother gave a dry little laugh. The one advantage of being a woman in command of an army is that you don't have to worry about looking cowardly. Everyone expects it. Well, bloody be cowards, the dogman snorted. Your mother was a prisoner of Black Dow and faced him down, and didn't only talk her own way free, but saved 60 men besides. I'll hear her given no lessons in courage, boy. There's a world of difference between being scared to fight and waiting till you can win. As long as you stop waiting. Leo waved off in a direction he hoped was southwest, past the bridge towards England, the direction the Union men were retreating. Always retreating. We're no more than 80 miles from the border, and if we're pushed all the way to the White Flow, we'll never push back. The Protectorate will be finished. He might have hoped for some support from the dogman. His bloody Protectorate, wasn't it? And he'd stood beside the Bloody Nine, the greatest champion the world ever saw, who won 11 duels and claimed the crown of the North in the circle. But the old Northman only frowned into the valley and thoughtfully rubbed at his pointed jaw, and quietly said, "Well, you have to be realistic. Not lasts forever." "I understand the stakes," said Leo's mother, turning from the road to frown at the dark woods to the north, fussing absently at that bald patch she had under her hair. You could see the footprint of the fortress on the hilltop below them, the walls little more than heaps of rubble, loose stones scattered down the hillside, the forest pressing in at the base. If you think all we do is run away, our enemies might too. Creases spread around the corners of the dogman's eyes as he grinned. "You're going to fight 'em here. You approve? Ground's good." He considered the steep-sided trough of a valley with its gray thread of a river, its brown thread of a road, the rocky hills to either side. Could be very good if luck's with us. "You're going to fight them here?" asked Leo, eyes wide. "This is a war, isn't it?" Store Nightfall has moved ahead of his father and his uncle, perhaps as much as a day ahead. His men are scattered, tired, undersupplied, and exposed. The dogman grinned. "Touch reckless of him, a mistake I hope we can make fatal, if we put a fat enough worm on the hook. You know how warriors are about their flags." Leo's mother turned to look at him. "Your standard should be the very bait he needs, especially after you stung his pride by stealing one of his. We'll make it look as though our rearguard is caught in a tangle on the bridge. Hopefully it'll be a temptation he can't resist." "You want me here, in the ruin?" asked the dogman. "Hidden and waiting for my signal. England's forces will be concentrated behind that hill to the south. Once Nightfall is committed, we fall upon him from both sides and catch him against the river. If we manage it well, we might destroy him in one throw. That'd do a lot to even the odds, and make me feel a great deal better about all this retreating. Believe it or not, Leo, I enjoy it no more than you do." Leo couldn't stop the smile spreading across his face. "We're gonna fight them here."
The day after tomorrow, I hope. Do either of you have an opinion on the plan? Leo was too busy imagining the victory. The two hills would be the jaws of their trap. The great wolf, lured into the valley between them by his own arrogance, surrounded at the bridge and crushed against the water. What a song that would make! He was already wondering what they'd call the battle when the history books were written. "I like it," said the dogman. "If there's one thing you can rely on, it's young men's folly. I'll send word for Ufrit's warriors to gather here and be ready for a battle." He paused, wind stirring the gray hair about his craggy face. "Lady Finri, I've fought beside great warriors, great war chiefs. Against some, too. But I rarely saw an army better handled than by you. Might be men who think there's something weak in what you've done the last few weeks." He curled his tongue and spat over the battlements. "Those men know less nothin' about war. Would have been easy to break faith with us, let us be swallowed up. But you kept your word. Aren't many who do, once they see it'll cost them." And he held out his hand. Leo's mother blinked, evidently moved, and took it. "I'll have kept my word when you are back in your garden in Ufrith, not a moment before." He broke out a great toothy grin. "Then we'll drink to our victory there." And the dogman turned and trotted down the crumbling stair with a new spring in his step. It gave Leo a flush of pride to see the respect the old Northman had for his mother, the respect they had for each other. He took a breath of sharp air through his nose and let it sigh happily out. "I'll lead those men at the bridge." "No," said his mother. "I want your standard there to draw him on, but not you." "The first wave of reinforcements, then?" "No." And she gave him that look down her nose that always made him feel like he was still a little boy. "Well, keep our cavalry in reserve in the village of Sudlandal." She nodded towards the faint smoke rising beyond the bridge. "I want you with them." "With the reserves?" He waved a hand towards the valley. "Towards the glory, towards the songs. Finally we fight, and you leave me with the baggage? It's not as if I'm sending you back to Ostenhorn." The muscles at her temples squirmed as she clenched her jaw. "If something goes wrong, as it very well might, you can ride in and save the day. That's why we're all here, isn't it? To bear witness to your legend?" "That's so unfair," he whined, the niggling thought that it might be entirely fair making him even angrier. "When you're fighting for your life, you don't leave your best sword on the mantelpiece and charge in with a bread knife." "There are other men in this army who can fight." She spoke with icy calm, but there was an angry color spreading across her face. "Experienced men who understand the value of caution and planning and of doing as they're bloody told. You're reckless, Leo. I can't risk it." "No," he snarled, thumping the crumbling battlements with his fist and sending stones clattering down the wall. "I'll be Lord Governor soon. I'm not a boy anymore." "Then really act like it," she snarled, with such violence he shrank back a little. "This isn't a negotiation. You'll stay with the reserves, and that's the end of it. Your father's dead. He's dead, and I can't lose you, too. Do you understand?" She turned her back on him to look into the valley. "I can't lose you, too." There was the slightest quaver in her voice, and somehow that cut him down more sharply than any sword blow. He stood staring, suddenly guilty and ashamed, and feeling an utter fool. She'd carried him when his father died and he fell all to pieces. She'd stood dry-eyed and stern by the grave, and through his tears Leo had thought how heartless she was. But he saw now she'd stayed strong because someone had to. She'd been carrying them all ever since. Instead of being grateful, being a good son, helping her lift this impossible weight, he'd moped and whined and picked at her as if there was nothing bigger at stake than his pride. He had to blink back tears himself, and he stepped up and put a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You won't lose me, Mother," he said. "You'll never lose me." She laid her hand on his. An old hand, it seemed suddenly, frail, the skin on the back wrinkled around the knuckles. "I'll lead the reserves," he said. They stood together in the wind, looking down into the valley. The party's over. The clatter of the handle, the gurgle of filthy water as it surged into the bucket, the slop and trickle as she lifted it, breath wheezing, legs, arms, shoulders trembling, and passed it to May, and took an empty bucket from the old man on her left, handle clattering, and bent to the water again. She stood hunched, up to her knees in the river, soaked dress rolled and tucked into a belt made from knotted rope, all thought of propriety long gone. All thought of propriety had gone the moment she staggered from this sewer of a river the first time, shivering in her drawers. Clatter, gurgle, slop and trickle. How long had she been filling buckets now? It felt like hours. As blue evening turned to gray twilight, turned to mad darkness lit by the glow of fires. As the distant tang of burning became a tickling reek, then an endless scratching of smoke that even with a wet rag across her face made her want to choke with every breath. How long had she been filling buckets now? It felt like days. It felt as if she had always been filling buckets and always would be. The women made a chain, passing slopping pails, cans, pots from hand to hand up the shore, children darting back through the rubbish with the empties so Savine could take them and fill them again. Clatter, gurgle, slop and trickle. On the other side of the river, mills were burning, flames towering into the night. The great chimneys black fingers against the brilliance, their reflections wriggling in the slow-flowing water. Burning things drifted from the sky into the streets, onto the beach, into the river, little flaming birds that sputtered and popped, dancing lights floating on the black mirror for a moment before they were gone. Up among the burning buildings, at the end of the chain of buckets, men struggled with the fires, shouting, bellowing, yelling at one another. Anger, maybe. Desperation, maybe. Encouragement, maybe. Savine was too tired to tell the difference. So tired she could hardly remember how to speak, how to think. She had become a machine herself, a machine for filling buckets. Chicken first, then shirt on a stick, then head up to the nearest barricade and tell them Crown Prince Orso would very much like to speak to Mulmer of the Breakers. Tell them I am ready to negotiate. Tell them I am keen to negotiate. Tell them I am very eager to negotiate. "Yes, Your Highness," said Yolk, still looking somewhat sour. "Yes, Your Highness," said Tallow, his eyes still wide. Narrowing them simply did not appear to be an option for the boy. Orso stood frowning towards the city as they walked away, one hand on his stomach. "Hildy?" he called. The girl was sitting cross-legged in her drummer boy's uniform, making a chain of daisies. "Little busy here. Get me a chicken, would you? I could eat." "Get everyone a chicken, then." "Chicken, Master Sulphur? Very kind, Your Highness, but I must keep to a very specific diet." "The discipline of the magical arts, eh?" Sulphur grinned wide, showing 2 rows of shiny white teeth. "We all must make sacrifices." "I suppose so. Never been much good at it, though. Lack of practice, probably," said Hildy. Orso snorted up a laugh. "I can hardly deny it. I fear I want everyone to like me, Master Sulphur." "We all do, Your Highness, but he who tries to please everyone pleases no one at all. I wish I could deny that, too, but I've certainly pleased no one so far." He looked over at the Magus, who, aside from the staff, was about the least magical-looking man one could have asked for. "Don't suppose you could solve all this with, I don't know, a spell? Magic can level mountains."
I have seen it, but there is always a cost, and it rises with each passing year. In my experience, swords offer considerably better value. You speak more like an accountant than a wizard. A sign of the times, Your Highness. Superior Pike? Can I tempt you to chicken? The superior did not look pleased by the thought of chicken. Indeed, it was the most Orso could do to stand his ground as the man's hideously burned face advanced on him. "You mean to treat with the rebels?" "I do, superior." Orso gave a false chuckle. "After all, what harm can talk do?" "A very great deal. I am not sure His Eminence will approve." "Is there anything His Eminence does approve of?" Orso grinned, but Pike's face remained impassive. Perhaps it was the burns. Perhaps he was thoroughly tickled but physically unable to smile. Perhaps he was chortling away on the inside the whole time. It did not seem likely. Look, Superior, the wonderful thing about being Crown Prince is you can talk and wheedle and promise and bluster, and everyone has to listen. He leaned close to murmur in the melted remnants of Pike's ear. But you never have the power to actually do anything. Pike raised one brow, or looked as if he would have, had he any to raise. Then he gave the faintest nod, perhaps even a nod of approval, and faded back to confer with Sulphur. Orso was left alone in the wheat field with Tunny, the steadfast standard resting covered in the crook of one arm. "What is it, Corporal?" "I never saw more harm done than by the heroes who couldn't wait to get started." Orso popped open his top button. Uniforms were a great help around the belly, but they could get awfully tight at the throat. "Well, if I excel at anything, it's doing nothing." "You know what, Your Highness? I'm starting to think you might make a better-than-average king." "So you're always telling me?" "Yes." Tunny had a knowing smirk as he watched the men of the Crown Prince's division steadily spread out around the city. "But I never actually meant it before." "The Battle of Red Hill." "How's your leg?" asked Rikke. "Sore," said Izern, wrinkling her nose as she picked at the stitches with a fingernail, "and somewhat crusty." She straightened with a sigh. "But sore and crusty is about as good as one could hope for from an arrow wound." She stuck 2 fingers in a pouch and started smearing something on the pink and puckered skin. It was Rikke's turn to wrinkle her nose. The smell of it was quite impossible to describe. By the dead, trying to hold her breath, what is that? Izern started to wind a fresh bandage around her thigh. "Better you don't know. I might have to spread some on you if you get arrow pricked, and I wouldn't want you arguing." She slipped a pin through the bandage and stood, wincing as she rubbed at her thigh with her thumb, flexing her knee, testing her weight on it. "Knowledge isn't always a gift, do you see? Sometimes it's better we be swaddled in the comforting darkness of ignorance." She pushed a pellet of chaga up behind her lip, then rolled another between finger and thumb and handed it over. Rikke chomped on it, savored that sour, earthy taste which she'd found so vile when she started chewing it, but that now she could never get enough of, and pushed it down behind her lip. It was cold. No fires in case Storr's scouts saw them and spoiled the trap, and she'd hardly slept, and she was aching and hungry, but sick at the same time, and gosh, she felt nervous. Kept fussing with her fingers, fussing at the chaga pellet with her tongue, fussing at the runes around her neck, fussing at the ring through her nose. "Stop fussing," said Izern. "Neither of us'll be fighting." "I can feel worried for those who will, can't I?" "Meaning your young lion?" Izern grinned, tip of her tongue showing through that hole in her teeth. "Can't spend your whole life just messing around, you know." "No." Rikke gave a smoky sigh. "Something to aim for, though. I've heard less noble goals, 'tis true." The silence stretched. The silence and the nerves, and somewhere, someone started up a song in a deep bass. That one about the battle in the high places, where her father laid Bethode low. Old battles, old victories. She wondered whether sometime in the future folk would sing songs about the Battle of Red Hill, and if they did, who'd be the winners and who the losers. "When will they get here?" she asked for the 100th time. Izern leaned on her spear and frowned off to the east. The sun was rising there, a brilliant crescent over the hills that set the edges of the clouds on fire. The valley below was dark still, here or there a glitter on the stream, mist hanging over the trees that marched off to the north. "Could be soon," mused Izern. "Could be later. Might be they change their mind and don't come at all. In other words, you've no notion." Izern glanced sideways. "If only someone could just look into the future and tell us how it'll all unfold. That'd be handy." "Aye." Rikke planted her chin in her palms and sagged. "It would." "Bravery," said Gloward, staring gloomily at the fire. "Audacity, loyalty, yes, but I never guessed patience would be the soldier's most important virtue." Barneva rubbed at his scar with a thumb tip. "Fighting and soldiering are 2 very different things." They were starting to seem like opposite things to Leo. He frowned at the sun, the slightest pink smudge in the east.
He could have sworn the very thing was rising at 1/10 the normal speed. No doubt it was somehow in league with his mother. "Patience is the parent of success," murmured Durand, with so gentle a touch on Leo's shoulder he only just felt it. Staulicus. Huh. Normally, as the sun rose, Leo would have been training. He'd heard Bremer Dan Gorst, well into his 50s, still trained for 3 hours every day, so he'd determined to do the same. But what's the point of training if you end up stuck in a village miles from the fight? He took a hard breath and let it smoke away, his 1000th of the morning so far. Nothing to do but wait. Whitewater Gin carefully pushed his sausages around the pan and made them sizzle. The fork looked tiny in his paw of a hand. Wait and eat. The smell was making Leo's stomach rumble, but there was no way he could think of eating. He was too nervous, too impatient, too frustrated. By the dead! He flung an arm towards the men scattered about the village, already in their armor. Anglin's cavalry, the best and the brightest, sitting idle. She should be letting us fight. What's she thinking? "I saw an army mishandled in Styria," said Barneva. "This is not what it looks like." "If you ask me," said Durand, "the lady governor's a very capable general." "No one did ask you," snapped Leo, even though he just had. Durand heaved out a sigh, and Barneva drew his blanket tight about his shoulders, and they went back to watching the sausages sizzle. Leo frowned up at the sound of hooves. One rider cotting down the rutted track that led from the bridge. Antaup, loose in his saddle. "Morning," he called, scraping that lock of dark hair back with his fingers. "Any news?" Leo couldn't keep the eager little warble out of his voice, though it was perfectly clear there was no news at all. He was needy as a jilted lover, unable to stop pining no matter how often he was turned down. "No news," said Antaup, swinging from his saddle. He peered over Gin's big shoulder at the pan. "Don't suppose you lads have a sausage spare?" Barneva grinned up. "For a boy with a smile as pretty as yours, I think we can find a sausage." "Do you have to?" snapped Leo, curling his lip with disgust. "What did Mother say?" He right away regretted his choice of words, but how does a man make taking orders from his mother sound good? "She said sit tight." Antaup leaned on Gin's shoulder, made him turn, then reached around his blind side and nimbly stole the fork from his plate. "She said she'd let you know if anything changed." And he stretched over to fork one of the sausages from the pan. "Oi!" snapped Gin, elbowing him away. Leo frowned up towards the red-topped hill, a black lump against the pinking sky, here and there the telltale glint of metal where the men were getting ready for battle, or for just another day of waiting. The waiting, the endless fricking waiting. "Sounds a lot like the nail," said Shivers, frowning down towards the woods. "If Black Calders sent a man around the back, the nail's the sort of man he'd send." Ricka's father gave a low grunt. "Maybe." "Give me a few Carls," said Shivers. "I'll have a route around those woods. If I find nothing, nothing lost." Ricka's father looked from Shivers to Eisern to Ricka and back. "Route around then, but quick. If we're called for, we can't wait." Shivers nodded and slipped down the crumbling steps. The sun was getting higher, and down in the valley, on the brown strip of the road, men were moving. A few, and coming carefully. Oh, by the dead. Ricka covered her eye with her hand, felt it still throbbing hot against her palm. "Tell me you see them?" "Oh, aye. Store Nightfall's scouts, I reckon." And Eisern spat. "Course I see them." Muddy gray dawn had become muddy gray morning by the time Leo rode up through the red bracken on the hillside. The men of Anglin sat in massed ranks where they were hidden from the valley, armed and ready. Some stood to salute, a few held up their swords. Others called out, "The young lion!" against their orders to stay quiet. Seemed the soldiers approved of him a lot more than his mother did. She was kneeling in the bracken just beyond the summit, an eyeglass trained on the valley, a whispering group of scouts and officers around her. She shook her head as he crept over, keeping low. "I thought I gave on top orders that you shouldn't come up here?" "Yes, and I came. Anyway." He trailed off. There were men in the valley, mounted men, spread out, watching their little show of incompetence down at the bridge. Northmen, without a doubt. "Nightfall scouts?" he asked in an eager whisper.
She handed him her eyeglass. "And his main body is following close behind. Head of the column is there at the farm." Leo trained the glass on a few pale farm buildings higher up the valley. Metal gleamed on the brown strip of road, mail and spear points. A column of armed men, moving towards the bridge. Carls, from the little spots of bright color which must be their shields. Like seeing one ant in the grass and suddenly seeing dozens, Leo became aware of another column, and another. "Bloody hell," he squawked, excitement surging up his throat and nearly choking him. "They're taking the bait!" He squinted harder. There was something waving beside the farm, a tall gray flag, and though he couldn't be sure at this distance, he'd a feeling there was a black wolf on it. "Nightfall's standard," he whispered. "Yes." His mother pulled her eyeglass from his limp grip and set it to her own eye again. "And this time, I've no doubt, the great wolf is here in person." "What did these jerks do?" asked Clover, frowning up at the bodies. "They was on the dogman's side," said Greenway, nodding like a family dangling from a tree was a job well done. "Couple of thralls had dragged a cupboard from the farmhouse. Now they shoved it over in the dirt and started hacking at it with axes." Clover squinted at him, bemused. "What is it they think an axe will reveal that opening the doors won't?" "Hidden stuff. Gold, maybe." "Gold? You're having a laugh." Greenway frowned a pouty frown. Aside from sneers, it was his one expression. "Silver, then. Silver. If these jerks had silver, let alone gold, why the hell would they be up here farming for a pittance? They'd be in town, drunk, which is where I should bloody be." "Best to be sure," said one of the men. "Oh, aye," said Clover. "Dare say you'll be burning the house once you've found nothing, 'cause fire is pretty." The man glanced over at Greenway, somewhat sheepish, and scratched his head. Seemed that was exactly what he'd been planning. "And if Store wants somewhere to sleep tonight, he can curl up in the ashes, can he?" Clover strolled past, shaking his head. What a waste. Waste of people, waste of things, waste of effort. But that was war for you. Nothing he hadn't seen a dozen times before. If the great wolf wanted to decorate his new land with corpses and have creaking ropes for music, then who was he to complain? The king-in-waiting was a little further on with Wonderful, considering the view while he chewed on a stolen apple. "Don't like the looks of this," said Clover, folding his arms tight. "Not one bit." "No," said Wonderful, "it really stinks." The road dropped into a grassy valley ahead, a steep hill on either side. One had some old ruin clinging to its rocky top, the other was bigger and shallower, red bracken giving the crown a dried blood look Clover didn't much care for. Between the two fells, down in the valley's bottom, a little bridge crossed a stream. Looked like there might be a few Union men tangled up on both sides of it. Clover's eyes weren't all they once had been, but he thought he could see a flag waving above them. Store's eyes were sharper and thoughtfully narrowed in its direction. "You reckon that's Leo Danbrock's standard down there?" Clover felt his heart sinking. It was getting to be a familiar feeling around Black Calder's son. "Could be someone else's," he tried, hopefully. "No one's in particular?" "No, it's his." Store worked the words around and spat 'em out. "The Young Lion. What kind of name is that? Ridiculous." Clover held up his hands and fluttered the fingers. "The Great Wolf. Now that's a name." Wonderful made a little squeak. She had her lips pressed together tight like she was trying not to soil herself. Store frowned at her, then at Clover. "Are you making light of me, you old jerk?" Clover looked dumbstruck. "Man like me make light of a man like you? I wouldn't dare. I'm agreeing, the Young Lion is a stupid name for a man to have. For one thing, he's not a lion, is he? For another, he's, what, 20-ish? "About that," said Wonderful. "So, considering the lifespan of a lion—" Clover squinted up at the gray sky, no idea how long a lion lived. "Probably, maybe, he'd be quite an old lion, would he?" He kept his face blank as fresh snow, counting on the short attention span common to famous warriors, and, indeed, soon enough, the great wolf forgot all about it, fully occupied glowering down the valley, towards that bridge, towards that standard. He gave a great sniff. "Let's have a poke at those jerks." All of a sudden, Wonderful looked like soiling herself for very different reasons. "Don't know about that, Chief. You sure?" "Ever known me to not be sure?"
In Clover's experience, only idiots were ever sure about anything. He nodded up towards that ruined tower above the bridge, the red-topped fell on the other side. Could be a trap. If they've got men waiting on those hills, we'd be putting ourselves in a right pickle. No doubt, said Wonderful, jaw set tight. Store gave an irritated hiss. Everything looks like a trap to you two. Act that way, said Clover. You'll never be surprised. You'll never surprise your enemy either. Bring up a couple of 100 Carls, Wonderful. And Store bunched his fists, white-knuckle tight, like he couldn't wait to start throwing punches. Let's give those jerks a poke. She pointed that brow of hers at Clover, but he could only shrug. So she turned and bellowed at one of the scouts to bring up more men. What else could she do? Getting folk to do what your chief says is what being a second is all about. Whether or not your chief's a jerk is beside the point. Ricka crouched on the roof of the broken tower, twitching, chewing, fretting, even more nervous than before, almost too nervous to bear. First, the Union had been forced back over the bridge. Then more Union men had come up and driven the Northmen back. Then more Northmen had come up, and now there was a great clog of warriors crowding in on either side of the river. More of Nightfall's Carls flooding down the road towards it. Strange sounds floated up, twisted by wind and distance.
That bloody fool stumbled right into it. Ricka's father was licking his lips, but she couldn't share his joy. Couldn't twitch free of the feeling it was them stumbling into something. She glanced towards the trees again. The men she'd seen with the long eye had faded now. Maybe she caught their ghostly after-images. Maybe nothing. We can't wait any longer. Red Hat? Aye, Chief? Send Oxel and Hardbread the word. Wait, hissed Ricka. There was something moving in the woods. Branches thrashing, a glimmer of metal through the leaves. Tell me you see that. Her father's face had turned grim. I see that. Shivers burst from the trees, running full tilt for the fortress. Some of his scouts shot from the woods around him, one looking back as they started to scramble up the grassy hillside. "Man the walls!" roared Shivers. Arrows flitted from the trees, twittering about him. One of his men took a shaft in the back and slipped, tottered up, carried on running with the shaft sticking from his shoulder. Woods are full of the jerks. Ricka's father stood up tall at the crumbling battlements, bellowing down into the yard. "Man the walls! Black Calders coming from the north!" Then Ricka saw that pale man step out of the trees, right to the spot she'd already seen him in. He beckoned with his axe, just the way she'd already seen him do, and men started to spill from the woods around him. "It's the nail!" roared Red Hat, waving his sword, and warriors swarmed towards the ruined walls, falling over each other in their haste to shift from the south side of the fortress to the north. Now came the standard, black with the red circle, Bethod's standard, Black Calder's standard. Suddenly the tree line was alive with men. Isern gave a sigh. There's the problem with looking for a fight. And she pulled the deerskin cover from the bright blade of her spear. Sometimes you get more fight than you wanted. Seemed the nail was smiling right at Ricka now, just the way she'd known he would. Without taking her eyes from the valley, Leo's mother held up a finger. Get the troops on their feet. Leo heard the calls of the officers spreading out across the back of the hill. The great scrape and rattle as the men stood, took up their weapons, began to form ranks. The valley was flooded with Northmen now, hundreds of them, thousands, an iron plague spreading steadily down the road towards the bridge. Leo felt utterly useless. All he could do was kneel in the dirt, the steadily thickening drizzle seeping through his armor, and watch. "The men are ready, Lady Finri," said an officer. "Should we advance?" She shook her head. "Just a little longer, Captain. Just a little longer." The time stretched, slow, silent, unbearably tense. A bird hovered high overhead, feathers ruffling in the wind, poised and ready to swoop, knowing the right moment. Her eyes flickered over the disorganized fighting at the bridge, across the columns of Northmen in the valley, up to the farm and back. "My father always told me that was half a general's job." "The other half?" asked Leo, "looking like you know the right moment." And she stood up tall and slapped the dirt from the knees of her skirt. "Ritter?" A freckled little boy stepped up with a bugle clenched tight in one fist.
"Your Grace, sound the advance." It rang out over the valley, piercingly loud, and there was an almighty clattering as several thousand armored men began to march. "Gosh," said Wonderful, frowning at the red hill. Clover felt that familiar sinking feeling as he followed her eyes. That feeling he'd got at least once in every battle he'd ever fought in. Spear tips showed over the brow, against the spitting sky. Then helmets, then men. Ranks and ranks of men. Union foot, well-armed and organized, and coming down from the high ground on their flank. They didn't seem to trouble the great wolf any, quite the reverse. "Lovely," he purred, grinning like an eager groom watching his bride shown in. "Really beautiful. Form a shield wall facing that fell, and we'll get to grips with these Union bastards." "Lovely. We don't know where the dog man is." Clover pointed up towards the ruined fortress with a stabbing finger. Even his old eyes could pick out figures on the roof of that tower. What if there's men up there? We'll be showing 'em our bare backsides, I guess. Storr looked back to the bridge, in no hurry. It was a right mess down there now. Corpses scattered, arrows flitting, spears tangled, men struggling in the water even. Storr tapped a finger against his pursed lips as he watched, like a cook judging whether to toss a pinch more salt in the pot, rather than a war chief sending men to their deaths. But maybe that's just the kind of carelessness with other men's lives a general needs. "Bring everyone up. I think I'll have that bridge." Wonderful looked stunned, and well she might have. "You're playing their bloody game," she said. "It's a freaking trap." Storr's wet eyes rolled towards her. "Course it is, but who's caught in it?" "We are," snapped Clover, "and tripping over ourselves on the way. What'll your father say to this? He'll be really delighted." The wolf grin spread across Storr's face. The whole thing was his idea. Clover blinked. "What?" Storr nodded towards the old fortress. "He's on the other side of that hill, ready to attack. These fools think they'll catch us with our trousers down." He leaned close to Clover. "But it's us who'll catch them. Come on, you old difficult people." And he drew his sword, spun it around in his fingers lightly as an eating knife. "We've a freaking battle to win." Ricka never saw a battle before, and she hoped she never saw another. Black Calder's men pressed in on every side. The tumbled-down wall had become a mass of straining men, a great tangle of shields and clattering, sliding, stabbing spears. One had a flag on it that had got all wrapped around a Carl's arm, and he was shrieking with fury as he tried to drag it free, and only got himself more tangled. Ricka saw a spear blade poking into his cheek, and he twisted and shouted, but couldn't be heard, couldn't be moved, was eased onto that spear by the weight of men behind, the trickle of blood becoming a bubbling rush, and Ricka looked away, the breath crawling in her throat. She saw her father on the steps of the tower, veins standing from his neck as he roared words she couldn't hear over the screams of pain and screams of rage. How could anyone bring order to this chaos? Might as well command a storm to stop blowing. She saw a boy with curly hair, just staring, taking a step one way, then the other way, face white and pale and his jaw hanging open, not knowing what to do. Ricka wondered if he was going to die here, wondered if she was going to die here. The rain was coming heavier now, on a chill wind, beating weapons and armor, sticking hair to snarling faces, turning ground churned by boots and bodies to sticky mud. "Heave!" The shield wall was no more than 10 strides from her, buckling and twisting, shields shrieking and scraping, boots sliding as men tried desperately to shove the attackers back. One stood tall to lash over the top of the wall with his axe, stood again and squealed as a spear caught him under the rim of his helmet. He fell back, shrieking, thrashing, blood leaking between the fingers clapped to his face. "My eye! My eye!" Arrows flitted down, clicked from the ground, bounced from a dead campfire. A man sank to his knees, leaning on his mace, face all crumpled, drooling, wheezing, a shaft in his back. "Careful," said Isern, easing Ricka behind a broken pillar, mossy old devil faces carved around the head. "Careful," and Ricka felt something cold brush her palm,
and saw that Isern had slipped a knife into her hand, and she stared at it as if she'd never seen such a thing before. She saw a man sitting on the ground, cursing as he fiddled with his bloody sleeve, blood in his beard, axe dangling from one wrist.
She saw a man stomping on someone's head, spots of blood across his mad snarl as he lifted his boot and rammed it down, lifted it and rammed it down. "Can you save my leg?" A lad with yellow hair turned dark by the drizzle and the rags of his trousers all oozing black. Another man gibbered, mail pulled up to show a little slit that welled blood, and when the healer wiped it, welled again, and she wiped it again, but the blood came too fast to stop, too fast. There was a kind of groan, and at the crumbling wall where that pretty weed had grown, the shields buckled, gave, and Rickis stared as Black Calder's men surged into the fortress. A knot of them, mail rain-glinting and mud-spattered. A wedge of them, bristling with sharpened steel. A dagger thrust of them, screaming their war cries, and at their very front a man with gold on his helmet and a green tree on his shield, all scored and dented. He rushed right at Rikke with an axe held high. That would have been a good moment to run, but maybe she'd run enough. Maybe the madness was catching. Without thinking, she dropped into a crouch and bared her teeth and raised her knife to meet him. He twisted at a mad screech, and Isern sprang from the crumbling steps on one leg, point of her spear darting over his shield rim, catching him under the jaw and ripping his throat wide. He wobbled another step or two, blood showering down that green tree and turning it red. Then his knees went, and he fell on his face, gold-chased helmet bouncing off and rolling right between Rikke's boots. She saw Shivers snarling, hacking, snarling, metal eyes shining. She saw Red Hat shooting arrows into the midst. She saw other men she knew, some of her father's closest, good men, gentlemen, screeching hate, shoving with shields, chopping with swords and axes. That wedge of Black Calder's men was choked off and hemmed in and cut down one by one, stabbed with spears, shoved over with shields, stomped on the ground. One huge warrior was left, wearing battered plates of armor, swinging a great axe around in heedless circles, rattling and clattering against the spears that stabbed at him. Then a snarling thrall sprang onto his back, caught him around the throat, hacking at him with a knife. Another darted in and chopped at his leg, brought him lurching onto one knee. Then they were all around him, Oxel using his sword like a pick in both hands to chisel his helmet off, chisel his skull open. She saw Isern, tongue pressed into the hole in her teeth as she stabbed one stricken warrior after another with her spear. One crawled towards Rikke, crying through a faceful of mud, and Shivers stepped on his neck and took the top of his head off with a swing of his sword. That assault was made into a heap of dead, their bravery all come to nothing, but Black Calder's men still pressed in all around. Through waving spears, she saw the male, up on the wall, shaking his axe, blood-dotted face twisted with fury and laughter at once, screaming, "Kill the difficult people! Kill the difficult people!" Arrows flickered over, the noise of fighting like hail on a tin roof. Rikke saw ghosts now, among the fighting, among the killing, among the dead. Ghosts of men fighting, killing, dying. Battles long done, maybe, and battles yet to come. And she slid down the pillar until her backside hit mud, knife dropping from her hand into the dirt, and sat there trembling with her smarting eyes squeezed shut. Leo stood at the top of the hill, hands helplessly clenching and unclenching. It was the greatest battle he'd ever seen, the greatest the North had seen since the Battle of Osrung, where his mother loved to say he'd been conceived. Nightfall's shield wall had bent back when the Anglanders first charged. It had buckled, looked ready to give under the strain, but it held. More Northmen had filtered down the road to shore it up and pushed the Anglanders back to the base of the Red Hill. Now there was a boiling engagement all the way along the valley bottom, the mad clamor echoing from the fells, the carnage at the bridge at one end. If the Dogman swept down from the other side of the valley now, it would all be over.
Nightfall would be surrounded, shattered. They could take every one of his men prisoner. Perhaps they could even capture the great wolf himself and make the jerk kneel. But the dogman didn't appear, and the glee of the officers on the hilltop turned to concern, then grim worry. "Where is the dogman?" muttered Leo's mother. The ruin on the far side of the valley was just a ghost through the thickening rain. He should be attacking. "Yes," said Leo. He couldn't say more. His mouth was too dry. "Can't see a thing in this very rain," she fretted. "No," said Leo. He'd always been a doer. Sitting idle while other men fought was torture. If he doesn't come soon... They could all see it. Some of Nightfall's thralls were still dribbling onto the battlefield. If the dogman didn't come soon, they might get around the flank, and the Union line would crumble. A rider came lurching up the back of the hill, pushing his mount hard. A Northman, rattled and dirt-spattered. Leo's mother strode up as he slithered from the saddle. "What's become of the dogman?" "Black Calder came out of the woods," he said, breathing hard. "We're only just hanging on at the ruin. No way we can help with the attack." One officer swallowed. Another stared down into the valley. A third seemed to deflate like a punctured wineskin. "Black Calder was supposed to be a day away," breathed Leo's mother, her eyes wide. "He tricked us," muttered Leo. They were caught in their own trap, outnumbered and facing destruction. He stared towards the bridge. That was where he belonged, where the names were made and tomorrow's songs written. He could make the difference. He knew he could. Strategy had failed. It was time to fight. "We have to send in the reserves." He stepped close to his mother. "No whining now, no wheedling, just the simple truth. There's no choice. We're committed." She frowned down into the valley, a muscle on the side of her head constantly working, and said nothing. "If we pull back, we leave the dogman at Black Calder's mercy. We have to fight." She closed her eyes, her mouth a hard, flat line, and said nothing. "Mother." He put one hand gently on her shoulder. "Wars may be won by the clever, but battles have to be fought by the brave. It's time." She opened her eyes and took a hard breath and puffed it out. "Go," she said. It was as if that one soft word lit a fire in Leo's belly and set his body tingling from the roots of his hair to the tips of his toes. He felt a great smile spread across his face as he turned. "Durand!" he barked out, voice quivering with excitement. "We're going in!" Durand sprang up. "Yes, sir!" and he hurried for his horse. "Leo!" He turned back. His mother stood there against the gray sky, fists clenched tight. "Give those jerks trouble," she snarled. "Come on!" screamed Storr. He hadn't bothered with a helmet, which seemed a prime slice of folly to Clover. But if men can't see your face, how can they tell everyone afterwards who did all the high deeds? "I want me that bridge," snarled the great wolf, wet hair plastered to his forehead and his teeth bared as a wolf's teeth should properly be. "That's my really bridge." It was all quite the mess now. Storr's Carls had only just held the Union at the foot of that red hill, their shield wall twisting back on itself and threatening to burst. But they'd held them, and now there was a mad fight all along the valley, the bridge at one end the fiercest spot. Leo Dun Brock's golden standard fluttering above the carnage. It was a temptation Storr couldn't ignore. Let me at that jerk! He was near frothing at the mouth. I'll slit this young lion completely. That bridge really didn't seem worth all the effort to Clover. If it hadn't been for all the rain the last week, you could have just stepped around the difficult thing without getting your feet wet. He started to slow. Let Stour and his eager young stags charge on ahead. He'd fought enough battles. The fresh lads could claim their share of the action and the costs and the lessons. He stopped, hands on knees, then nearly tripped over his own feet as someone shoved him in the back. He turned with a curse on his lips, but grinned when he saw the culprit. Magweir! And with an even stormier look than usual, like it caught Clover being intimate with his mother rather than just snatching a breather.
Thought you'd be up front with the rest of the firebrands, pumping your name up with glory." "Seems I'm needed here," snarled Magwir, "making sure you fight, you really old coward." "A coward's just a man with the proper respect for sharp metal," said Clover, waving him down. "A battle's no place for a warrior." "What in the world?" spluttered Magwir, all his weapons rattling with upset. "No room to swing. More men killed by bad luck than good sword work. It's all just shove and grunt, at the mercy of choices made miles away and hours before by men you'll never meet. Your trouble is you've got yourself an idea about how life should be, but it's just not how life is." Magwir twisted his mouth open to spit some rejoinder, but Clover stopped him by bending down to fish a spent flatbow bolt from the grass. Horrible-looking thing, rain gleaming on its barbed head. "Let me show you what I mean. Imagine if one of these jerks fell on you." Magwir's voice had gone shrill with fury. "Wouldn't be a battle without." His eyes bulged as Clover caught his shoulder and rammed the bolt through his throat. So hard and so sudden, the head punched right out of the back of his neck. Clover caught him as his knees went, lowering him gently. He glanced both ways, but no one was looking. Man dying on a battlefield is hardly suspicious, after all. Magwir fumbled for one of his many knives, but Clover caught his hand and held it tight. "I warned you." He sadly shook his head as Magwir stared up at him, blood bubbling from his nose. A battle's a dangerous place. Clover grabbed a fistful of bloody mail and hauled Magwir over his shoulder, put on a look of shocked concern, then set off quick as he could for the rear. Wasn't all that quick, being honest. Been quite a while since he last carried a man. After a few steps he was puffing hard, especially with all Magwir's weapons dangling about. Just goes to show, hardly matters how many swords you carry if someone else strikes first. Up the muddy road he struggled, away from the bridge where the fight was going harder than ever, away from the great shield wall that was stretching up the valley, past frowning carles flooding the other way. More flatbow bolts flickered down from the high ground, peppered the grass. Clover gritted his teeth and hefted Magwir up his shoulder, feeling the blood seeping warm through his shirt. He kept on, uphill, past a war chief urging his men to fight harder. Kept on, past a pair of stretcher-bearers with a wounded thrall wailing between them. Kept on, like there was nothing more important than saving this poor arrow-stuck lad on his back. By the dead, it was hard work, but he kept on, all the way up to that farm and its tree with the 4 bodies still swinging. The wounded were laid out beside the house, groaning and mewling and squealing for water, or mercy, or their mothers. All the things wounded folk tend to squeal for. They're highly predictable in that regard. Songs about the glory of it all were thin on the ground right then and there. Clover wished he could have shown this to Magwir while he was still alive. Maybe then he'd have seen. But he doubted it. More often than not, men only see what they want to. He hefted Magwir off his shoulder and down onto the wet grass, where one of the healers was working, bloody to her elbows. She took a quick glance across. He's dead. That was no great revelation to Clover. When he chose to stab a man, he aimed to do it in such a way that he'd never need another stabbing, and practice had made him very good at it. But he put on a show of sad surprise even so. What a shame. He planted hands on hips and shook his head at the pointlessness of it all. What a waste. But, nothing he hadn't seen 100 times before. He stretched out his aching back, frowning at the way he'd come. Battle was still going strong, misty through the falling rain, a great seething mass of bloodshed in the valley's bottom. Gosh, he wiped his sweaty forehead. Dare say it'd all be over by the time I got back down there. The healer didn't answer, busy tending to the next man in line, who'd a nasty-looking gash out of his shoulder, blood welling down his limp arm in streaks. Clover found a rock to sit on and set his sword beside it, still sheathed. Probably best if I just stay up here, settle this like men. Leo wound the thong tight around his wrist, took a firm grip on the haft, then turned to the riders behind him, rain pattering on their armor and the wet coats of their mounts. He lifted his axe high. "For the Union!" he bellowed, and there were nods and murmurs. "For the King!" Not that anyone was too pleased with his august majesty these days. "For England!" Louder now, manly growls, angry calls, clenched gauntlets thumped on shields. "For your wives and your children!" He put a hand on Durin's shoulder and stood in his stirrups, trying to make them all feel the same boiling anger, burning eagerness, seething joy he did. "For your honor and your pride!" An answering cheer, smoking from helmets on the wet air, weapons thrust high. "For a piece of really vengeance!" A furious roar now, hooves pawing at the mud, men crowding forward, straining to be released. "For Leo Dan Brock!" Glaward punched at the sky, huge as some knight of legend. "The young lion!" That brought the loudest cheer of all, and Leo had to grin. The men found his name almost as inspiring as he did. "Forward!" And he slapped down his visor and dug in his heels. First at a walk, down the rutted track from the village, rain-pricked puddles shattered by his horse's hooves. Barneva came level, and through the open face of his helmet, Leo could see his eager smile. That fashionable war-weariness burned away in the fire of action. Leo smiled with him and urged his horse on to the very point of the spear, where a leader belonged. Now at a trot, Antop bouncing up beside him couched low, Whitewater Gin on the other side, red beard jutting. The valley came up gray through the rain ahead, the stream and the two hills, bouncing with the movement of Leo's horse. Between them the bridge, men crowding onto it from both sides under a tangle of spears. His smile grew wider. Durand was beside him, and there was nothing he couldn't do. Finally, he was free of his shackles. He could take his fate in his own hands. Carve out a place in the legends, the way Herod the Great had done, or Casimir the Steadfast, the way the Bloody Nine had done. Now at a jolting canter, the thunder of hooves as the best men in England followed, charging into battle. A battle ill-suited to horsemen, though, it had to be admitted. The Union forces were crumbling. They'd been forced back onto the near bank of the stream, and now they were starting to break, battle-weary men running in panic, carls screaming their war cries as they poured across the bridge. Leo pounded heedless past the scattering Anglanders, fixed on one of the pursuing Northmen. As he saw Leo bearing down, his yellow grin became a circle of surprise. He turned, slipping and falling, hunter become prey. He was still scrambling up when Leo's axe caught him between the shoulders and flung him on his face. Leo gave a roar of triumph, heard Antop's shrill whoop over the hammering of hooves, over the wind through his visor. He swung at a carl, missed as the man threw himself aside, leaned over his saddle to chop down another, sent him reeling into the mud. Everything simple. No grinding worry, no chafing frustration, no wasted days slipping past. Only the beautiful, terrible now.
"Forward!" he roared, pointlessly. Where else can charging cavalry go? Some northern horsemen had forced their way across the bridge, and he spurred his horse towards them, riding down a fleeing carl who bounced from his horse's flank and was crushed under the hooves of Barnevas. He crashed into the midst of the shocked riders, his mount far bigger and better trained than theirs, flinging them aside like a plow through loose soil. A lovely jolt up his arm as his axe glanced from a Northman's helmet, making him reel in the saddle, thudded into his horse's neck, spattering blood and making the beast totter sideways. Leo twisted the other way, his helmet hot with his own breath as he snarled and spat and swore. He hacked at a shield, knocked it clear, hacked at the man who held it, ripped his shoulder open, and hurled him from his saddle, blood and mail rings flying. Hacked at the leg left caught in the stirrups, and chopped a great gash in it. A spear screeched down his shield, and Leo caught the haft, wrestled with it, slobbering meaningless curses. He reared up in his saddle, brought his axe up and over in a great arc, and smashed the spearman's helmet right in with a hollow thud. He swung sideways at a rider with silver rings in his beard, missed, got tangled with him, punched at him with his shield hand, and snapped his head back. He lived for this. He lived for Gah!
His axe was stuck in something. Bah! Its bearded head caught in the straps of a saddle, and it was pulling away, dragging him sideways. Gosh! He struggled to twist his hand from the loop of the axe, but he'd made sure it was fast, and he was dragged backwards, leg wrenched as his foot was ripped from the stirrup. He tumbled down, the world reeling, took a glancing blow on the helmet from a flailing hoof as a horse dropped beside him. He rolled, groggy, helmet full of drool. He crawled onto all fours, shook his shield from his arm, and fixed on the thong around his wrist, plucking at it, fingers clumsy in his gauntlets, like trying to sew with mittens on. Something made his ears ring, or were they ringing already? Suddenly his wrist tore free, and he almost stumbled over backwards. The rider with the silver in his beard was lying just next to him, mace in his hand, one leg caught under his horse. "Jerk!" he was snapping in Northern. "Jerk!" He swatted at Leo with the mace, but couldn't hope to reach him. Leo stood, swaying. Mud showered him as a horse thundered past. He realized his hands were empty. Sword! Draw sword! He pawed at the hilt, trying to shake the fuzz from his head. Faint scrape of steel as it slid from the scabbard. He stabbed at the rider, stumbled, missed, point of the sword sliding into the mud beside him. Jerk! He hit Leo's leg with his mace, but weakly. He hardly even felt it. Leo was getting less dizzy. He aimed better this time, slid his sword through the man's chest. He sat up and made a long fuffing sound, fuff, all wheezy and clownish. Leo pulled his sword free, and the rider fell back. He wasn't sure which way he was facing, whirled a dizzy mess through the slot in his skewed visor. Very thing must have got bent when the horse kicked him. His head was throbbing, felt like he could hardly breathe. He fumbled the buckle open, dragged his helmet halfway around before he could finally twist it off. The chill wind hit his sweaty face like a slap, and the world rushed at him, the roar of battle furiously loud. "Leo!" Someone had him by the arm, and he almost swung before he saw it was Barneva, unhorsed and mud-smeared. Dead horses everywhere, dead men, wounded men, broken weapons. Leo wobbled down and clawed up a shield, a Carl's round shield, shoved his arm through the straps. A Northman was crawling through the mud with a broken spear sticking from his back. Leo chopped his head open. "Regroup!" he roared, hardly knowing who he was shouting at, hardly sure if there was anyone left to regroup except him and Barneva. It didn't matter. They could do it together. He could do it alone. The rain was coming hard, fat drops pinging from his armor, soaking into the padding beneath, turning it to cold lead. "To the bridge!" And he started to slod in the direction he thought it was, trusting that men were following. He'd retreated for long enough. He caught sight of his standard, the white field, the golden lion, hanging sodden at the near end of the bridge. And there was Store Nightfalls, the slavering wolf on gray, drooping in the rain at the far end. A lion fought a wolf in a circle of blood, and the lion won. Leo bared his teeth, squelching forward through mud battered and mashed by countless boots, advancing and retreating, advancing and retreating. The fighting had been fiercest here, bodies everywhere, bodies from both sides, men still and men still moving, crawling, crying, pawing at the ground, pawing at themselves. Leo stepped between them, stepped over them, teeth clenched, head throbbing, pushing on towards the bridge. "Leo!" Barneva grabbed him, dragged him down, shield across his face. Something rattled from it, an arrow. Another bounced from Barneva's armored shoulder, more flickered into the grass. Someone fell, hands clapped to his throat. Leo peered over the rim of his shield, saw the archers, kneeling in a long row before the bridge, knocking arrows. Barneva sat down. "Lo," he said, tongue strangely clumsy. There was an arrow sticking out of his face, in the hollow between his eye and the bridge of his nose. It looked ridiculous, like a joke, like a child wedging his wooden sword between his arm and ribs and standing sideways on. "I'm stabbed! I'm stabbed!" But it was no joke. The white of Barneva's eye had turned red, blood-stained. Leo caught him by the shoulders as he dropped backwards. "Look," he said, red eye rolling off to look sideways.
The other was slightly crossed, peering at the shaft poking from his face, a look of confused surprise. Ugh! A long streak of blood leaked from the shaft and down his cheek like a red tear. "Barneva?" said Leo. But he didn't move. Barneva? He was dead. Leo stood, numb. More arrows flitted down around him with the rain. He lifted his sword, anger boiling up with it. "Charge!" he bellowed, though it came out just a mad gurgle. Other men roared behind him, Gloward's voice, and Jin's, and Jurin's, war cries, mad screams. They were all running. An arrow flickered past, another rattled off Leo's breastplate. "Really?" he screeched, spraying spit. "Really?" He caught his foot and went sliding on his face, took a mouthful of grass, near stabbing himself with his own blade. He scrambled up and charged on, throwing his stolen shield away and lifting his sword in both hands. A glimpse of the stream, full of bobbing potties. A glimpse of the archers as he clattered closer. Some old men, some young men. One had a leather hood, one a shock of curly red hair. One's face was bent sideways by some old wound. He saw Leo pounding towards him, faltered as he drew an arrow from his quiver, let it fall, turning to run. The one with curly hair loosed a shaft from only a few strides away, but he fumbled it in his panic, and it went spinning high into the air. He ducked, gasping under Leo's sword, but Leo crashed into him with his shoulder, knocked him on his back, started hacking at the others, ears full of their squeals and gibbers, and his own growls, and the smashing and cracking of metal and flesh. "Die!" Gloward roared in his ear. "Die!" The archers had no armor, and Leo's sword thudded into them like a butcher's cleaver into meat, opening great spitting and spurting wounds. One man fell screaming with his side laid right open. Leo broke a man's bow as he tried to block his sword with it, and took his arm off too. Tottered past all off balance, bounced off Antaup as he stabbed a man on the ground with his spear. He fell, rolled, saw an archer with a knife ready to spring on him, lifted a clumsy arm to fend him off, then he was smashed out of the way by a great mace.
Whitewater gin, and he grabbed Leo's wrist and dragged him up. The archers were running, being hacked down, floundering into the stream. And Leo wobbled on towards the bridge. A man was stumbling away, clutching at his shoulder, blood bubbling between his fingers. And Leo hit him across the side of the head with his sword, caught him with the flat and knocked him sprawling, trampled over him. His chest was on fire now, his limbs numb and floppy. Every step was a mountain. On to the bridge. He could feel the stones slippery with mud and blood, slick with the falling rain. There were carls here, desperately trying to organize a shield wall. A named man with a fox fur around his shoulders pointed with a thick finger. Leo didn't so much charge at him as fall onto him, his weary swing clattering harmlessly off the named man's shield. He caught his chin on the rim, mouth filling with the salt taste of blood. The Northman lurched back a pace, but didn't fall, and they twisted into an awkward, exhausted embrace, shuffling, snarling, wrestling, shouldering, and elbowing while armored men clobbered away at each other around them. Leo heard the Northman's desperate, whistling breath in his ear, grunted and clawed at him, wet fur in his mouth. His sword was tangled with something, couldn't move it. He managed to draw his dagger with his other hand, stabbed, but the blade only scraped uselessly on mail. No room, no breath, no strength. The dagger twisted from his grip, fell in the mud. They lumbered about in a pawing circle, bounced off the bridge's parapet. Enough room for Leo to force his free hand up under the man's chin, push his gauntleted thumb into his mouth, shove it through so he caught a fistful of his cheek, ripping his lip open, tearing his face open. And the man screamed and grabbed Leo's wrist, letting Leo's sword loose. With a last growling effort, Leo shoved him away, smashed him on the side of the head, flinched as blood spotted his face, something bouncing off his cheek, a tooth maybe. The man went reeling over the mossy parapet and splashed into the stream with the other corpses. Bloody Thing was more corpse than river now. No corpses, no glory. Leo flopped down on all fours, clawed up his sword along with a fistful of mud. Up to one knee, with a groan to his feet,
and he stood swaying, grasping at the slick stones, every muscle throbbing, dragging in air in great wheezing gasps, like a fish hooked and hauled helpless from the river. Have to pull back. It was Durand, with hardly the breath to talk. Helmet off and his face spotted with blood. He hugged Leo, half holding him up, half leaning on him. Get you to safety. No, growled Leo, gripping him tight, their wet armor scraping, then trying to struggle free, to press on. We fight. The rain was hammering down, pinging and spattering. The empty bridge stretched away, a rutted hump scattered with arrow-pricked and spear-pierced corpses, sprawled beside the parapets, heaped against them, draped over them. And at the far end, beneath that wolf standard, more Northmen were gathered. A group as muddy, bloody, and sodden as Leo, teeth bared with hate, but weapons drooping from weariness. They faced each other across the rain-drenched bridge, Leo and his friends at one end, this knot of named men at the other, and in their midst a tall man, long hair plastered to his snarling face by the rain. "Leo Dunbrock!" he shrieked, wet eyes wild with battle madness. And Leo knew from the gold on his sword, and the gold on his belt, and the gold on his armor, who he had to be. "Store Nightfall!" Leo roared back, spit flying from his bared teeth. He tried to drag himself forward, but Durand held him back, or maybe held him up. It was only fury stopped Leo's knees from buckling. "We won't settle this on the field," snarled Nightfall. That was true enough. They were all fought out. Up on the red hill, vague through the rain, the Union were pulling back, but Store's men were in no shape to follow, and the rain had turned the battlefield to glue. Store fought free of his warriors and stood tall, pointing across the bridge with his blood-slathered sword. "Let's settle it like men. In the circle. You and me." Leo hardly even gave a gosh about the terms. All he wanted was to fight this bastard, to rip him apart with his bare hands, to bite him with his teeth. A lion fought a wolf in a circle of blood, and the lion won. "In the circle!" he bellowed into the rain. "You and me." Demand's Forrest stepped into the room wearing his hallmark fur hat and ruggedly grave expression. The hat he removed. The grave expression he kept in place. "The breakers should be here soon, Your Highness." "Good," murmured Orso. "Good." He expressed the exact opposite of his feelings so often, one might have hoped he would be better at it. In fact, the thought of the breakers' arrival left him desperately wanting a drink. But dawn was probably considered too early at a peace negotiation, even for a small beer or something. He puffed out a worried sigh. A local worthy had offered up his dining room as the venue, and though the table was highly polished, Orso found the chairs exceedingly uncomfortable. Or perhaps he simply found himself uncomfortable in the role of negotiator, or any responsible role really. He nervously straightened his jacket for the 1,000th time. It had fit him perfectly in the safety of Audua, but suddenly it was tight about the throat. He leaned toward Superior Pike with an apologetic smile. "I think it might be useful if, when they arrive, you were to play the villain." Pike subjected Orso to that withering stare. "Because of my hideous burns?" That and all the black. The faint twisting of Pike's face might almost have been a smile. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I have had some practice in the role. Feel free to slap me down if I become too dastardly. I look forward to seeing you as the hero of our little piece." "I hope I can convince," murmured Orso, tugging his jacket smooth yet again. "I fear I missed all the rehearsals." The double door swung open, and the breakers strode in. Orso's ever-fertile imagination had built them up into red-handed zealots. In the flesh, they were a slightly disappointingly, then perhaps a rather reassuringly, ordinary group. In the lead came a weighty old man, brawny shoulders, broad hands, heavy-lidded eyes that settled on Orso and stayed there, immovable. Next came a fellow with a scarred face whose eyes settled on nothing, darting twitchily around the room to windows, doors, the half-dozen guards about the paneled walls, meeting no one's eye. Finally, there was a woman with a stained coat and an unkempt shag of lank hair, one of the hardest frowns Orso ever saw showing beneath. The look of implacable scorn in her blue eyes actually reminded him more than a little of his mother. "Welcome!"
He aimed at a balance between warm indulgence and effortless authority, but no doubt ended up with prickly weakness. I am Crown Prince Orso. This is Colonel Forrest, commander of the 4 regiments currently encircling Valbec. And this— We've all heard of Superior Pike, said the old man, dropping heavily into the middle chair and frowning across the table. Only good things, I hope, whispered Pike, oozing menace. Orso felt the hairs on his neck bristling, even though he sat on the same side. When it came to playing the villain, he was clearly in the presence of a virtuoso. My name is Malmer. The old breaker's voice was as weighty as his frame, each word placed as carefully as a master mason fits his stones. This is Brother Heron, fought a dozen years in your father's armies. He nodded towards the scar-faced man, then to the hard-faced woman, who appeared to be reaching greater heights of epic contempt with every breath Orso took. This is Sister Typhel, spent a dozen years in your father's prison camps. Charmed, ventured Orso, more in hope than expectation, but Pike was already sitting forward, lips curling back.
You will address the Crown Prince of the Union as your please. Orso held up a calming hand and made Pike sit back like a hound called off. No one will die because of a defect of etiquette. It is my ardent hope that no one will die at all. I understand hostages have been taken. 548 at the last count, grated out the woman, Teufel, as if delivering a mortal insult to a lifelong enemy. But we'd like nothing better than to see him released, said Malmer. Orso burned to ask whether Savine was among them, but, incompetent negotiator though he was, even he saw that could only put her in more danger. He had to bite down on it, had to stop following his impulses from one disaster to another and use his head for once. In which case you could simply release them, he ventured. Malmer gave a sad smile, leathery skin creasing about his eyes. I'm afraid we've got some demands first. The Crown does not negotiate with traitors, grated out Pike. Please, gentlemen, please. Orso held up that calming hand again. Let us set the blame aside and concentrate on a resolution that gives everyone some of what they want. He was surprised by how well that came out. Perhaps he wasn't so bad at this after all. By all means, present your demands. His satisfaction was quickly cut off as Teufel flung a folded paper so it spun across the polished table and into his lap. He winced as he unfolded it, expecting insults scrawled in blood. But there was only small, neat writing in a tightly controlled hand. Show no surprise. Pretend you are looking at a list of demands. In spite of appearances, I am your friend. Caught off guard, Orso glanced up at the woman. She glared back at him even more angrily than before, hard lines forming between her brows. You can read, can't you, Your Highness? She sneered. I must have worn out a dozen tutors, but my mother was most insistent that I learn. Orso frowned down at the paper, trying to look like a man baffled by what he saw there. It required no great effort of acting on his part. Superior Rizanal was the prime instigator of the uprising, but fled the city before you arrived, along with the burners, who caused most of the death and damage. Malmer is in charge now, if anyone is. He is not a bad man. He does not wish to see the hostages hurt. His main concern is for the safety of civilians and for the breakers and their families. He has demands, but he is becoming desperate. Food is scarce and order is collapsing. This information was, to say the least, as useful as it was unexpected, but Orso kept his face carefully blank. He acted as if he had drawn a winning hand at the gaming table and now had only to drag the biggest bets possible from the other players. Malmer knows he has little left to bargain with. Offer him too much and he will become suspicious. He feared you would attack at once. Now he fears you will surround the city and starve the breakers out. He expects you to be an arrogant liar. My advice is to treat him with honesty and respect, to seek a peaceful solution and avoid bluster.
but to firmly refuse any demands and make him aware that you know time is on your side. If you were to offer amnesty for the breakers, I believe he could be persuaded to surrender. He knows that is more than he could hope for. The breakers' demands were laid out next: changes to labor laws, controls on wages and the price of bread, sanitation and housing, things Orso scarcely understood, let alone could grant. Superior Pike held out his melted glove of a hand. "May I, you may not." Orso folded the paper, sharpened the crease in it with his thumbnail, and slipped it inside his jacket. Then he smiled. Always begin with a smile, and he leaned towards Malmer as though sharing a confidence with an old friend, as though the fates of thousands in no way hinged on their coming to an agreement. "Master Malmer, I judge you to be an honest man, and I want to be honest in return. It would be easy for me to offer you the world, but I do not wish to insult you. The truth is, the closed council is in no mood to negotiate, and even if I agreed to all your demands—" He spread his hands in the same gesture of cavalier helplessness he used with jilted lovers, frustrated creditors, and outraged officers of the law. "I'm the crown prince. There would be nothing to stop my father or his advisors refusing to honor my promises. And I suspect, frankly, that's the very reason they sent me. And I suspect, frankly, you're well aware of that." "Then why are we even here?" snapped Heron. Forrest had managed to crank his scarred face a notch graver. "Troops stand ready to move into the city at your order, Your Highness." "The very last thing we want is further bloodshed, Colonel Forrest," said Orso, giving him the calming palm now. He had enough calming palm for everyone. "We are all citizens of the Union. We are all subjects of my father. I refuse to believe we cannot find a peaceful solution." He might not have spent much time negotiating for hostages, but at convincing people he could be trusted, whether in a gaming hall, a lady's bedroom, or a moneylender's shop, he had almost bottomless experience to draw on. He softened his voice, he softened his face, he softened everything. He held Malmer's eye and made himself all syrupy sympathy. "I am aware that the author of this unfortunate situation was Superior Rizanow. I note that he has not come forward to negotiate, however. Perhaps as the danger grew, his commitment to his own cause shriveled? Did Orso detect the slightest twitch on Malmer's stony face? I know that type of man. Let us be honest, I have often seen him in the mirror. A man who makes a mess and leaves others to mop up. Nobody leapt to his defense, which was disappointing, but nor did they leapt to Rizanow's. I understand what it's like," he gave his three opponents each a sympathetic look, "to be left with the blame. I appreciate that those of you still in the city are those who chose to stay and try to salvage the situation. The authors of this disaster will be tracked down and punished, of that I assure you." "Of that there is no question," hissed Pike. "But I have no interest in punishing you for their crimes," said Orso. "My concern, my only concern, is the safety of the men, women, and children of Valbec, all of them, regardless of where their loyalties may have lain. I can bring your demands to my father. I can relay your demands to the closed council, but in the end, you and I both know I cannot promise to meet them." Orso took a long breath and gave a long sigh. "I can, however, promise you amnesty. A full pardon to every breaker who surrenders themselves and their weapons by sunset tomorrow, along with all your hostages, unharmed. Supplies of food will then immediately be allowed into the city." "Your Highness," broke in Pike, "we cannot allow traitors to—" Orso silenced him with that raised hand without taking his eyes from Malmer's. "I fear the alternative is that I order Colonel Forrest to surround the city and let nothing in or out. I have quite cleared my calendar and can wait as long as it takes. When you surrender, which you surely must, it will not be to me, but to Superior Pike." It hardly needed to be said that there was no comfort to be found in the Superior's melted face.
Malmer slowly sat back and gave Orso weighty consideration. "Why should we trust you? I can understand why you wouldn't, but in light of the circumstances, I believe this to be a generous offer. I know it to be the very best you can hope for." Malmer glanced at Heron, then at Teufel. Neither gave anything away. "I'll need to discuss it with my people." "Of course," said Orso, standing. He offered his hand as Malmer got to his feet. The old breaker frowned at it for a moment, then folded it in his big paw. Orso held on firmly. "But I must insist on an answer by sundown today." "You'll have it." Malmer considered him a moment longer. "Your Highness." He strode weightily from the room, his twitchy friend at his back.
Teufel's chair screeched on the tiled floor as she stood, gave Orso one last blast of scorn, then turned her back on the meeting. The door clicked shut. "That was well done, Your Highness." There was the faintest suggestion of surprise about Superior Pike's hairless brows, and who could blame him? Orso had been diligently fostering low expectations for the past decade. Quite masterfully done. I must confess, I had considerable help. Orso fished the list of demands from his jacket. From the woman with the face like a pickaxe. Pike blinked down at Orso's entire negotiating strategy, arranged in careful blocks of neat writing. She must be the Arch-Lector's agent within the city. I cannot see another explanation. It appears she has worked her way into a position of some trust among the breakers. Impressive. Pike frowned towards the door. A great deal now hangs on her assessment. It does indeed, Superior. Orso felt a sting of worry as he thought about Savine. Alone in the city? A hostage? A corpse? He grimaced. He had a bastard of a headache coming up behind the eyes. Perhaps it wasn't too early for that drink after all. Taking the reins. Rika's nose tingled with the chill before dawn, and the breath of the wounded men made plumes of smoke. She wondered how many were laid out in that glade. Maybe 100, maybe more. Hunched and blood-stained healers moved among them, stitching, bandaging, setting, giving food and water and what comfort they could. It wasn't much. There was a low drone, like one of those flowering bushes the bees can't leave alone, but made of murmurs, whimpers, groans, and sobs. A chorus of pain. Quite the downer, all told. Rika shivered and pulled the fur tight around her neck with her free hand. "Hold it higher," I said. Sorry. Her shoulder ached as she lifted the torch again so Eisen could see her business, tongue-tip wedged into the gap in her teeth as she stitched the red wound in a boy's shoulder. He had a stick to bite on, eyes closed and tear tracks gleaming on his pink cheeks. "Never really thought of you as a healer," said Rika, wincing as Eisen sponged blood away with a rag. "No? Didn't think you'd be gentle enough." "Gentle? Ha! If you're wounded, a gentle healer's the last thing you want." Eisen made the boy gurgle as she dug the needle back into his shoulder. "If you're wounded, a gentle healer could be the last thing you get. A great healer needs to be tougher and more ruthless than a great warrior. They're taking on a far harder job with far less reward." One of the other healers grunted agreement around the little knife she was holding in her teeth. Eisen gave Rika a significant look from under her brows. A great healer, like a great leader, must make of her heart a stone. The lad Eisen was working on pulled the spit-slathered stick out of his mouth. "For the dead's sake, don't distract her. I can stitch you and talk to her at once, boy." And Eisen plucked the stick from his hand, shoved it back between his jaws, and carried on stitching. Rika looked wide-eyed across the groaning glade. So many wounded, and these are the best-looking ones. The ones who might yet get up. You wonder why they keep doing it. What, war? Aye, war. Maybe they wouldn't if all the named men came down here to have their faces rubbed in what's growed from what they've sowed, but they don't come down here, do they? Not very nice down here, do you see? Not much shiny metal, except the bits we dig out of the dying men. Women's work, isn't it? Healing. Sounded a touch hypocritical in Eisen's case, since Rika had seen her kill at least 5 men with that spear of hers, but as a general principle it was hard to disagree. "They break," she murmured. "We make." Izern shook her head, lips pressed into a hard line as she nimbly worked that needle. All the effort it takes to make a person, but it's the killers they sing about. When did you last hear a man sing a woman's name? Unless he was singing for his mummy when the great leveler had a hand on him. No doubt there's many ways in which the world could be better, said Ricka with a smoky sigh. My heartfelt thanks for that revelation, said Izern, rolling a scornful eye towards her. The one thing I've learned in 36 winters is the world won't change itself. You want some wounds mended, you'd better be ready to stitch. Ricka felt even more than usually helpless in the midst of all this pain. What can I do? You? Ricka with the long eye? Saw Black Calder's men coming, didn't you? Saved the army, maybe. Saved us all, maybe. Maybe. It was true, folk were looking at her different since the battle, like they respected her, which was a pleasant change. Like they feared her, which is less so. Like they hated her, a couple of 'em, which oddly was unpleasant and pleasant both at once. She'd never thought she'd be important enough to hate. You're not nobody anymore, Sticky Ricka. Izern opened her eyes very wide. The legend grows. Legend? Ricka snorted. I'm nothing and no one. Ah, but isn't that how all the best legends begin? I'd hazard you're better equipped to lead us to a brighter tomorrow than most. I'm no really leader. How could you be, shuffling along at the back whining about how useless you are? Hold that torch higher. Sorry, you'll have to find someone else to hold it soon. I've been called to a meeting at dawn. Ricka puffed herself up. By Lady Governor Brock, in fact. Wants to use your womanly wiles to convince her son not to fight, does she? Ricka sagged back down. If she's counting on my womanly wiles, she must be really desperate. Oh, I reckon you've more wiles than you realize. Talked the boy into fighting in the first place, didn't you? And Izern gave her this sidewise glance, like they were in on some cunning scheme together. What? With your lions and wolves and circles of blood? That's just what I saw in the vision. You asked me what I saw. Izern paused in her work. You can't choose what you see, but you can choose what you say. Moment ago, you were talking about changing the world. Now you can't even change one boy's mind? Let's face the facts, it's not the biggest mind around. She tore the thread with her teeth and reached for the bandages. I know you like to think you're jolting about helpless in a runaway cart, carried off to who knows where with no say in the matter. But if you look down, you might see you're holding the reins. She gave Ricka another one of those looks. Might be it's time to use 'em. Now hold that really torch up. The young lion never looked bad, but being angry suited him, and being battle-scratched suited him, and even being a touch sulky seemed to suit him. Overall, Ricka was having some trouble imagining a better-looking man. The trouble is that duels to the death aren't always won by the best-looking. If anything, history favors ugly champions. Maybe they spend the time training that the pretty ones spend preening in the mirror. Ricka kept that thought to herself, though, since everyone was rattled enough already. Leo had staked all their futures on a duel with one of the most dangerous men in the North, after all, and about the only person who didn't reckon that the worst idea since swords made of cake was Leo himself, known widely for his poor judgment. Ricka's mood was by no means helped by the Knight Herald standing motionless in the middle of the tent, a letter from His August Majesty held out in one gauntleted fist. When she'd slipped through the flap and seen him standing there, she'd wondered where they found all these tall, difficult people. Then she'd wondered why everyone else was ignoring him. Then, during a particularly impassioned rant, the Lady Governor had walked right through him and back the other way, and Ricka had realized her left eye was hot, and he wasn't actually there. Or wasn't there yet, maybe. When she'd seen Black Calder coming, she'd started to reckon the long eye a blessin'. Now it was looking like a curse all over again. I can't back out, Leo was saying, all sullen and scratched and beautiful.
What'll I look like? His mother stared in disbelief. She'd been doing that a lot.
There are bigger things at stake than what you look like." Rika's father took a turn, easing himself between the two of them, putting a calming hand on Leo's shoulder. "Look, son, it's an irony of life that the older you get and the less years there are ahead of you, the more you fear the loss of them. When you're young, it can feel like you're invincible. But," he snapped his fingers under Leo's nose, "fast as that, it can all be took away." "I know that," said Leo. "It was your stories of the Bloody Nine that made me fascinated by duels in the first place. All his great victories in the circle, the fate of the North hanging on a single." Rika's father looked horrified. "Those were supposed to be warnings, boy, not encouragements. Has it occurred to either of you that I might really win?" Leo angrily bunched one scabbed fist. "We're fought out. We've no help coming, and Scale Ironhand has fresh men ready. This might be our only chance to take back Ufrith, to keep the Protectorate alive." Rika's father folded his arms and puffed up a slow sigh and glanced at Leo's mother from under his bushy brows. "Can't deny he's got a point. I can win." Leo came to stand right next to the frozen Night Herald, the big seal on the scroll that wasn't there, almost touching his face. "I know I can. Rika saw it." Rika's father and Leo's mother turned together to look at her. She stood frozen, mouth and eyes wide open like a burglar caught with her hand in a purse. And it came to her then that Eisern had been right. What she'd seen was one thing, but what she said another, and there needn't be a straight road between the two, but any kind of maze she chose to put there. "Sorry, Leo, I made a mistake. Sorry, Leo, your mother's right. Sorry, Leo, actually the lion lost and suffered a terrible defeat. Might be she was holding the reins after all. Might be she always had been. Might be she'd done this and could undo it. But somewhere at the back of her mind, in a dark corner she'd hardly known she had, she found she wanted to see Leo fight Store Nightfall, to see him spill that evil jerk's blood in front of the whole North, to take her share of vengeance, for her father, for those wounded in the glade, for the dead already in the mud, for the mess she'd gone through out in the cold woods. She could have said anything. She chose to tell the truth. "I saw a lion and a wolf fight in a circle of blood, and the lion won." Leo's mother pressed her fingers to her temples. "So you are going to risk your life, not to mention the future of the North, because this girl saw animals fighting while she had a fit?" "She saw the nail come from the woods before it happened," said Rika's father, forced against his better judgment into defending her. "Weren't for that, we might all be in the mud already." "For pity's sake, Rika," shouted Fenry, "you're no fool. Tell him this is madness." "Well," Rika frowned at jingling footsteps outside, spurs on armored boots, and she rolled her eyes up to the tent ceiling. "Ah, I get it." "Get what? Hardly matters what I think. Or you. Might I ask why?" Rika nodded towards the tent flap. "Because of him." It was swept open with a swirling of cloth, and the Night Herald stomped into the tent. He pulled the scroll from his satchel and stepped forward, coming to stand just exactly where he'd been standing the whole time, scroll offered out to Leo. "My Lord Brock," he said, "a message from the king." There was a breathless stillness in the tent as Leo took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. He read the first few lines and looked up, eyes wide. "The king confirms me in my father's place as Lord Governor of England." Rika's father let go a long, slow breath. Leo's mother took a half step forwards. "Leo." "No," he said, not sharp, but very firm. "I know you want what's best for me, mother. I'm grateful for all you've taught me, but I have to stand on my own now. I'm fighting Store Nightfall. Nothing anyone can say will change my mind." And he turned and pushed his way out of the tent. The Night Herald nodded, somewhat sheepishly, to Lady Fenry, then followed the new Lord Governor of England, thankfully taking his ghost with him. Rika's father rubbed wearily at his stubble jaw. "Well, we tried," and he patted Rika on the shoulder and made his own way out. Lady Fenry was left staring towards the flap. A few moments ago, she'd been in total command. With a stroke of the king's pen, she was cut down to some warrior's worried mother. "It feels like yesterday I was feeding him and dressing him and wiping his bottom." She looked at Rika, voice turning harsh. "He's a really idiot who knows nothing about anything, but he was born a man, so he gets to decide for all of us." She looked old, of a sudden, and weak and helpless, and Rika felt sorry for her, and sorry for what she'd done, but there was no undoing it.
You might see the past with the long eye. All his tedious warnings about the horrors of war seemed wise words now. Leo never thought he might have missed them. It's a very shame about Barneva, but we'll have to mourn him later. Right now, we need to make his sacrifice worthwhile. Him and Ritter and all the others. His voice was quavering again. Gosh it. He felt a surge of anger. I need you all to really focus. I have to pick a weapon to take to the circle. My life might hang on the choice. Duran straightened up. I'm sorry, it's just... And he sagged back down. In a box. Spear, said Entaup. It has the reach, the speed, the finesse. Finesse, Whitewater chuckled. The circle's no place for finesse. Gloward rolled his eyes like he never heard such folly. And once Store Nightfall slips around your pig sticker, what then? Your counter-proposal? Asked Entaup with an urbane, arched eyebrow. A monstrous battle axe, I dare say. Heavier than he is, that he can swing twice before he's blown? Gloward looked slightly affronted. They make small axes, too. Spears too cumbersome for single combat in a small space. Jin grimaced as he rubbed at his bruised cheek again. Axe is simple, sturdy, good close-up. If you want close-up, a sword's more versatile. Entaup limed the actions. Thrust, slash, lunge, pommel strike. Gloward rolled his eyes. Always with the really pommel strike. Sword is obvious. Sword is classic. You're all missing the point, snapped Leo. You take a weapon, but you never know if you'll fight with it, or hand it to your opponent and fight with whatever he brings. What you need is something you can use, but the other jerk can't. Gloward frowned. Such as... I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. Maybe you should ask someone clever. Jin was wobbling a tooth now, just behind the bruise, checking if it was loose. Like your mother. We're not on the best of terms right now, said Leo grumpily. She's not too keen on the whole duel idea. There was a brief silence, and Entaup and Gloward exchanged a meaningful glance. Then Duran sat forward, all open and earnest, flames reflected in the corners of his eyes. Leo couldn't deny it had an effect on him when he did that. Do you think, maybe, you should listen to her? Really? Now? Well, she's about the best tactician I know. So you don't think I can do it? No one believes in you more than me. Durand cleared his throat, glanced at the others, sat back a little. More than us. But single combat, it's a gamble. Anything could happen. We don't want you to get hurt. His voice failed him on the last word and became a croak, as if he couldn't quite bring himself to say, killed. They all knew it could only be victory or the great leveler. You any good with a whip? Asked Entaup. Leo stared at him. Seriously? I once saw this Gurkish woman whip swords out of men's hands, at a show. They came up from the audience, and, well, it was quite something. She whipped a girl's dress half off without cutting her, too. And he grinned at the memory. So I should whip Store Nightfall's clothes off? Asked Leo.
No, but, I was thinking of something he couldn't use, and I should whip the really lot. Rikke walked up, pushing Chaga around her bottom lip with her tongue as usual, and slowly shaking her shaggy head. Leo was glad to see her, very glad. She always made him feel good. Long eye or not, she always saw past the nonsense, somehow, and right to the heart of things. She helped him see to the heart of things. The dead knew he needed some clarity then. We're talking of weapons, woman, grumbled Gloward. I heard, man, said Rikke, and you're talking with your rears. What you take into the circle in your hands matters far less than what you take in your head, and she tapped at the side of her skull. Doubt you lot are much help with the former, and you're a really hindrance with the latter. And how many duels have you fought? Complained Jin. As many as all you lot put together, she answered smartly. Now lose yourselves. I need to talk to my champion. Maybe they were used to being ordered around by Leo's mother, and Rikke seemed to have borrowed her air of command. Sheepishly, they stood, gathered their things. Don't go far, she called after them. Hell need you to hold the shields. What's got into you? Asked Leo. Rikke gave a haughty sniff and made the ring through her nose twitch. Isrin said I should be taking the reins. I'm a horse now? Aye, and you need the spur. My mother usually gives me that." Leo felt a twinge of nerves, realizing afresh he'd soon be fighting to the death. When I need her most, she's really abandoned me. Makes for a sad story, but I dare say she'd see it differently. She's used to taking charge, Leo. Now she's helpless. She's scared, I reckon. She's scared. I'm the one has to fight the great wolf. She should be here. You've spent weeks moaning that she's always at your shoulder. Now you've stepped from her shadow, you miss her? By the dead, the young lion shouldn't need his mother. Leo took a long breath and blew it out. You're right. All my life I wanted to fight in the circle. He clutched at his head. Gosh, Rikke, why did I ever want to fight in the circle? She caught him by the wrists, pulled them down. No one remembers how the fight was won, only who won it. Fight hard. I will. Fight dirty. I will. The lion beat the wolf. I know. No, you don't. She took his face now with both hands. The lion beat the wolf. I've seen it. Her big, pale eyes were full of certainty, and he took heart from that. Started to feel braver, to feel himself again. The young lion. She was just what he needed then. A spring of belief in a desert of doubt. It's like they say, every good man needs a good woman beside him. I really love you, he said. Her brows shot up, almost as high as his. Why had he said that? Swept off by whatever emotion blew his way, like his mother always said he was. I mean, I don't mean love, he stammered. What on earth did he mean? What did you call it when a woman was your lover and your friend? It had never happened to him before. Or maybe I do mean that. Then promise me one thing. She put her hand around the back of his head and dragged him close, so their noses were almost touching. Promise me you'll kill the jerk. He bared his teeth. I promise. Killing the jerk is the whole point. For you, for your father, for Ritter, for Barnava. He smiled. Barnava's sword. That's what I'll take. Good choice, I reckon. He felt another wave of sadness as he glanced down to the bridge, followed quickly by a shiver of nerves. I just hope it brings me more luck than it did him. You don't need luck. Rikke twisted his face back towards her and kissed him, gentle and serious and full of belief. I've seen it. Folk were already gathering at the appointed place. Seemed the rivers of blood spilled yesterday had only sharpened the thirst for more. Losing a duel himself had much diminished Clover's taste for the business, but he'd been asked to hold a shield for the heir to the north, and that was reckoned quite the honor. Felt prudent to at least arrive in good time. A patch of grass had been shaved to the roots not far from the bridge where the fighting had been hottest. The circle marked out with pegs and rope, 6 good strides across. Carpenters had knocked up some seating on platforms so the big folk would get a good view of everyone's futures being settled. So Black Calder and Scale Ironhand and the Dogman and Lady Brock wouldn't miss a drop of blood spilled. Be a shame for it to hit the dirt unnoticed, after all. Good weather for it. Blue washing out to pale on the horizon as the sun sank wearily towards the hills. A great arrow of geese was hunking off southwards, high up, not caring much for the doings of men. Not caring much who won or lost, who lived or died. Good to know the geese still be flappin' regardless, though it would likely be scant comfort to whichever hero met a grim end. The men who held the shields around the circle, making sure no one left till the business was settled, were meant to be the fiercest warriors either side could find, and to be fair, the younger ones were shooting some warlike glares across the shortened grass. The older ones had seen it all before, though, and saved their snarls for when they mattered. For all they stood on different sides, some of Scales and the Dogman's named men were chatting like old friends. Clover knew most of the names. Red Hat and Oxel, Flatstone and Broad Silent, Lemon the Chalk from up near Yaws, and Gregwin Hollowhead from the West Valleys. The Nail, too, pale hair stuck up like thistle fluff, bound all over with really bandages from yesterday's fighting. Strange in a way, for men who'd been fixed on killing each other a few hours before to be happily mingling, stamping and blowing and polishing their shield rims, mulling over fights long past, the fight just done, and the fight to come. But then, warriors on different sides always had more in common with each other than with anyone else. Loneliest of professions, murmured Clover to himself. Shepherds might not make many friends, but they weren't often called upon to kill the ones they had made either. Jonas Steepfield. Clover jerked around at the whispering voice, the sound of that name frightening and oddly exciting both at once. A big man stood beside him with a battered shield on his arm, gray hair stirring in the wind about a gray stubbled face, with a scar that put Clover's to shame. And in the midst of that scar, a bright ball of dead metal where an eye should have been. If it ain't Call Shivers. I don't go by Steepfield anymore. I learned a big, hard name makes men want to take a blade to you just so they can cut off a piece of it. Shivers gave that weary nod that's born of hard experience. The world's full of eager fools, all right. No call for me to be swelling their number. It's just Clover now. There was Clover in that circle, eh? Where you fought. There was. Whenever I smell it, I remember how beaten feels. Shivers gave that weary nod again, looking off towards the hills. We should talk, sometime. One scarred old warhorse to another. You're the warhorse, Shivers. I'm more a crow, picking at the leftovers. Not that I don't like the act. It's a good one. Shivers glanced over towards Greenway, prancing around like he was the one about to face the young lion, and was sure of winning, too. Don't doubt you've got a lot of eager fools taking you for quite the figure of fun. He leaned close to whisper, or maybe to whisper even more throatily. But we both know what ye are. Clover had heard it said Call Shivers could see your thoughts with that metal eye. Nonsense, of course, but he'd seen plenty with the other. Few men more. Might be the hardest name in the north still casting a shadow. He didn't need a magic eye to make some sharp guesses. Clover took a breath. Aye, well, we all play the cards we're dealt. Some of us do. Some of us kill men with better cards and play theirs instead. What's this Store Nightfall like as a fighter? I wouldn't want to fight him.
A sensible man does his best to avoid any fight, any fair one. A pause, and they watched the folk crowd in from the Union side and the north. Warriors, servants, women, more and more of them, until there was a gabbling crowd in every direction. "What's he like as a man?" asked Shivers. "About what you'd expect from someone they call the Great Wolf. Certainly no better." "What about Brock?" Shivers shrugged. "About what you'd expect from someone they call the Young Lion. Certainly no worse." "Huh. Since we've got all the answers, I sometimes wonder why we follow these difficult people." The noise swelled up, cheers on one side and grumbles on the other, and Bethod's sons came through the press, as ill-matched a pair of brothers as ever there were. Scale Ironhand, huge and fleshy and flashing with gold, all smiles. Black Colder, lean as a spear and frowning like thunder. "I hear a lot of talk about loyalty," said Shivers, as the men who'd ruled the North for the best part of 20 years took their high seats above the circle. Clover snorted. "Since we've a dozen dead masters between us, and both had a hand in more than one of the downfalls, I feel no shame in saying that loyalty is overrated. Helps to have someone worth being loyal to." The cheers and grumbles were reversed, as a lean old man with long hair and a pointed face clambered stiffly onto the seats opposite. The dogman? He looked gray. Gray-clothed, gray-haired, gray-faced, like the life had leaked out of him to leave a wispy husk a sudden gust might whisk away. The man looks a touch past his best. Shivers cast a lazy eye towards Scale and back. He had a way of saying a lot with a few words. Least he had one. "Aye." Clover gave a weary sigh. "Got a lot of respect for the dogman, as it goes. Only man won any kind of power in the North in my lifetime and stayed halfway decent. The rest, Bethod, the Bloody Nine, Black Dow, Black Colder, well, between you and me," Clover scratched gently at his scar and dropped his voice very low, "it's been quite the who's the biggest difficult person contest, wouldn't you say?" Shivers slowly nodded. A real jerks parade. But then the jerks tend to win, don't they? Maybe I'm weak, but I'd rather be on the winning side, even if the losers smell sweeter. You should meet his daughter. Who? The Dogmans? Aye, Rikke. I'll make no promises for her odor, but she's worth talking to. He nodded towards the platform, where a girl was clambering over the back, all knees and elbows, to wedge herself between the Dogman and a pale, hard Union woman Clover reckoned to be the one-time Lady Governor of England. She pushed her tangle of red-brown hair out of her face to show those big gray eyes, and he'd no doubt it was her. The one who'd come tumbling down the hill and fallen at his feet. The one he'd let scamper off into the woods. We met in passing. Struck me as 2/3 of nothing. Then you misjudged her. No doubt she was fine-looking, but more than a bit mad-looking, too. Wild and twitchy with a cross painted over one eye, a fat gold ring through her nose, and a mass of rattling chains around her neck, like she was learning to be some hill-woman sorceress, but hadn't actually got to the spells yet. "You sure?" he asked. "Do I look like a man prone to fancy?" Clover gave Shivers a quick glance up and down. "About as little as any living. And I was long ago cured of the misapprehension that I'm right on every score. The wiser a man is, the more he stands ready to be educated." There was a little curl at the corner of Shivers' mouth as he watched Rikke flapping her hands around. A hint of pride, maybe. The most feeling he'd let show the whole time they'd talked. Anyone who could coax some warmth from that face-shaped block of rock was someone worth watching, Clover reckoned. Around the edge of the circle, the shield carriers were starting to form up, folk pressing in behind them, eager for the best view of the murder. "Let me know when you want that chat then, Shivers, you old difficult person." Clover hefted his shield and stepped away to find his own place. "My ears are always open to a better way of doing things." Rikke had been hoping the hate would melt when she finally saw Store Nightfall's face, because her hate for him was getting to feel like quite the weight to carry. She'd look in his eyes and see he wasn't the monster who'd whined his horrible murder, who'd burned her father's garden and killed good folk she knew, but just a man with loves and fears like any other, and her hate would melt. As so often with hopes and hatreds, it didn't quite turn out that way. The king-in-waiting strutted, preening into the circle, to wild cheers from his side, lauded and clapped and slapped on the back, and stood there with a damp-eyed smirk like a wedding guest who'd pricked the bride the night before. "That's Nightfall?" murmured Finrey Danbrock, sitting pale and stiff beside Rikke, and quite clearly trying to put a brave face over her misery. "That's him." Rikke narrowed her eyes, wishing she could see through him. See some clue to what he'd do, see some weakness Leo could use, see his death coming. But the long eye cannot be forced open, and all she saw was that infuriating very smirk, like he was the one who could see the future, and for him it held nothing but victories. He glanced her way, and that wolf grin grew a tooth wider each side, and he sauntered over to her half of the circle. "You're Rikke, then," he called out, giving her a slow look up and down with those wet eyes, his mouth open and his tongue showing. "You're prettier than I thought should be." She gave him the same sort of look, but with her mouth scorn-twisted. "You're about as ugly as I was expecting. I hear you can see what's coming. Did you see yourself submitting to me yet?" Jeering laughter at that, and Rikke clenched her fists. "Just you losing in the circle." He only grinned the wider. "I know you're lying about that one. Might be you're lying about the other." And he gave her a sly wink as he turned away. Winked at her, the difficult person, and she felt the hate boil up hotter than ever. "Don't worry about it," she screamed, jumping to her feet and jabbing away with one clawing finger. "Once Leo's broke you in half, you can go to hell." Got some laughs at least from the folk on her side, and some ugly stares from Store's shield carriers. She recognized the nail in their midst, staring right at her with his pale brows thoughtfully wrinkled, and she curled her tongue into a tube and blew spit at him, and he grinned and gave a little bow. "Easy," muttered her father, pulling her back down by the elbow. "Hard words are for fools and cowards. Store might be both, but you're neither." "Winking jerk," she growled. "I'll see him tormented by a pig, the difficult person. I'll see him strung up with brambles and the very cross cut in him. I'll send his guts to his daddy in a box, with herbs, so they won't smell 'em till they open it." She saw her father staring at her and looking quite worried too. "What?" she grumbled, hunching her shoulders. "Didn't think I had it in me to hate a man?" "Be careful, is all I'm saying. Hate a man that much, you give him power over you." "Maybe, but it goes back to the mud with him." Her voice sounded hard in her own ear. "The great leveler cancels all debts." The hoops and taunts from their side of the circle became cheers as Leo pushed through the crowd, his friends at his back. Her father leaned close. "Have it in you to love a man too?" She looked at him, caught by surprise. "I'm old, Rikke, not blind." Leo flinched as the wall of shields clattered shut behind him, like a prisoner might at the turning of the jailer's key. He'd said he loved her. Wasn't that she thought he was lying, just that she doubted he'd ever love anyone more than himself. "There are things I love about him. Best stomach she'd ever seen, for instance. There are things I don't. Biggest head she'd ever known, for instance." You can hate things about a person and still love 'em. The cheers and grumbles were reversed as a lean old man with long hair and a pointed face clambered stiffly onto the seats opposite. The dogman? He looked gray. Gray-clothed, gray-haired, gray-faced, like the life had leaked out of him to leave a wispy husk a sudden gust might whisk away. The man looks a touch past his best. Shivers cast a lazy eye towards Scale, and back. He had a way of saying a lot with a few words. Least he had one. Aye, Clover gave a weary sigh. Got a lot of respect for the dogman, as it goes. Only man won any kind of power in the North in my lifetime and stayed halfway decent. The rest, Bethod, the Bloody Nine, Black Dow, Black Colder, well, between you and me, Clover scratched gently at his scar and dropped his voice very low. It's been quite the who's the biggest difficult person contest, wouldn't you say? Shivers slowly nodded. A real jerks parade. But then the jerks tend to win, don't they? Maybe I'm weak, but I'd rather be on the winning side, even if the losers smell sweeter. You should meet his daughter. Who? The Dogmans? Aye, Rikke. I'll make no promises for her odor, but she's worth talking to. He nodded towards the platform, where a girl was clambering over the back, all knees and elbows, to wedge herself between the dogman and a pale, hard Union woman Clover reckoned to be the one-time Lady Governor of England. She pushed her tangle of red-brown hair out of her face to show those big gray eyes, and he'd no doubt it was her. The one who'd come tumbling down the hill and fallen at his feet. The one he'd let scamper off into the woods. We met in passing. Struck me as 2/3 of nothing. Then you misjudged her. No doubt she was fine-looking, but more than a bit mad-looking, too. Wild and twitchy, with a cross painted over one eye, a fat gold ring through her nose, and a mass of rattling chains around her neck, like she was learning to be some hill-woman sorceress, but hadn't actually got to the spells yet. You sure? He asked. Do I look like a man prone to fancy? Clover gave Shivers a quick glance up and down. About as little as any living. And I was long ago cured of the misapprehension that I'm right on every score. The wiser a man is, the more he stands ready to be educated. There was a little curl at the corner of Shivers' mouth as he watched Rikke flapping her hands around. A hint of
Ain't easy, watching someone you love walk into the circle. Rikke bunched her fists until the nails bit at her palms. Helps if you hate the other difficult person more. The noise started to fade as Eisenfile stepped out onto the short-shaved grass, chewing slowly with her tall spear in her hand. When all that remained was a nervy silence, she wedged her chaga down behind her lip with her tongue. Im Eisenfile, my da, Crummocky-file, judged the fight between Fenris the Feared and the Bloody Nine. He was a well-known jerk. Some laughter and hoots of agreement. But he was well-known. And being a hillman, the closest thing to a neutral party anyone could find. I am as well known as he. And she lifted her chin and gestured at herself. But for my piercing wits and haunting beauty. More laughter. Seems it's fallen to me as a hill woman to judge this bout. She grinned over at Stewart. Though I should declare up front that I hate this person over here, and might yet be prevailed upon to kill him myself. The laughter only made Rikke more nervous.
Have to admire your honesty, said Stour. I couldn't give a moth's care what you admire, but the judging of a duel is a sacred trust, and so on, and bloody so on, and you can trust me to judge this one fairly, I'm sure. Wouldn't worry, said Stour. Me standin' over his corpse won't need much judgin'. You say start, I'll handle the rest. Whoa there, boy, shouted Eisen. The moon loves a proper order to things, and there's the introductions, stakes, and choice of weapons to see to. Don't worry, I'll waste no time inflating your bloated names any more than I have to. Over here on my... She thought for a moment, frowned at Leo, frowned at her hands, frowned at the sky, then snapped her fingers. Left. On my left, we've got Leo Dan Brock, son of Finri Dan Brock, newly minted Lord Governor of England, who men call the Young Lion on account of his youth and heroic opinion of himself. If he's as skillful as he's pretty, we'll have quite the fight. She pointed her spear at Stour. Which means this article must be on my right, and it's Stour Nightfall, you see, son, of Black Calder and heir to the chain of Bethod, that men call the Great Wolf, cause of, who can say, the hairiest backside in the north, for all I know. He beat Stranger Come Knockin' in the circle, but we're all aware the man was way past his best. Good enough? Leo said nothing, eyes fixed on Stour like they were alone in the circle. Stour shrugged, still smiling. Good enough. Jerk, really jerk, Rika hissed through tight lips. She was biting on her chaga pellets so hard her whole face was aching, willing her guts to turn sickly and her eye to turn hot and some ghost of the future to show itself. But nothing came. Your next question, called Eisen. What are these two fools gonna kill each other over? Mostly a matter of manly pride, as is proper in a duel, but there's also the rich, dark earth of the north. The winner takes the patch of it men call the Protectorate, which stretches from the White Flow to the Cusk and includes the city of Ufrith. Stour Nightfall wins. It belongs to King Scale. Leo Dan Brock wins. It stays with the Dogman in the love and embrace of the Union. All happy with the terms? A quiet then. No one on Rika's side looked too happy about anything. Dogman, chieftain of Ufrith? Called Eisen. Aye, said Rika's father wearily. Brock, Lord Governor of England? Aye, snapped Leo. Scale Ironhand, king of the Northmen? Aye, rumbled Scale, jowls quivering as he smothered a burp, like this was the third duel he'd watched that day. Get to it, woman. Then I will, ye hill-o-lod. Eisern thrust her spear into the ground with a thud and snapped her fingers at Shivers. Lend me your shield, handsome. He glanced over his shoulder like he thought she might be talking to someone else, then tossed it to her. She snatched it from the air, set it down on its rim. Straps or paint, Brock? Though Shiver's shield was so battered, only a few stubborn flakes of paint still clung to it. Paint, said Leo. Eisern set the shield spinning, and men started shouting and hooping and calling, and beside her, Rika felt Lady Finri give a kind of gasp, and she covered her eyes with her hands. He'll win, said Rika. How can you know? Rika took her cold, limp hand and squeezed it. He'll win, she said, making it sound like a show of fact, for all her head was splitting with doubts. Maybe she could have talked him out of it, but it was too late now. There was a rattle as the shield fell. Straps down, said Eisern. Your pick, Great Wolf. Stour caught Rika's eye and shrugged, more careless than ever, like the notion of losing had never even occurred. He can pick. Your pick, young lion. Leo shook his head. He can pick. Men! And Eisern rolled her eyes. They never can commit. You'll fight with what you brought then. She tossed the shield back to Shivers, plucked her spear from the ground, and pointed it at the men about the circle. Shields all facing inwards now, rims grating as they locked them together into a wall. You lot, keep these two in here till it's settled, and no more interference than is seemly. She spat chaga juice, wiped her chin, and nodded, like it was all set up to her satisfaction. Let's get to it. Where names are made. Leo once heard someone say attack is the best defense.
Couldn't remember who, but it struck him as a bold philosophy, words to live by. So his plan was to be the whirlwind. Give Store no breath, no space, no chance to think. Leo would overwhelm that smirking jerk, put him in the mud, and look forward to feasts in his honor and songs of his prowess. But plans often crumble when swords are swung at them, and Leo's lasted no longer than it took Eisenfile to screech, "Fight!" Store came at him so shockingly fast, Leo had to twist his opening thrust into a clumsy parry, forced onto the back foot by a raking cut that jarred Barnabas' sword in his hand. A flash of Store's grin, and a flicker of bright steel, and Leo stumbled back again, parrying, dodging, parrying. The quick scrape and clatter of their blades almost lost in the bloodthirsty roar of the crowd. He only just ducked a wicked cut that could have taken his head right off, but Store gave him no clumsy backswing to work with, stepped scornfully away from Leo's counter, and pressed in again. Seemed Store had heard that thing about attack and defense, too, but he was better at it. "Kill him!" screeched Antop. "Come on!" shouted Durand. "Leo!" roared Glowad, shaking his shield. But Store was already on him again, 3 cuts so quick, Leo only dodged the first 2 by the barest instinct. He reeled away from the third, fishing with his sword in a weak effort to keep his opponent back. Store was the whirlwind. Leo was the leaf blown around the circle. The speed of him! He used a heavy Northman's sword, broad blade, solid crosspiece, weighty golden pommel, but he handled it nimbly as a Styrian rapier. Almost no backswing, almost no recovery, intentions masterfully disguised. Apart from Bremedan Gorst, who'd a fair claim to being the greatest swordsman of the age, Leo never saw a blade handled with such savage skill. He felt the doubt creeping cold up his spine. He was used to being swaddled in a blanket of self-confidence, and the chill as it was stripped away was all the worse for being unfamiliar. But Leo once heard someone say there are many ways to crack an egg. Hadn't been entirely sure of the meaning, but it struck him as a workmanlike philosophy, words to live by. Store might have the speed, but Leo had the strength. He had to watch for his opening, pin the slippery jerk down, and crush him like a walnut on an anvil. Store's next thrust came deadly fast, but Leo was ready. He twisted, forced it away, pressed forward instead of falling back, caught a satisfying glimpse of surprise on Store's face. He cut and cut again, blows heavy with his fear and frustration, jarring the sword in Nightfall's hand.
Steel scraped as Store caught Leo's blade on his, held it up short, the edge almost brushing the pointed tip of his nose. They snarled in each other's faces, straining for the upper hand, crosspieces grinding, knuckles almost rubbing together, shifting their stances in a bid to gain some hair of an advantage, locked together in a furious frozen struggle, while the crowd made a mindless thunder in which encouragement could hardly be told from insults. The brief flicker of triumph went out as, ever so slowly, Leo felt himself losing the contest. He bared his teeth, growled, spat, but Store forced him back and back until finally Leo was pushed off balance and had to stumble away, their swords ringing apart. He gasped as Store's blade came hissing at him, dodged desperately, slipped and nearly fell, reeled back into a little space, breathing hard. The crowd on the northern side bellowed their approval. The crowd on the Union's murmured their disappointment. The great wolf gave a showy flourish of his sword and grinned. It was plain they were all coming to the same conclusion. Store was the better swordsman. Still, Leo once heard someone say, "There's always a way." He'd had his doubts at the time, but now it struck him as a hopeful philosophy. Words to live by? If he couldn't beat the great wolf with speed or strength, he'd have to outlast him. Tire him with a dogged defense, a sullen determination, a stubborn endurance. He'd be the deep-rooted tree the hurricane can't shift. He had to wear the jerk down. Store thrust, but off-center. It was easy for Leo to step around it, finally sensing an opening. But just as he pounced, Store dipped his shoulder, whipped his sword across in a flicking cut. Leo gasped as he felt the wind of the blade across his face. He slashed back, but the great wolf was already dancing away, grinning, always grinning. The crowd roared. For a moment, Leo thought it was for him. Then he felt something tickling his cheek. Storr's point had scratched his face, so quick and so sharp he'd hardly felt it. It was blood the crowd were cheering for, his blood. As Leo backed off, the cut began to tingle, then to throb. He wondered how bad a scar it would leave. Wondered if it was a naming wound. But as that cold doubt crept all the way up to his throat, he realized you had to live through the duel for that. The dead get no names. Storr's grin grew a tooth wider, a tooth crueler. "I'm going to bleed you, boy," he said. Clover jerked away as the point of Brock's sword flashed past on the backswing, not a hand's width from his nose. Storr darted in, all snarl and fury, thrust again. Brock gasped as he jumped back, knocking Storr's sword wide so it gouged into the shield just next to Clover's. By the dead, the noise, the grind of steel, the growls of the fighters, the monstrous fury of the crowd. By the dead, the crush. Shield carrier straining, rim scraping against his as they shifted, shoulders squeezing against his as they shoved, the ring of shields twisting as the fighters danced close, boots mashing the dirt as men pushed back against the watchers behind, shoving ever inwards at the sight of blood. Clover told himself he hated this fight between fools, watched by fools. A brutal waste of at least one life that appealed to all that was worst in men. But in some deep hidden part of him, he loved it too. Thrilled to the sharp metal swung and the hot blood spilled. A little piece of Jonas Steepfield stuck in him like a splinter he could never quite dig out. There wasn't much in the world to get your heart pumping harder than watching two men fight to the death. Only being one of them. He felt a guilty surge of excitement as Storr dashed forward again. Felt the eager grin on his own lips as Brock parried and fell back. No doubt he was a fine swordsman, but Storr was making him look ordinary, more so with every moment. He used that big sword nimbly as a dressmaker might her needle, all wrist and flick and effortless mastery. Another flurry of blows, high and low, point and edge. Brock shuffled, blocked, but Storr caught him with the last cut as he whipped by. A slice across his left arm that sent a few spots of blood into the crowd. More than likely he could have left Brock's arm hanging off, but Storr hadn't become the great wolf by passing up a chance to pose, and he grinned as he showed the red edge of his sword to the crowd. He wasn't only a hell of a swordsman, but a hell of a braggart. The two went together with depressing frequency. Brock gritted his teeth, cheek red from the cut on his face, and came on doggedly. You couldn't fault his courage, but courage isn't a warrior's most valuable virtue, whatever the songs say. It's ruthlessness and savagery and quickness to strike that win fights. The very qualities in which Storr excelled. He jumped in now, laughing as he swung his red sword in great circles, sending Brock staggering into the wall of shields. Clover caught the young lion on his as he stumbled, gave a little like a good feather mattress, then nudged him back up so he could dodge, catch a blow of Storr's, and steer it wide with a screech of metal. He doubted it changed the result any. Looked like a black day for the Union. A black day for Leo Dan Brock and anyone who loved him. A fine thing for Jonas Clover, you'd have thought. He did stand on the other side, after all, and winning was supposed to be meat and drink to a warrior. Just sometimes he wished he had the bones to pick the right side, even if it was the losing one. Someone had taken to beating a drum, slow and heavy. Rikke could have throttled the jerk. By the dead, the tension, the long-drawn aching in her throat, worse and worse as the two of them circled, watchful, twisting like dogs after a scent, sniffing for an opening. Rikke's sore mouth tasted of vomit and fear, while the men with the shields shouted, stomped, bellowed their hatred and their encouragement. By the dead, the helplessness. She wanted to scream, wanted to punch something, wanted to rip the ring out of her nose. No one, however big an optimist, could have doubted Leo was getting killed in there, and there was nothing she could do. Most of the crowd were treating it like a feast day. There were children up in a tree staring down with wide eyes. Scale, that great fat jerk of a king, was laughing, quaffing from his goblet, laughing again. The great fat mountain of blubber. How can they laugh? Whispered Finree. 'Cause they're not the ones facing the great leveler, said Ricke's father, his face chiseled from gray stone. The only thing worse than the fear of them coming together was the terror when they did, shocking as lightning every time. Rikke flinching at every movement, body tensing at every flash of steel. She clung to the bench as if it was the saddle of a horse she was trying to break, clung to Finree's cold hand in her hot one, so hard her wrist ached. She knew with one twitch of a sword she might lose her lover, her home, her future. People can be so tough, survive so much hunger and cold and disappointment, take beatings you wouldn't believe and come out stronger. But they can be so fragile too. One sharp piece of metal is all it takes to turn a man into mud. One little stroke of bad luck. One ill-judged whisper. Had she done this? Had she made this happen? She gasped as nightfall came forward, switched direction in a blink. Steel rang once, twice. Leo lashed back, but too slow, and Storr slipped around it, his sword catching Leo's leg and making him stagger. No. A kind of shudder went through Finree, and Rikke gripped her hand harder than ever. Tried to be strong for both of them, though she wasn't halfway strong enough for herself. Tried to bare her teeth and focus on Storr's smirk and turn the sucking of fear into anger. Tried to make something from it she could use. You cannot force the long eye open, no more than you can order the tide to come in.
But where was the harm in trying? She planted her fists on her knees and sat forward, refusing to blink, glaring at the grass like she could glare through it to what might come, willing that heat into her eye. Might be she saw what she wanted to. The dead knew there'd been plenty of that going on the past few days. But for the briefest moment she thought she saw ghosts there, in the circle. Faint they were and flickering, hints of figures. Storr and Leo and their swords, torn apart like cobwebs on the breeze as the real men passed through them. Rikke curled back her lips and clenched her fists and squeezed her jaw so hard it felt like her teeth might crack, and she stared at the circle as if she was staring into a gale. She made herself see. Storr was laughing now, giggling as if every contact was a brilliant joke. Leo wasn't finding it funny. He told himself he was the young lion, the Lord Governor of England, the proud son of a proud line of warriors, with glory in his grasp. But in truth, he was scarcely even trying to hit back. Barnabas' sword was getting heavier every time he swung it. He was scared if he attacked, he'd give Storr a fatal opening. But he was scared if he defended, things could only go one way. It was getting to the point where he was just scared. Storr jerked forward, and Leo stumbled back. Just a mocking feint with the foot, a twitch of the hand, and Leo was sent scampering. Storr wasn't only aiming to win now, but to make a show of it, to teach a lesson, to show the whole North that the great wolf was a man to be feared. His sword flickered past Leo's tired guard. Storr could have spit at him, but he chose just to prick his stomach. Prick him, then whip away again, laughing. He was the young lion, but he was bleeding. Blood on his face, blood on his leg. Red streaks down his right hand, grip of Barnabas' sword sticky with it. The idea of blood watering the circle had thrilled him when he listened to stories of the Bloody Nine. Thrills you a lot less when it's your own. He was the young lion, but he was tiring. He panted, gasped, cold air raw in his throat, but he could never get enough breath. His knees were trembling, the snap going out of his arm. No way he could outlast Storr now. His only chance was to outthink him. Trouble was, he'd never been much of a thinker. If he had been, he might not have taken the challenge in the first place. His eyes darted about the circle, searching for some clue. His friends, their shields drooping, Gloward chewing his lip, Jin tearing his beard,
Antop crestfallen, Durand wincing as if he felt every wound himself. He caught a glimpse of his mother, stricken, pale, staring. The dogman sat grim beside her, and Rikke, glaring into the circle, fiddling with the ring through her nose. Fight dirty, she'd told him. No one remembers how the fight was won, only who won it. A gritty philosophy. Words to die by. Storr fainted, and Leo fell back again, stumbled again, but this time he went down harder than he had to. He put a hand out behind as if to steady himself, tore up a handful of grass. Storr came on again, grinning, and Leo growled as he forced the snap into his legs, sprang up, throwing his grass in Storr's face, swinging his sword at Storr's neck. Even blinking, spitting, and off balance, Nightfall managed to parry, but Leo was already coming at him with all the strength he had left. He smashed his forehead into Storr's mouth with a glorious crunch, making the great wolf stagger back onto the shields of his men. For a moment, his eyes were bleary, his bloody mouth wide with surprise. Leo took a great whooping breath, brought his sword whistling up and over, but the blade hacked into the shields where Storr had been a moment before, and Leo only just kept his grip on the buzzing hilt. Storr danced back, spitting grass, showing red teeth as he grinned. Ah, now we got us a fight! He darted one way, switched in an instant, and whipped past on the other side, quick as the wind and as hard to pin down. Leo was left stranded, gasped as the edge of Storr's sword whipped across his thigh, left a cold line that soon turned burning hot. It was the most he could do to stay standing as the blood soaked into his trouser leg. He wasn't a lion. He was a scared little boy who didn't want to die. But it was too late to listen to Mother now. Brock was cut bad. Red streaks down his face from the cut on his cheek, trousers dark around the cut on his leg, hand red from the cut on his arm, watering the circle with his blood, as the Skalds have it. Not a pleasant sight, but nothing Clover hadn't seen before, hadn't lived before. If pleasant sights are what you're after, the circle's a bad place to come. Storr was sure of victory, grinning like a wolf, strutting like a proud rooster, the kind that rules the farmyard rather than the kind you urinate with. But Clover reckoned both meanings fit the heir to the north pretty well. He laughed, arms spread wide, urging the crowd to ever louder shrieks of admiration and delight. Some men take to applause like other men take to drink. The more they get, the more they need, until too much is never enough. Scale was loving it almost as much as his nephew, shaking his iron hand at the circle and roaring, "Play with him!" The admiration of one powerful man for another seemed to sting an effort from Brock, who lumbered in, sluggish from the bleeding, took a clumsy swing you could see coming 10 strides off. Storr flicked it away with a contemptuous sneer, could have chopped Brock across the back, but chose to let him stumble by. "Finish him, gosh," snarled Black Calder, as disgusted by his son's display as his brother was delighted by it. Storr could have finished Brock 5 times now, but he was enjoying hooking him so much, he kept letting him wriggle free so he could hook him again. Clover thought that ill-advised, to say the least. You take no risks in the circle, and give no chances, not with all you've got and all you'll ever have in the balance. It only takes a little twist of fate to land you back in the mud, and fate can be a twisty little difficult person. No one knew that better than Clover. Rikke's head spun, sight swam, stomach churned as she stared down into the circle. Her left eye was hot, burning in her head. She forced it open wider, staring. Leo bent, clumsy, hunched around the wound in his side, blood-streaked top to toe. Storr looked quicker than ever, surer than ever, prancing, dancing, only a short step from blowing kisses to the audience. Rikke saw ghosts of swords and spears above the crowd, of flags shifting with a wind that wasn't there. The battle yesterday? A battle yet to come? By the dead, she wanted to be sick. Her head was pulsing.
The cold sweat tickled at her scalp, trickled down her face, but she didn't dare shift her eyes, didn't dare blink, didn't dare break the spell. There were ghosts in the circle, too, shimmering and shifting, ghosts of Leo and of Store, ghosts of hands and feet and faces, ghosts of swords. Leo winced as Store's blade caught him across the belly. Not a killing blow, just a kiss, a slash that spotted the shields beside him with blood. Leo stumbled, fell to his knees, sword slipping from his hand into the grass. "No," whispered Leo's mother, tears running down her cheeks as she closed her eyes. Nightfall turned slowly around in the middle of the circle, stretching out the victory, sucking up the glory, and he looked over his shoulder at Rikke, and he winked. By the dead, her eye was on fire, like it might burn right out of her head. Store turned away from her, raising his arm. She saw his sword, but she saw it with the long eye. And for an instant, like the water flooding in when the dam bursts, the absolute knowing of that sword flooded into her. She saw the ore of its iron, ripped from the cold earth, made steel in the flame-spurting furnace, and poured white-hot into the mold.
She saw Watersmeet the smith swing his hammer, face lit orange by sparks at each blow, his children working the bellows, his mother Drenna puffing plumes of chaga smoke from her pipe as she tugged at the binding on the grip. She saw it gifted to Store on his 10th birthday, Black Colder setting his hand on the smiling boy's shoulder and saying, "In war, it's the winning counts. The rest is for fools to sing about." She saw it in the great wolf's scabbard, whipped free as the duel began, cut and thrust, the circle full of the bright ribbons of its passing. She saw it swung in a shining blur at neck height, Store's teeth bared in a triumphant snarl. A great, heedless, showy sweep, fit to take a man's head right from his shoulders. She knew with utter certainty where that sword would be, always, but she didn't feel the joy she had when she knew the arrow, that day in the wet woods. For beyond Store's bright sword, she saw a crack in the sky, and beyond that crack, a black pit yawned, a pit with no bottom and no end and no beginning, in which there was a knowing, not of a sword or an arrow, but of everything. A knowing so vast and terrible that the merest splinter of it might rip her mind apart. Leo dragged himself to his knees, groggy, bloody, clawing his own blade from the grass. Rikke tottered up with him, moaning, gasping, gripping her throbbing head. The sky was opening, sucking her in. Store smiled, began to turn. Ricke's eye was a smoldering coal in her skull. Leo started to clamber up, head rising towards the shimmering ghost of Store's sword. She clapped her hands over her burning face and screamed out in the Union tongue, screamed at the very top of her lungs, "Go low!" Leo couldn't have said why, but it seemed important he die on his feet. Hardly hurt anymore, just numb, just weak, so heavy. Took everything he had to heave himself up. The world wobbled like jelly, all dark earth and bright pink sky, and a swimming mass of painted shields and snarling faces and smoking breath. He could hardly hear for his own thudding heartbeat, hardly tell the roaring of the crowd from the roaring of his breath. He'd clutched up a handful of grass along with his sword, bloody grass, bloody dirt. His mouth tasted like metal. In battle, a man finds out who he truly is. He forced his legs straight, swaying, trying to focus. He caught a glimpse of Store turning away, a flash of his bloody grin. Then, over the din of the crowd, he heard a scream. "Go low!" So he dropped. Or just fell, maybe. Felt wind pluck at his hair, and with a last effort swung his sword low. Far from his best swing ever. Clumsy and weak, grip loose in his sore fingers. But sometimes a bad swing can be good enough. There was a smack as the blade chopped deep into Nightfall's thigh. Store's eyes bulged, and he opened his mouth very wide and made a strange high shriek, more shock than pain. He staggered a half step, took a great whooping breath in the sudden silence, and started screeching again. More pain than shock this time.
Leo pulled his sword free, and Nightfall tottered, spluttering bloody spit, rearing up on his good leg, raising his sword high so the blade glimmered red with the setting sun. A slap as Leo caught Storr's fist in his and stepped forward, growling, jerking his other arm out hard so the pommel of Barnavaz's sword crunched into Nightfall's face, cutting his shriek off dead. His head snapped up, black blood against the pink sunset, and Leo caught the crosspiece of Storr's sword and tore it from his limp fingers as he toppled back. The great wolf hit the ground hard, arms flopped out wide, blowing bubbles of blood from his broken nose with each snorting breath. Leo stood over him, by some strange chance, holding both the swords. How would that happen? The painted shields of the men around the circle drifted down, limp, their mouths dropping open, and no one more shocked than Leo himself. And now the noise of the crowd on his side rose up, louder than ever. Shock turned to stunned delight, and stunned delight to wild triumph. Leo Don Brock, the young lion! And, loudest of all, kill him! No doubt Nightfall would have killed Leo if he'd been the one lying there, helpless. Would have killed him in the slowest, most painful, most shameful way he could. Would have crowed his victory from the rooftops of Ufrith and laughed as the skald sang the story back to him for years to come. Storr tried to wriggle away, gave a bubbling moan as he moved his wounded leg, then cowered as the points of the two swords came to hover over his neck. He stared up, bloody hair stuck across his face, eyes wide and full of fear. Not invincible after all. The shouts found a rhythm and became a chant. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Louder and louder, the smoke of the shouted words rising up into the chill evening all around. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Louder and louder, joined by the rattle of weapons, the clash of fist on shield, the thud of stomped boots making the chill ground shake, matching Leo's thudding heartbeat, echoing through him from his feet to his scalp. Kill him! He heard Gloward roaring over his shield. Kill him! He heard Antau shriek, face twisted with fury. Kill the jerk! Snarled Whitewater Gin. He saw his mother, tears in her eyes and a hand over her mouth. He saw the dogman, caught halfway between sitting and standing, with a disbelieving grin. He saw Rikke, stood up from the bench between them, her hands over her face, one eye gleaming between her fingers. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Leo took a long, cold breath, lifted Barnavaz's sword and Storr's, the growl in his raw throat growing to a throbbing roar as he brought them both stabbing down with a single thud, right into the turf on either side of the great wolf's cringing face. Storr! Nightfall, he mumbled. Even speaking was a mighty effort then, each word a great stone to lift. I spare your life. Dizzy as hell, and he dropped on one knee, down in the circle of turf damp with dew, damp with his own blood. Bit dizzy, he said, and flopped over sideways. Best lie down. The poor pay the price, amnesty, said Malmer. We give up our arms. We give up our hostages. We all go free. Silence, while everyone thought over what that meant. It was a lot more than they'd expected that morning, maybe, but so much less than they'd dreamed of a few weeks before. It was a sorry little meeting, in a looted warehouse with a chill breeze blowing through the broken doors. 15 breakers, each in charge of a different district of Valbec. As far as anyone was in charge of the chaotic warren of garbage the city had been reduced to. The gaunt and grim who'd stayed to the bitter end. They would have liked to call themselves the most loyal, but maybe they were just the ones with most to lose. Broad took a breath. He should never have gotten involved. He'd known it then, and he knew it now. But he'd told himself things might change. Smashed his face against the wall again, sure that this time it wouldn't hurt. For all his promises to be a new man, somehow he always made the same wrong choices. Full pardons, asked a woman with a pinched-in gray face. Heron nodded, though he didn't look all that convinced. So his High Knightness tells us. What did that jerk Pike have to say? Asked Sarlby. He didn't like it, said Vic, but he didn't disagree. You trust Orso? Asked Broad. Best never to make a decision based on trust, said Vic,
like trust was some fantastic beast only children believed in, just on what's best for most. Malmer gave a sigh that sounded like it rose from the very dregs of a well of weariness. Coming to something when revolutionaries pin their hopes on the crown prince. He seems decent enough, though, considering. Far better than expected. Expectations could hardly have been lower, said Vic, frowning, as always. She'd some frown on her, that woman. Malmer gave a helpless shrug. Guess I trust him more than most of the royal family. But then, I trusted Reisenau. Look where that got us.
Truth is, we've no choice, said Heron. We're out of food. We didn't do this to starve our own people. Sometimes I wonder why we did do it. Couple of months ago at those big meetings, folk would have fallen over themselves to list all the wrongs they'd die to put right. Now, no one offered Malmer a reason. The causes had turned hazy lately. Like far-off chimneys through the vapors, you could hardly tell if they were there or just a trick of your mind. Then, that's it, I reckon, said Malmer. Send word to everyone who's still listening. We pull down the barricades. We open the city. We surrender. One by one, the others nodded their agreement. Mournful, like that nod cost a little piece of themselves. But no one could see another way. The uprising was done. Sticks in my gullet, said Sowerby, giving up. Broad clapped him on the shoulder. Be thankful you've got something in your gullet. There was still a tang of old burning on the air outside, of old burning and new rot. Ashes blew down the street, settling on the rubbish like little drifts of black snow. Not far off stood the shell of a gutted mill, blackened rafters sticking naked into the pale sky, blackened windows gaping empty. And this was supposed to be our great change. Malmer slowly shook his white head. Broad could have sworn he'd turned whiter the last few days. What a really disaster. I'm not crying for those owners lost their mills, snapped Sowerby. I can tell you that. What about the jobs in those mills? Asked Vic. Dare say the rich folk whose investments went up in smoke will muddle through. What about the poor folk lost their livings? Thought we were doing good, said Malmer, worn face crunched up with wrinkled disbelief. Sure we were doing good. Good and bad aren't as easy to tell apart as you'd think, said Vic. Mostly it's a matter of where you look at 'em from. That's the sorry truth, grunted Broad. Malmer frowned towards that burned-out shell. It's the poor pay the price again. Broad remembered Musilia after the sack. The slums looted and turned into smouldering ruins, corpses scattered in the streets. But the palace untouched on the high ground above the smoke. He worked his mouth and spat. Always the poor pay the price. Folk poured out of Valbeck that night, columns of them snaking past the abandoned barricades and across the fields. A few were breakers, going to surrender their arms and take their chances at amnesty. Most were folk who'd heard there might be food. The first to meet the wary queue of the filthy, hungry and dispossessed were smiling women, handing out loaves. You might have thought they had undiluted hope rather than bread in their barrows for the good humour they spread down the column. A few days before, folk couldn't have found language harsh enough to describe Crown Prince Orso. A bit of bread in their bellies and they were frothing over with praise for him. Broad was no better than the rest as he caught that heavenly smell of baking, mouth watering up a rainstorm. Seeing May and Liddy's smiles when they ate their share was a better gift even than the bread itself. R.D. didn't smile. Broad didn't think he'd ever seen her smile. Just chewed, staring at her shuffling feet, eyes big and damp in her thin, thin face. Wasn't long after the taste of bread faded that Broad was back to the worried old killer he'd been that morning. The sun slunk down towards distant woods, and the cold came on, and they reached a knot of blank-faced soldiers collecting weapons. There was a mismatched arsenal heaped up on either side of the road, old pike-staffs, rusted swords, butchers' cleavers and gardeners' hatchets. "I'm a shoemaker," a man was grumbling as an officer looked over a set of gleaming blades. "How can I work without my knives?" "You want something, you have to give something up. On you go." Handing in a weapon had felt too close to an admission of guilt to Broad. He'd thrown his down a well before they left and been glad to see them go. Might be it's people who kill people, but you can't stab a man with a blade you haven't got. "I've got nothing," he said to the officer in charge, shifting his lenses on his nose as if to imply he was a man of learning. "Wouldn't know what to do with a blade." The officer looked him up and down as if that was a bit too rich for either one of them to swallow, but he jerked his head onwards. Another hour of shuffling and the sky started to darken, the mood darkening with it. Folk muttered that the Inquisition were up ahead, asking questions, pulling people from the column, anyone who'd been tight with the breakers. Soldiers on horseback prowled the fields to either side of the road, torches in gauntleted fists. Some wanted to think the best, others were sure they'd all be hanged for treason on the spot. No one left, though. Like lambs queuing up for the slaughterman's knife, they only huddled tighter together and kept plodding towards the bleak unknown. "Don't like this," whispered Liddy. Broad didn't like it much either. After what he'd done in Valbec, and what he'd done on his farm, and what he'd done in Styria, could he really hope to wriggle free now? It's coming to something when you reassure yourself with the thought that there's no justice in the world. A good score of soldiers were gathered where the road passed through a gate in a tumble-down wall, a good score of masked practicals with them, all under the supervision of a black-coated inquisitor, torchlight finding the hollows in his pale face and making him look quite the demon. While Broad was watching, two men were led away to the side, and a kind of nervous moan spread through the column. He felt a sudden desire to run, glanced about for his best route of escape. "Calm yourselves," called the Inquisitor. "His Highness, the Crown Prince, has offered a full amnesty. There are some questions to be asked, and some questions to be answered. That is all. No one will be hurt. You have my word, the word of Superior Pike, and the word of Crown Prince Orso himself. There is soup for you all a little further on." That was what it came to. You might die, but you might get soup. Shame was, it more or less worked on Broad. "Got to trust him," he muttered. "We've come too far now." "We could head back," hissed Liddy, forehead creased with worry. "They'd see us, think we've something to hide. Might be best if you two move away from me." Might have been best if they'd moved away from him a long time ago. But May wouldn't hear of it. "No, we're not splitting up. You've a better chance. What the gosh?" While they'd been arguing, R.D. had stepped stiffly from the queue and walked straight towards the Inquisitor. What's she doing? If that useless freaking stray drew the wrong sort of attention, they'd be finished. But there was nothing Broad could do. Dive from the column to grab her, he'd only make it worse. One of the practicals blocked her path, stick gripped tight in his fists. "Get back with the others, girl." "I am Savine dan Glokta," she called in a ringing voice that seemed to carry for miles in the still evening. "Daughter of His Eminence the Arch-Lector. I demand to speak to Crown Prince Orso at once." There was a pause while the Inquisitor stared at her, while the practicals stared at her, while everyone stared at her, Broad included. He couldn't believe it. After all they'd done for her, she'd land them on the scaffold. But there was something different about her voice, so pure and smooth and commanding. Something different about the way she held herself, stiffly upright, with her shoulders back, her long, thin neck stretched out, and her sharp jaw proudly raised. She looked half a head taller of a sudden. "At once," she snarled at the Inquisitor. He stared at her for a moment longer, then bowed his head. Of course. The practicals looked as dumbstruck as a man could with a mask on. "We're just going to... If this young lady is who she claims to be, then she deserves our immediate assistance. If she is not, well, we'll soon find out."
And the world feels like a brighter place if you believe in people's fundamental honesty." He offered his hand with extravagant politeness. "Thank you, Inquisitor," she said. "These three are with me." The Inquisitor gave Broad a doubtful look up and down. "I cannot exempt everyone." "Of course not," said R.D., "or Savine, or whoever the hell she was. Just these three. I must insist." "Very well." The Inquisitor beckoned them to follow. Broad looked at Liddy, but what could she do? What could any of them do? "Better hope that girl's tellin' the truth," the practical growled in Broad's ear as he followed them up the road through the gathering darkness. "I'm surprised as you are," muttered Broad, then nearly bit his tongue as the man shoved him and his boot caught in a rut. He was sorely tempted to punch him in the head, but it would only have got him killed, and perhaps his family too. Fighting every fight you're offered doesn't make you a big man, it makes you a fool. "Did you know about this?" he hissed out of the corner of his mouth at May. "Course I did. I arranged it." "You bloody what?" Liddy was staring at her from the other side. "What did you do, May?" "What I had to." May stared straight ahead, jaw muscles working on the side of her face. "It's high time someone put this family first." The new woman. Savine chewed at her cracked lips. She fussed at the frayed hems of the horrible, overstarched dress they had given her. She picked at the peeling skin around her broken fingernails. She used to take such particular care over her hands. Their elegance had often been commented upon. Now, however, she tugged at her sleeves. There was no hiding the scabs, cracks, calluses. All she had been through cut into her crooked fingers. She was no longer R.D., the little lost waif. But she certainly was not Savine dan Glokta, feared and fearless scorpion queen of investors. She used to be drawn to her reflection like a bee to a bloom. Now she shunned the mirror, dreading what she might see there. But then she dreaded everything. She knew she should have felt overwhelming relief to no longer be hungry, joy to finally be clean, blubbing gratitude for all the unlikely chances that had led to her salvation. She knew few who had been trapped in Valbec were anywhere near so fortunate. But all she felt was a constant, nagging terror, more like a hostage taken than a prisoner freed. As bad as when she fled through the crazed streets of Valbec on the day of the uprising. Worse, because then fear had made sense. Now she was supposed to be safe. She heard voices outside and spun, heart suddenly pounding. On some sluggish instinct from long ago, she thought of arranging herself to best advantage. A lady of taste should always be discovered in the midst of something more important. She reached up to adjust her wig, realized there was nothing there but her own shapeless, graceless, colorless fuzz. She ended up frozen, less a beauty arranged for a portrait, more a burglar surprised in a darkened hallway, one scabbed hand twisting the other as someone ripped the flap aside and ducked into the tent. Orso. The red and gold of his uniform looked impossibly vivid. In Valbec, towards the end, everything had been the color of dirt. He looked weightier than he used to. Or perhaps she was so used to seeing everyone famished that the merely well-fed looked like members of another species. He had the strangest expression when he saw her. Horror? Pity? Disgust? He gave a kind of shudder and put a hand over his eyes, as though the sight of her was painful. "It is you," he whispered. "Thank the fates." He took a step towards her, but stopped awkwardly mid-stride. "Are you hurt?" "No." They both knew she was lying, and not even with any conviction. She was mauled inside and out. She was torn apart and badly stitched back together. "Good." He forced a crooked smile. "You look well." She could not smother a bark of bitter laughter. "You always were a champion liar, Orso, but that one's a little too big even for you to lift." "You look beautiful to me," he said, holding her eye. "Whatever you might think." She had no idea what to say to that. She was a wretched understudy, kicked from the wings onto the empty stage and gazing horrified towards the crowd, not knowing her lines, not even knowing the play. When she finally spoke, it was a shock how calm she sounded. "There were some people with me, a family. I wouldn't have—"
They are safe and cared for. You don't have to worry about anything." "Not worry?" she whispered. She was nothing more than a sheaf of worries held together by a messy dress. "I'm sorry you had to come here," she managed to dredge up. "I know how much. You wanted to go north. When I heard you were in danger, I didn't think twice. I didn't think once. Not that your father or mine were going to give me any choice. Probably best I leave the north to men's men like Leo Dan Brock. I think we can all agree I'm not really cut out to be a soldier. The uniform suits you. I may be a sheep on the battlefield, but when it comes to wearing the uniforms, I'm an absolute tiger." There had been a time she could talk for hours and beautifully say nothing. Now it felt obscene, swapping light-hearted pleasantries while one party is making a mess of themselves all over the floor. She felt an entirely unreasonable stab of fury. Why hadn't he come sooner? Why had he sat out here waiting, the useless real coward? She wanted to tear at him with her nails. Instead, she vomited up compliments. "From where I stand, it seems you managed the whole business rather well. More by luck than skill, I rather think. Everyone's alive." A flash of blood spattering that guard's face as his arm was dragged into the grinding gears. Savine had to cough, swallow acid. Most are. You are. That's all that matters. I'm so sorry it took me so long to get here, to find you." He looked into her eyes with an intensity she could not stand to meet. "To realize what I feel for you. I don't see how things can carry on between us the way they did before." She almost laughed at that. Of course not. How could anything be what it was before, ever again? That's why he looked ridiculously nervous. Crown Prince Orso, notorious for caring about nothing. How many women had he disappointed? Hundreds, most likely. He really should have learned how to do it better. That's why he took a hard breath, as if readying himself for some great act of courage. Savine lifted her chin, as if to give the headsman an easier task. He looked up at her, guilty, haunted, ashamed. Her patience snapped. "Just spit it out. I want you to marry me," he blurted. "I mean, gosh." He wobbled awkwardly down to one knee. "This isn't how I planned it. I haven't even got a ring." She stared at him in cold astonishment. "What?" He took her limp hand in both of his. They felt hot and faintly clammy. "It's mad. I know it's mad. But I love you. It took this to make me realize. But hear me out." Honestly, she had no words to interrupt him with. "I'm gosh without you. Utter gosh. Everyone knows it. But with you, I have the chance of being a worthwhile person. I didn't come here to save you. The idea's really ridiculous. I came so that you can save me. I'm the last man you'd pick as a king, I know. But you, bloody hell, Savine, you were made to be a queen. There's no one I admire more. You have all the brains and the guts and the ambition I don't. Imagine what we could build together. Well, imagine what I could watch you build. Queen Savine." He gave that boyish, wheedling smirk of his. It even rhymes. Queen? It came out a strangled squawk, the sort of noise a goose might make when its neck was wrung. Savine. He could have had anyone, but he wanted her. And not her money, not her connections, not her wigs and her dresses and her jewels, not the idea of her, but her. At her worst, even now, even like this. Not just as his lover, as his wife, as his queen. She breathed, but her voice failed her utterly, and it came out no more than an acrid burp. "Gosh."
He winced as he sharply stood. "You don't have to answer. You don't even have to think about it." He pulled one hand away, but clung on with the fingertips of the other as if he could not quite bring himself to let go. "I shouldn't have asked. I'm such a jerk. Take all the time you need." He had ridden to her rescue, with 5,000 armed men. Men she had paid for, but even so, she had never thought she might need rescuing. She had never dreamed he might be the man to do it.
It was as if she had never really seen him before. She had known she could laugh with him, but she had never imagined she might be able to trust him, to rely on him. She had been braced for rejection and disappointment. Sympathy and support she had no idea what to do with. "Gosh," he said, finally letting go of her fingers, leaving them strangely tingling. "I'm terrible at this. Is there something you need? Is there anything I can... Do you want to be alone? Do you want me to go?" He turned towards the tent flap. She caught his wrist. It was trembling. His wrist and her hand both. Then she was kissing him. It was not elegant. He stumbled back in surprise, blundered into a pole in the middle of the tent, and for a moment she thought he might bring the whole thing flapping down around them. Their chins knocked painfully, then their noses. She tried to twist her head to one side and he went the same way. Then they both went the other. She caught his head, gripped it with both hands, teeth scraping, ugly grunting, undignified slurping. Awkward and fierce and urgent, as if they were running out of time. Nothing like the neat routines they used to go through in Swarbreck's office, with all the polite back and forth of a formal dance, a dignified game in which they both kept their cards close. Now everything was on the table, and it felt deadly serious, her heart thudding in her ears just as it had the day of the uprising. After their night, what did you and that murdering bastard have to talk about? Leo sighed. The future. Like it or not, hell be king of the Northmen. Better we talk than fight. Is it? Snapped Rikke. I'm surprised you didn't stay there, hold hands while he heals, share a few laughs over how he burned my father's hall and chased me through the woods and killed my friends and yours. Leo winced like he was stepping out into a storm. I'm not changing sides, Rikke. I'm just trying to build a bridge from one side to the other. No doubt. A bridge those evil jerks can march straight across. To kill an enemy is cause for relief, he trotted out pompously. To make a friend of him is cause for celebration. You make friends with your enemies when you see the mud heaped on top of the jerks. You think Black Calder will just let this go? He wants all the North and he won't be happy till he has it. All you did was sharpen his appetite. Leo had that sulky child look he got around his mother. Rikke was feeling more sympathy with her by the day. The heir to the North owes me his life now. He's bound to me. That's a valuable thing. By the dead, she sneered. You think the likes of Store Nightfall care at all for debts or bindings? He'll turn on you quick as a snake. You promised me you'd kill him, Leo. You promised me. It's not that easy to kill a man, not when he's just lying there at your mercy. I'd have thought that's the perfect very time. What would you know about it? He snapped. There's a brotherhood between two men in the circle, a bond you wouldn't understand. Because I'm a woman or because I've got a brain? My mother might treat me like a child, but at least I very am her child. I'm Lord Governor now. Half angry and half wheedling, like he was trying to convince himself as much as her. I have to make the decisions. And your first one is to break your really word? He looked taken aback by how savage she sounded. Truthfully, she was a little taken aback by it too. I'd no idea you could be so... ruthless. Oh, aye, ruthless, Rikke, terror of the North. Seems none of the men in my life know me as well as they think. The fact is, being nice gets nothing done. You have to make of your heart a stone, Leo. You should have killed him. Maybe I should have. Leo lifted his chin. But I won. It was my choice what to do with him. By the dead, how had it come to this between the two of them? From a lot of bliss and a few niggles to all niggle and no bliss at all. She guessed you can only ride so far on a fine stomach. She felt a flurry of twitches chase up her cheek, and the fact she couldn't get her own face to obey only made her angrier than ever. You arrogant jerk, she snarled. You were reckless and stupid, and by some margin the second best fighter out of two. You won because Store was even more of a puffed-up fool than you and couldn't help showing off. You won because my long eyes saw what he did, and I very screamed it at you. Leo's bruised, bandaged face barely moved while she spoke. Once she ran out of things to hurt him with and petered off into silence, he took a small step towards her. Not angry, not sad.
What did you say to me? No one remembers how the fight was won. I won. No one cares how. He brushed her shoulder as he stepped past, not quite barging her out of the way, but nearly. Was only a day or two ago, had said he loved her. Seemed he shrugged his loves off as easily as his promises. He left her on the hillside, in the wind, silently seething. Leo donned very Brock, she snarled, and in case someone had somehow missed the point, added, that preening dunce. Izern thoughtfully fiddled with the finger bones on her necklace. I sense something hath come betwixt the young lovers. You've an uncanny feeling for these things, mused Ricke's father. He's a very bladder of vanity, snapped Ricke, rubbing at her eye. Still sore, still hot. You know your problem? Her father had that calming look that was always certain to enrage her more. It's Leo Don Mine Brock, the faithless jerk. You're prone to set folk up so high, all they can do is let you down. It's a constant worry of mine, said Izern, nodding away, the way the girl worships me. And when they do, it's a high peak to topple from. That's not true, snapped Ricke. Then she wondered if it was, and quickly lost all patience with the exercise. That's gosh. You've said all along he's prone to think of himself first, second, third, and last, said Izern. And you're saying that's all right? I'm saying it's a bastard of a shortcoming in a lover, but one your eyes were wide open to. If you build your boat from cheese, do you see, you can't wail at the heavens when it sinks, for cheese is known to be a poor material for boat building. You should only ask for promises you know are going to be kept, said her father. And we're talking of the circle. He gave a helpless shrug. Things happen. You've got to try to look on the sunny side, or you'll spend your life in darkness. Ricke ground her teeth. The two of them had, as usual, many fair points, but it was unfair points she wanted right then. So when someone gives me a hard time, I need to thank 'em for not kicking me in the teeth, do I? We got our land back, Ricke, our city, our hall, our garden. His mouth curled up in a faraway smile. No doubt it'll all need some putting right, but how long for, do you think? Sneered Ricke, not much comforted by thoughts of training a rose or two. Will Black Calder just toss his father's dreams on the rubbish heap now? Dump his ambitions with the fish skins? That greedy jerk's going nowhere. Moment we look away, he'll be back. Her father, as ever, refused to be goaded into anger and stuck with quiet resignation. Nothing's forever, Ricke. No peace and no war. All you can do is the best you can in the time you've got. Well, there's our answer then. Best you can. Wisdom to be proud of. All that dug from him was a wistful wince. Wish I had some wisdom to give you. Wish I had the answers. Ricke felt guilty then. She seemed to lately, whenever she wasn't angry, lurching from one to the other like a very children's seesaw, the kind that smacks you hard.
I'm sorry, she grumbled. You've given me plenty of wisdom, more answers than any child's got a right to. Ignore me. She couldn't resist adding, everyone very does, in a mumble at the end. Well, your faithless but finely proportioned Lord Governor problem is solving itself. Izern leaned back and put one boot up on the table, rolling a chaga pellet between finger and thumb. Since he's off to the Union, where the bloated fools who wouldn't lift a finger to help will call him the greatest warrior since Oz, and puff his head up with farts until he can't fit through a very door sideways. Ricke neatly swiped the chaga pellet as Izern lifted it to her mouth and stuck it up behind her own lip. Some solution. Thought you hated him? I do. But you don't want him to go anywhere? Asked Izern, rolling a new pellet for herself. Ricke planted her elbows on the table and her chin on her hands and sagged unhappily into them. Exactly. Her father swiped the second pellet from Izern's fingers and stuck it down behind his own lip. Just as well you're going with him then. Ricke looked up. I'm going where now? Ardwa. I need to go back to Ufrith with you. Tend to the garden and whatever, though she'd never had much patience for it, and less than ever these days. Izern and Shivers'll go with you. Make sure you don't get into mischief. Or that you do, muttered Izern, eyeing them both carefully as she rolled a third pellet. You can pour a drink on my old friend Grim's grave. He gave a little smile. No need for words over it. He never liked 'em. But there'll be deals done in Ardwa, and we need to be represented. After the battle at Osrung, we were promised 6 chairs on the open council. Never happened. Promises are like flowers, said Eisen, stretching her arms wide. Often given, rarely kept. Well, if Leo sticks by us, maybe it'll be kept now. Rika pushed her pellets sourly from one side of her lip to the other. I haven't proved myself too good at making Leo stick to things. Try again. You might improve. And it'll do you good to see the world. There's more to it than forests, believe it or not. Ardwa, muttered Rika, the city of white towers. She'd heard a lot about it, but never thought to go herself. A year in Ostenhorn had been hard enough work. Just promise me one thing. Anything. Let go of it. Of what? The feuds, said her father, and of a sudden he looked so tired. The grudges. The enemies. Take it from a man with a wealth of bitter experience. Vengeance is just an empty chest you choose to carry. One you have to go bent under the weight of all your days. One score settled only plants the seeds of 2 more. So you're telling me I should just forget what they said? Forget what they did? There's no forgetting. I'm hemmed in by the memories. And he flapped an arm about as though the shadows were full of an invisible crowd. Besieged by the jerks, the hurts and the regrets, the friends and the enemies, and those who were a bit of both. Too long a lifetime of 'em. You can't choose what you remember, but you can choose what you do about it. Time comes, you gotta let it all go. He smiled sadly down at the tabletop. So you can go back to the mud without the baggage. Don't talk that way, said Rika, putting a hand down on the back of his. She felt like she was on stormy seas, and he was the one star she had to sail by. You're a long way from the mud. We're all of us only a hair away, girl, all the time. At my age, you have to be ready. Rika realized she'd got swept away in her bitterness then, and she leaned forward and hugged her father tight, and propped her chin on his balding head. I'll let go of it, I promise. But it was starting to seem like she was no good at letting go. Behind his back, Eisen tapped her fist against her heart and mouthed one word. Stone. Like rain home, said Savine as the carriage lurched to a halt. Broad never rode in one before, and it had been a bone-shaking business. Like most luxuries, he was starting to realize it was more about how it looked than how it felt. Savine's home would have been daunting as a fortress, let alone a house. An almighty box of pale stone, acres of dark windows frowning onto the Kingsway, across gardens on fire with autumn color. It had a great porch with great pillars, like it was some temple of the old empire. It had a tower at one corner, with slit windows and battlements. It had a pair of guardsmen holding ceremonial halberds, still as statues on either side of the sweeping marble steps. Broad looked at Liddy and swallowed, and she looked back, eyes wide, and neither one of them had a thing to say. Footmen helped them down from the carriage. Footmen with emerald green jackets and mirror-polished boots and great flapping lace cuffs. May stared at the man when he offered her his spotless white-gloved hand, as if she was worried her fingers might stain it. The really footmen look like lords, muttered Broad. One of them is a lord, Savine threw over her shoulder. I'm joking. Relax. This is your home now. Which was easy for her to say. She was stepping through her front door. Broad felt like he was sticking his head into a dragon's mouth, though few dragons could have had a maw half the size of the towering front doors. I don't feel too relaxed, he muttered to Liddy as he shuffled up the steps. Would Sir prefer a cell in the House of Questions, she forced through an unconvincing smile to one of the guards, or a gibbet over the road to Valbeck? Broad cleared his throat. You've a point. Shut your mouth and be thankful then. Always good advice. The hall could have held a whole terrace of Valbeck slum houses, a gleaming expanse of rare woods and colored marbles imported from places whose names Broad couldn't even pronounce, most likely. And he twitched down his worn cuffs and twitched up his worn collar in a pathetic effort to make himself more presentable. A fine-looking lady was waiting for them, dark-skinned, tall and elegant, with hands clasped and jet-black hair knotted tight. Lady Savine. Savine stepped forward and caught her in a hug.
"It's so good to see you, Zuri. I can't tell you how good." The dark-skinned woman stood a moment, surprised, then lifted her arms and hugged Savine back. "I am so very sorry I let you down. I kept thinking, if I could have been there. I'm glad you weren't. There was nothing anyone could do. Let's not speak of it again. Let's have everything, just as it was before." And Savine gave a brittle, queasy smile, as if that might be easier said than done. Broad knew how that went. "Were you able to help your brothers?" "Thanks to you. They came back with me." Zuri beckoned two men forward, both dark-skinned like her, but otherwise they could hardly have been more different. "This is Haroun." Haroun was wide as a door, bald and bearded. He touched two fingers to his wide forehead, solemn as an undertaker, and spoke in about the deepest voice Broad had ever heard. "We thank God for your safe return, Lady Savine. And this is Rabbik. Rabbik couldn't have been much older than May, slight and bright-eyed, glossy black hair to his collar. He gave a quick little bow, lots of teeth in an easy smile. "And we thank you for this refuge from the chaos in the south." "I am very glad to have you with us," said Savine. "Your mother would like to see you, of course," said Zuri, "and there is a great deal in the book to discuss, but I thought you might want to bathe first." Savine closed her eyes and gave a ragged sigh. "By the faiths, how I've missed you. Bath, mother, book, in that order. I will be up to help dress you as soon as your friends are settled. I took the liberty of hiring a new face-maid." Savine swallowed. "Of course. And could you get me some pearl dust, Zuri? I need a little something." Zuri squeezed her hand. "Already waiting for you." Broad watched Savine sweep away up the stairs. They were wide enough she could have been driven straight up them in the carriage. His eye was caught by the chandelier, nearly blinded by its glittering, in fact. An upside-down mountain of twinkling viscerine glass. Dozens of candles, and each a fine 10-bit wax candle, too. He wondered what it cost to make, wondered what it cost just to light each evening. "You must be the Broads." Zuri was studying him, no longer so welcoming, her black eyes hard and cautious. Broad couldn't blame her. He and Liddy had lost the power of speech altogether, fell to May to speak up for the family. That seemed to happen more and more. May, these are my parents, Liddy and Gunnar." She raised her chin in a little gesture of defiance, which made Broad feel strangely proud. "We looked after Lady Savine in Valbec, made sure she was safe. She and her parents will be extremely grateful. And no one ever did this family a favor or a wrong without being repaid triple. I understand you will be joining Lady Savine's service." "We'd like to," said Liddy. "She will make you work. She makes everyone work." "Never been afraid of work," said May. "The prophet says it is the best way into heaven after all." She said it with a funny sort of smile, as if she wasn't near so pious as the words implied, and led them through into a seemingly endless corridor. No gleaming marble, just whitewashed plaster and bare boards, but all orderly and smelling of soap. Even back here, Broad still felt a bit out of his class. A pair of girls walked past with armfuls of laundry, looking nervously at them as if they were animals got free of their cage. Maybe they were. "How many servants are there?" asked May. 19 in this house, and 12 guardsmen." Liddy's eyes were nearly as wide as Broad's must have been. "How many houses does she have?" "This is the townhouse of Lady Savine's father, His Eminence the Arch-Lector. Lady Savine spends much of her free time here, though she has very little." Zuri glanced quickly at a watch she wore on a chain around her neck and slightly upped the pace. "But she owns 5 houses of her own also. One in Adwa, which she uses for meetings of the Solar Society and other social functions, one in Kelm, one in England, a small castle in the country near Starnland, and one in Westport." She leaned close to murmur, "But so far as I am aware, she has never actually been to that one." "It's a small castle," squeaked May in Broad's ear. They passed a kitchen where a woman was giving some dough a thorough pounding, another sawing away at some fish with a filleting knife. "How many people work for her?" asked Liddy. "In her personal service, including you and my brothers and the new face-maid, 34. In her various business ventures? Well, hundreds, thousands maybe. What business is she in? Croaked Broad as they turned up a long staircase. It might be better to ask what business she isn't in. What experience do you have? I can stitch, said Liddy. Was assistant to a dressmaker once. I can wash, I can cook some. Lady Savine will always find work for someone who can use a needle. Her wardrobe provides labor for legions on its own. She turned a key and led them into a room flooded with light. Trees whispered in the breeze outside the 3 big windows, yellow leaves gently falling. Through one doorway, Broad could see a big old bed frame. He was wondering if they were there to clean the place when she held the key out to him. You can use these rooms for now, until we find you something better. Better, muttered Broad, staring at a vase of fresh flowers on a fine old table. He'd always thought himself unfortunate. Now he wondered what he'd done to deserve all the luck. Why was he standing in these clean-smelling rooms while crows pecked at the corpses of better men on the road to Valbec? All he could think was that deserving's got nothing to do with anything. Life just falls on you like rain. What role did you see yourself occupying, Master Broad? Broad pushed his lenses up his nose and slowly shook his head. Never saw myself occupying anything in a house like this one. I was working in a brewery, my lady. Zuri smiled. No need to call me that. I am Lady Savine's companion. I thought you were friends, said May. We are, but if I ever forgot that I am also her servant and she is also my mistress, we would not stay friends for very long. She looked to Broad again. My family, we're herders, going way back. She didn't care about that. He hardly even cared about that anymore. It felt like 1,000 years ago. And I was in the army for a while. Zuri's eyes came to rest on the tattooed back of his hand. You have seen action? Broad swallowed. He was getting the feeling she didn't miss much. Some, in Styria. You didn't learn anything on campaign? Nothing that'd be useful in a lady's service. Zuri laughed as she turned towards the door, a laugh with quite the edge on it. Oh, you might be surprised. Drinks with Mother Savine had hoped that once she was home with her things about her, bathed, perfumed, and safe in her armor of corsetry, she would be herself again. Better, in fact, because adversity builds character. She would be the deep-rooted tree that bends in the storm but cannot be broken. She would be the sword that comes through fire tempered and blah blah, really blah. Instead, she was a dead stick shattered, pig iron melted to a slurry. Valbec was not behind her in the past, it was now all around her. She jumped at whispers and startled at shadows, as if she were still hiding in the corner of May's sweltering room and the gangs were restless in the street outside. While she powdered the freckles on her nose away to pale perfection, she felt as if her slit guts were unraveling across the floor. She could hardly remember that easy confidence she used to have. She was an imposter in her own clothes, a stranger in her own life. Mother, Savine! Thank the fates you're safe. Thank the Broads. I'd never have made it without them. I thought you'd come straight to me when you arrived. Her mother had that familiar lecturing pout, as keen as Savine was to pretend everything was the same. I wanted to get clean first. It seems like months since I was clean. She did not feel clean even now. However she scrubbed, the aimless dread still stuck to her like a clammy second skin. We've all been so worried. Her mother held Savine out at arm's length so she could look her over, like an owner examining the damage to a fire-ravaged house. Dear, dear, but you're so thin. The food was not good. Then the food ran out. Savine gave a shrill laugh, though nothing was at all funny. We ate vegetable peelings. It's amazing how quickly you feel lucky to get them. There was a woman in the next house who tried to make soup by boiling the paste off her wallpaper. It didn't work. She shook herself. Could I get a drink, Mother? I need a little something. She would much rather have been held, but since they were who they were, she could be drunk instead. You know I never turn down a drink before lunch. Her mother flicked open the cabinet and began to pour. Lubricates the rough road through to afternoon. She handed Savine a glass, and she knocked it off right away and handed it back. Her mother raised a brow. You do need lubricating. It was. She felt tears gathering in her eyes as she tried to put into words what it had been. Crawling through the grinding engines, running through a city gone insane, crouching in the stinking darkness. It was, "You're safe now," and her mother pushed another drink towards her. Savine jerked herself back from the slums of Valbec, sipped at her glass, though she'd rather have swigged from the decanter. "Where's father?" "Working. I rather think he couldn't face you." Her mother sat with a rustling of skirts, wiped a streak of wine from the outside of her glass and sucked her finger. "He can send 100 prisoners to freeze in England without batting an eyelid, but he lets you down and he can scarcely get out of bed. I'm sure he'll be along presently, to check that you're well." Her mother considered her over the rim of her glass for a long moment. "Are you well, Savine?" "Of course."
Splash of the bucket into black water, the stench of burning in her nose. Although, creak of the chain as the body of the mill owner swung from the jib of his own manufactory. It may take the feeling as her sword slid through that man's body. So little resistance. The look on his face, so surprised. Just a little time. The grinding, ripping, screaming as the guard's arm was dragged into the gears of that machine. To adjust, she drained her glass again, shook herself free of Valbec again, forced the smile back onto her face, again. "Mother, I have some news." "Bigger news than that you're alive?" "In some ways, yes. Certainly Queen Therese would think so." "Is it bad?" asked her mother, wincing. No, it's good," she thought. "It's very good," she hoped. "Mother, I've received a proposal of marriage." "Another? How many is that now?" "This time, I'm going to accept." What man could suit her better, after all? What man could offer her more? Her mother's eyes went very wide. Goodness gracious! She finished her glass with one long swallow. "Are you sure? Given what you've been through." "I'm sure." It was the one thing she was sure about. What I've been through only made me realize how sure I am. Orso was the one thing that made sense, and the sooner she was back in his arms, the better. But surely I'm not old enough to have a married daughter? Savine's mother snorted up a laugh as she went to the table and pulled the stopper from the decanter. "So, who's the luckiest person in the Union?" "That's the thing. Well, have you fallen for someone unsuitable, Savine?" Wine gurgled out into the glass. "Marrying down isn't the worst thing in the world, you know. Your father did it." "It's Crown Prince Orso." Her mother's head jerked up, her glass, for once, forgotten in her hand. Savine had to admit it sounded absurd, the most unlikely part of some unlikely fantasy. She cleared her throat and looked at the floor, went halting on. "It seems that, in due course, I'm going to be Queen of the Union." And she had to admit it felt fine to say it. Perhaps the snake of ambition twisted around her innards had not died in the uprising after all, only slept through it. At so heady a sniff of power, it jerked awake with twice its old hunger. But when she looked up, her mother had the strangest expression. Certainly not joy, not even surprise. One would have had to call it horror. The base of her wineglass rattled as she slid it onto the table, as if she could hardly hold its weight anymore. "Savine, tell me you're joking." "I'm not. He asked me to marry him." A lady of taste never answers right away, of course, but I'm going to say yes. "No, Savine, no. He's not at all your type. He's a wastrel. He's notorious. He's a drunk." Savine almost gasped at the hypocrisy, but her mother caught her, fingers digging desperately tight into her arms. "You can't marry him. He just wants your money. You just want his position.
That's no foundation for a marriage. You must see that. Lectures on the proper foundation for a marriage? From her? Savine shook her off. It's not about the money or the position. I know everyone thinks he's a fool, but they're wrong. He will be a great king. I know he will. And a wonderful husband. I'm sure of it. He was there. When I really needed him, he moved mountains for me. People think he has no character, but they're wrong. I am what he needs, and he is what I need, what I didn't even realize I needed. With him, she could feel safe, be the better person she had promised to become. With him, she could turn her back on the horrors of Valbec and look to the future. She gave a girlish giggle which was quite unlike her. We're in love. Fate's helper, she wanted to sing it and dance around the room like a child. We're in love. Her mother was not dancing. She had turned positively ghostly. Now she sank down in a chair, one hand to her mouth. "What have I done?" she whispered. "Mother, you're scaring me. You cannot marry Prince Orso." Savine squatted in front of her, caught her hands in hers. They were cold, corpse hands. "Don't worry. He will speak to the queen. He will speak to the king. They've wanted him to marry for years. They'll be relieved he's marrying a human. And if they're not, he'll convince them. I know him. I trust him. Hell, you cannot marry Prince Orso. I know his reputation's bad, but he's nothing like people think. We love each other. He has a good heart." Good hearts? She was blathering, but she couldn't stop herself, going nervously faster and faster. "And I have sense enough for both of us. We love each other. And think of all the good I can do." "You're not hearing me, Savine." Her mother looked up. Her eyes were wet, but there was a hardness in them too. A hardness Savine had not often seen. She pronounced each word with stern precision. "You cannot marry Prince Orso." "What aren't you telling me?" Savine's mother squeezed her eyes shut, and a tear black with powder streaked her cheek. "He's your brother. He's—" Savine stared, cold and prickling all over. "He's what?" Her mother opened her pink-rimmed eyes. She looked calm now. She slipped her hands from Savine's, took Savine's in hers, pressed them tightly. Before the king was the king. Before anyone guessed he'd ever be the king, we, he and I, were involved. "What do you mean, involved?" breathed Savine. The king had always behaved so strangely around her, so curious, so solicitous. "We were lovers." Her mother gave a helpless shrug. Then everyone found out he was King Guslav's illegitimate child, and he was elected king himself and had to marry where politics dictated. But I was already with child. Savine was having trouble getting a proper breath. The way the king had looked at her at the last meeting of the Solar Society, that haunted look. "It was a dangerous time," said her mother. The Gurkish had just invaded. Lord Brock had rebelled against the crown. The monarchy was hanging by a thread. To protect me, to protect you, your father, and she winced, realizing that the word could not quite fit the arch-lector anymore, offered to marry me. And she guiltily bit her lip, like a little girl caught stealing biscuits. "I'm the king's illegitimate child?" Savine jerked her hands from her mother's grip. "Savine, I'm the king's really illegitimate child? And my father's not my father?" She wobbled to her feet, stumbling back as though she'd been slapped. "Please, listen to me." Savine pressed her fingers to her temples. Her head was throbbing. She ripped her wig off and flung it into the corner. "I'm the king's illegitimate child? My father's not my father? And I've been intimately involved with my brother?" she screamed. "Keep your voice down," hissed her mother, starting up from the settle. "My really voice?" Savine clutched at her neck. "I'm going to be sick." She was sick, just a little. An acrid, wine-tasting tickle that she managed to choke back down, hunched over. "I'm so sorry," murmured her mother, patting her back as though that might do the slightest good. "I'm so sorry." She took Savine's face in her hands and twisted it towards her, twisted it with surprising firmness. "But you cannot tell anyone, not anyone, especially not Orso." "I have to tell him something," whispered Savine. "Then tell him no," said her mother. "Tell him no and leave it at that." Drinks with mother. "So, when heading north then?" asked Yolk. Tunny looked down his nose at him as if at a woodlouse turned over and unable to right itself. "You didn't hear?" Yolk looked blank, his favorite expression. "Didn't hear what?" Forrest let vent 2 perfect streams of curling smoke from his nostrils. He was as accomplished a smoker as he was a hat-wearer and military organizer. "Our new Lord Governor of England, Leo Dan Brock, won a duel against Store Nightfall, son of Black Calder, and heir to the throne of the North, and, by all accounts, a most fearsome opponent. A manly duel, northern style." Orso thumped the table. "Man against man, in a circle of men's men. Blood on the snow, and all that. Men's blood, one presumes."
"Probably a bit far south for snow this time of year," observed Tunny, "though not for blood." "Tell me he got his very fool head split doing it," said Yolk. "He was, by all accounts, picturesquely wounded," grunted Orso, "but his skull remains intact." "Truly, there's no justice," added Tunny. "This comes as a surprise. For some reason, I never stop hoping." "War in the north is over," said Forrest. "Uffrith is back in the Dogman's hands, and the Protectorate just as it was before. Little singed, maybe." "So the young lion stole all the glory?" moaned Yolk. "Glory just sticks to some men." Orso glanced down at his hands and turned them thoughtfully over. "Others, it slides right off. Like water off a duck," threw in Hildy from her place on the settle. "I've always been repellent to glory," observed Tunny, "and have mo regrets." "No regrets?" said Orso. "What about the 200 people we left gibbeted on the road to Valbec?" "Not my fault." "Not yours either, your highness," added Forrest. "I suspect I will take much of the blame in some quarters." Tunny shrugged. "The rich folks seem to like you more than ever." It was true that a polite crowd of well-dressed well-wishers had been gathered at the gates of Ottawa to welcome him. "And they can express their love financially." "True," said Yolk. "I mean, what's the love of the poor actually worth?" "Oh, indeed," said Orso. "All the best kings had utter contempt for the majority of their subjects." He had intended his sarcasm to be withering, but Yolk managed to miss it even so. "Exactly," he said. "That's what I'm saying." The Queen waited, perched with rigid discipline on one of her uncomfortable gilded chairs in the center of her vast salon. 4 musicians smiled radiantly as they sought out soothing music in a distant corner. "Orso, the conquering hero!" She rose to greet him, which was an almost unprecedented honor, gave him a chilly kiss on the cheek, then a chilly pat on the same spot for good measure. "I have never been prouder of you." "I fear I have not set a high standard in that regard." "Even so." Orso went straight to the decanter and pulled out the stopper. It was hard to think of a good reason for the stopper ever to be in, really. "I find I can hardly compete with the victories of the young lion, however." Queen Therese flared her nostrils magnificently. "You won without drawing your sword. Your grandfather always said that was the best kind of victory. He would have been proud of you, too." Orso's grandfather and namesake, Grand Duke Orso of Talons, had by most accounts been a tyrant despised the length of Styria. But then he had been defeated, deposed, and assassinated, and such men generally receive poor reports from posterity. "I tricked some peasants into surrendering, then hanged them," he said as he poured. "That's what the history books will say." "The history books will say whatever you order the historians to write. You will be a king, Orso. You cannot think of the few, but must consider the welfare of the many."
I trust this little episode has quenched your thirst for glory for the time being, at least. I suspect it has quenched it for all time. In fact, I've been thinking about my dynastic responsibilities. Marriage, you know." The queen's head snapped towards him like that of a hawk that has spotted a vole in the bracken. "You mean it?" "I do." She snapped her fingers. "The eldest daughter of the Duke of Nicante is coming of age, and that family is almost indecently fertile. She is rumored to have a wonderfully gentle temperament." Orso chuckled. "I'm not sure gentle temperaments are my type." "You have a type now?" "Actually, I do. Actually, there was one woman for him, and the rest were all dross. The instant he had seen her in his tent, he had known he was hopelessly in love. The dignity, the resilience, the sheer guts of the woman, unbowed by all hardship. She needed no jewels, no powder, no wigs. She was more beautiful without them. He knew he didn't deserve her, but he wanted to deserve her, and in working to deserve her, he might come actually to deserve her. Or something. The weather was dreary outside, rain pattering on the great windows, gusts scattering brown leaves across the palace gardens. But as Orso thought about Savine, it was as if the sun came out and poured its warmth upon him. His mother caught his blissful grin forming and narrowed her eyes. "Why do I feel you already have a lady in mind?" "Because I have nothing on my mind but one particular lady." The queen would not be happy. But the time comes in every man's life when he must set his mother's opinions to one side. He took a deep breath and sat forward. Mother. He was interrupted by a knock at the door. It creaked open a crack, and Hildy's head slid through. "I've got that message you've been waiting for, Your Highness." And she showed the letter. Just a square of white paper with a white seal. Such a small package to hold all his dreams. "Yes, yes," snapped Orso, nearly jumping out of his seat with excitement. "Come, come." It seemed to take her an age to shuffle nervously across the great expanse of gleaming tiles, then to stop and give the queen a wobbling curtsy. "Your Majesty!" "Never mind that," snapped Orso, snatching the letter from her hand. He could not remember ever being so eager for anything in his life. He fumbled with the seal, but his hands were clumsy as mittens, and he ended up ripping it wide in his haste. His heart was pounding, his sight was swimming with nerves. But it was brief, so it could only be a yes. Surely a yes. What else could it be? He closed his eyes, letting the music soothe him, took a long breath, composed himself, and read. "My answer must be no. I would ask you not to contact me again. Ever. Savine." That was all. His first feeling was stunned disbelief. Could she have turned him down? How could she have turned him down? He had been so sure this was what they both wanted. He read it again, and then a third time. My answer must be no. And now came a stab of hot fury. Did she have to do it so really rudely? So savagely? With a note? With a line? He had offered her everything he had, everything he was, and she had deeply wounded his pride and left him utterly devastated. He crushed the note up in his trembling fist. "Bad news?" asked his mother. "Nothing to worry about," he somehow heard himself saying in the usual bored drawl. And now came a flood of cold loss. Like that, all his dreams were ruined. It was a note that left no room for hope, no room for wheedling, even by a veteran wheedler like him. "I would ask you not to contact me again, ever." There would never be another woman who understood him the way she did. There would never be another woman like her at all. She had never felt so dazzlingly desirable as she did now. He could never have her. "Is there a reply?" asked Hildy, frowning. "No," he managed to say. "No reply." What reply could there be to that? And now came the slow welling up of self-hatred, steadily becoming a flood of utter disgust. Familiar, at least. As the foul waters closed over his head, he didn't even struggle. What was the point? He had been so sure this was what he wanted, he had hardly stopped to consider her desires. Everyone said he was epically self-centered after all. It was no great surprise that everyone turned out to be right. Why would a woman like her want a man like him? Why would anyone? Aside from a crown, some bad jokes, and a bad reputation, what did he really have to offer? We must plan a grand triumph for you. His mother's eyes sparkled at the thought of how right she would finally be proved in the eyes of the world. The nation shall bear witness to the vindication of our family. I shall make sure of it. And now he slid into a bog of depression. Savine had been the approaching dawn, and now the sun was snuffed out and he was plunged into eternal gloom. He watched the rain thicken outside.
It wasn't only her that he had lost, but the better man he could have been with her beside him, the better union they might have forged together. He felt himself wilting, melting down his chair into a sagging slump. He scarcely had the energy to lift his head, scarcely had the energy to breathe. He had tried, too little and too late, to make something of himself. The result was 200 corpses gibbeted on the road to Valbec, and a dismissive note. And then we have a wedding to plan, as soon as we can find someone of your type. Why did he bother? Why did he bother with anything? He drained his glass, the best Austrian, but it was sawdust on his tongue. He heaved up a sigh that actually hurt. He wanted to cry. "Pour me another, would you?" he murmured. "Questions?" "It's me," said Tallow, with his flair for stating the obvious. Vic had known it would be him. Wasn't as if she got a lot of visitors. She took his shoulder and slipped him past into the narrow hall. "And this is Bremer dan Gorst." He would encounter important people now, of course, but there's something special about meeting a boyhood hero. Leo had listened for hours to his father's stories about the man's exploits at the Battle of Osrung, hanging on every word. How he turned the tide on the bridge single-handed and led the final assault on the heroes, hacking through Northmen like a butcher through sheep. "I once saw you fight 3 men in an exhibition." Leo brushed the Lord Chamberlain aside to seize the big man's hand and got a nasty surprise. "You can tell a lot about a man from his grip," Leo's father always said, and Gorst's was shockingly limp and clammy. Not something I would advise on the battlefield. Gorst's voice was even more shocking than his handshake. Leo wouldn't have believed so mighty a neck could produce so womanly a tone. "I think I once heard we're related," he said as they began to mount up. "Fifth cousins or some such." Leo tossed his stick to Durand. He was very, if head looked like a cripple in front of a man he so much admired. He insisted on dragging himself into the saddle in spite of the pain in his leg, stomach, side, shoulder. "How is your mother?" came Gorst's odd squeak. "She's well," said Leo, surprised. "Happy the war's over. She was leading the fight when the Northmen first attacked." He thought about the light that put him in. "Giving me some excellent advice, at least. She was always highly perceptive. I knew you saved my father's life at Osrung. He used to love to tell that story. But I'd no idea you knew my mother." Gorst looked a little pained. "We were good friends at one time." "Huh." Leo had spent more than enough of his life worrying about his mother's feelings. He abruptly changed the subject. "I would have loved to train with you while I'm here, but I fear I'm in no fit state. Maybe I could observe." "Alas, there will be so many demands on your Grace's time," said the Lord Chamberlain, oozing uninvited into their conversation. "His Majesty is keen to greet you." "Well, I'm at His Majesty's disposal, of course." Leo gave his horse a nudge and set off at a walk after the 2 standard-bearers. "As are we all, your Grace, but first His Eminence the Arch-Lector wishes to discuss your triumph." "Since when do inquisitors arrange parades?" The Lord Chamberlain delicately cleared his throat. "Your Grace will discover there is little that happens in Adua without Arch-Lector Glokta's approval."
One of the banners at the front of the young lion's grand column had got tangled with a washing line, so they all had to sit in their splendid saddles waiting for it to get untangled. Leo himself could hardly be seen for the fawning gaggle of overpriced sycophants. Even Gerard and Gloward had been demoted to trailing after, eased further back with every turn. Seemed the fake adoration of strangers mattered more to Leo than his friends, or his family, or his lover, if that's what she still was to him, if that's what she'd ever been. Rikke raised her brows as a whole column of dark-skinned soldiers tramped out of a side street, gilded standards flashing and spears lowered. Wasn't until a wagon rattled right through 'em she realized they weren't there. By the dead! She held a hand over her left eye, hot and itching and aching right into her teeth. "Still seeing things?" murmured Izarn, jaw chomping happily on chaga. "Take it as proof the moon has mocked you special, and rejoice." It all made Rikke more than a bit nostalgic for a time when folk just thought she was mad. "If this is special, I reckon I'd rather be ordinary." "Aye, well, we all want the things we haven't got." "That's it? Thought you were here to help me with the long eye." "I said I'd work out if you had it, then help you ease it open. Plain to everyone at that battle or that duel you've got it, and it's wide open." Izarn grinned over. "Closing the difficult thing was never numbered among my promises." "Really marvelous," muttered Rikke, nudging her horse on so she could find some space to get a breath. "Wasn't easy in this very place, though. By the dead, the air! Close and sticky and full of odd smells. There was a catch and a scratch in her throat, a sting at her eyes, like far-off burning. And the noise! The babbling in a dozen languages she didn't know, pleading, shouting, fighting, everyone shoving on to nowhere, as if they were all endlessly late for everything. Hammers clanging, wheels turning, and fires burning, so many it became a low rumble that made the ground buzz, as though the city itself were alive, and tortured, and angry, and desperate to wriggle free of its infestation of human lice. All this progress! Beyaz again, glancing approvingly at vast building sites to either side, with their towering cranes and their cobwebs of rope and scaffold and their swarms of bellowing workmen. You would not believe how much it has changed in so short a time. This district, the 3 farms, I remember when it was 3 farms and far outside the city walls. The city burst those walls, and they threw up another set, and it burst those too, and the 3 farms is so built over with manufactories, there's barely a stride of grass left in the borough. All iron and stone now." Rikke watched one of the horses in front lift its tail and drop a few droppings. There was still plenty of that in the streets. All iron and stone? That a good thing? Beyaz snorted as if the whole idea of good was a waste of his valuable time. "It is a thing as irresistible as the tide, a golden tide of industry and commerce. There is no limit on what can be bought and sold. Why, I saw a shop not far behind that was selling nothing but soap. A whole shop for soap. When you reach my age, you learn to swim with the current. Huh. Would have thought famous wizards would ride up front with the big folk, rather than getting stuck at the back with the dross." Beyaz smiled. He was a hard, difficult person to rattle, the first of the Magi. The figurehead goes at the front of the ship, braves the terror of wind and waves, takes the risks, and reaps the glory. But it's an unnoticed fellow, hidden away near the back, who does the steering. He smiled up towards the head of the column. "No leader worth a very ever led from the front. Words to live by, I reckon," murmured Rikke. "The last wisdom I can offer you for the moment, I fear." And Beyaz pulled his horse up at the grand front steps of a building. Vast it was, somewhere between fortress and temple, with huge pillars at the front and carved masonry all over, but precious little in the way of windows. What's this place? She didn't much like its looks. Lots of serious people going in and out, stepping around some well-dressed fellow with papers dangling from one limp hand, the strangest horrified look on his face. A school for wizards?
"Not quite," said the first of the Magi. "It is a bank." "Master Bayaz?" An ordinary-looking man had come up to hold the wizard's bridle. "Ah, this is Yoru Sulphur, a member of the Order of Magi. I'm Rikke," said Rikke. "Rhymes with yes," said Sulphur, smiling up.
The dogman's daughter, the one blessed with the long eye. Rikke was caught between suspicion and satisfaction that her legend had come ahead of her. Or cursed with it, I guess. "I hope we might speak more later," said Bayaz. "Young women born with the long eye are rare indeed in these latter days." "Almost as rare as magi," she grunted. Sulphur smiled wider, his eyes never leaving her face, and she realized they were different colors, one blue, one green. "We relics of the age of magic really should stick together. Can't see why not. I'm hardly besieged by admirers." "Not yet, perhaps." Bayaz gave her one last thoughtful glance. Like a butcher assessing a shepherd's flock and judging what to offer. "But who can say what the future holds?" "Aye," murmured Rikke, as she watched him climb the steps with his curly-haired sidekick. "That'd be a fine very trick." Shivers was sitting in his saddle, turning that ring he wore on his little finger around and around, glaring up at the bank with a frown hard even for him. "What's your problem?" asked Rikke. He turned his head and spat. Never trusted banks. The man they called Old Sticks, the king's chief torturer, Archlector Glokta, hunched behind a giant desk loaded with papers, frowning as he signed one after another. Death sentences, Leo imagined, bloodlessly executed with a flick of the pen. His Eminence made Leo wait an insultingly long time before he finally looked up, winced as he leaned to drop his pen into its bottle of ink, and smiled. On that gaunt, waxy, wasted face, etched by deep grimace lines, a yawning gap where the forefront teeth should have been, it was an expression as painfully unsettling as a leg bent the wrong way at the knee. If inward corruption expressed itself as outward ugliness, and Leo had always been sure it did, the Archlector was even more vile than the vilest things they said about him. And that was saying something. He held out his hand. "Forgive me, Your Grace. I cannot easily rise." "Of course." Leo limped forward, leaning heavily on his cane. "Not too sprightly myself right now." "You, I trust, will heal." Glokta's revolting grin grew wider. "I fear that ship has sailed for me." He looked as if a stiff breeze would shred him, but his bony hand, its liver-spotted skin almost transparent, gripped far harder than Bremer Dan Gorst's great paw. "You can tell a lot about a man from his handshake," his father had always said, and this old cripple's was like a smith's pincers. "I must congratulate you on your victory," said Glokta, after studying Leo a moment longer. "You have done the crown a great service." "Thank you, Your Eminence," though who could have denied it? "But I didn't do it alone. Lot of good men dead, good friends dead. And the cost to Anglin's coffers was huge. I am merely trying to make you understand that, whoever your backers might be, I cannot afford the luxury of letting you and Celestin Hugin really take advantage of me on this occasion." And she glanced over at Broad and caught his eye. "At least there'll be no trouble serving a fine lady, eh?" Liddy had said. Broad had smiled. "Aye, no trouble." He didn't smile now. He knew exactly what Savine wanted. He'd seen that look in her eye before, on some of the men he'd fought with. The ones you had to watch. The ones you had to worry about. He knew he'd had the same look. A kind of mad delight that it had come to this. He didn't understand business or deals or canals, but he understood that look, all too well. So Broad took hold of the edge of Court's great desk and moved it out of his way. There was no room to push it into, so he just lifted one end. Papers, ornaments, a nice letter opener, all slid down the green leather as it tilted, like a sinking ship, clattering off onto the floor beside it. He hefted the great thing all the way upright, leaving Court oddly exposed in his chair, eyes wide, and plump knees pressed fearfully together. Broad took off his lenses and folded them and slipped them into his jacket pocket. Then he stepped forwards across the suddenly blurry office, a loose board creaking under his new boot.
"I lost many things in Valbec, Master Court," came Savine's voice, from what sounded like a long way off. "Several investments and several partners, a lovely sword belt, and an irritating but very capable face-maid. I also lost my patience." Broad stepped so close to Court that their knees touched. He leaned down and put his hands on the arms of Court's chair, their noses just a few inches apart, close enough that the blur of his face resolved into an expression of extreme fear. "You displease me," said Savine, "and I am in a mood to see things which displease me broken. Broken in such a way that they will not go back together." Broad gripped the chair so hard that every joint in it groaned, breathing through his nostrils like a bull. Bull Broad, they used to call him. He acted like he was only just keeping a grip on himself. "Our agreement stands," squealed Court, face turned away and his eyes screwed shut. "Of course it does, Lady Savine. How could it be otherwise?" "Oh, that is excellent news." And the bright tone of Savine's voice was like a hand letting go of Broad's throat. "You are the partner I always wanted," blathered Court. "Our deal is forged from iron, just like my bridge." "Your bridge?" As Broad hooked his lenses back around his ears, Court was giving a desperate, quivery smile. "Our bridge, marvelous." Savine pulled on one of her gloves, while Zuri slipped her hat back on with masterful precision and slid the hat pin home. "I would hate to have to send Master Broad to see you without my restraining influence. Who knows what might happen?" Broad pulled shut the office door behind them with a gentle click. It was only when he took his hand from the knob he realized it was shaking. Zuri leaned towards one of the clerks. "Master Court may need a little help writing his desk." It seemed too bright outside as he followed Savine through the noise and bustle back to the carriage. "I'm not a coachman, am I?" he muttered. "Much of what I do is to recognize talent," said Savine, as she watched the workers struggle in the diggings. "I saw yours the moment you saved me from those men on the barricade in Valbec. Employing you as a coachman would be like employing a great artist to whitewash cottages. But don't you feel better for it?" She leaned close to murmur, "I know I do." And she glided off towards the carriage as if the whole world belonged to her. "You're a natural at this, Master Broad." Zuri pressed something into his palm. A gold coin, a 20-mark piece. More than he'd been paid for a month's work at the brewery in Valbec. More than he'd been paid for the assault in Muselia. Broad looked up at her. "You believe in God, right?" "Oh, yes, absolutely." Thought he was dead set against violence? If he was set that firmly against it. And Zuri smiled as she closed his aching fist around the coin and gave it a fond pat. "Why would he make men like you?" Good times. Leo felt a bit of an outsider at his own party. It was staged in the Hall of Mirrors, the most amazing room in a palace full of amazing rooms. Silvered viscerine glass covering every wall, so the richest, noblest, and most beautiful the Union had to offer stretched away in every direction into the dim distance. Certainly the introductions went on forever. Damp hands were shaken, and powdered cheeks kissed until Leo's lips were chapped and his fingers raw. It was a flood of congratulations, admirations, well-wishes. An onslaught of long names and weighty titles scarcely heard and straightway forgotten. The ambassador from here or there, the over-secretary for whatever, the niece of Lord What's-his-face. Some bald old smirker someone might have called the first of the Magi, who blurted some magical nonsense about defeating eaters in a circle of salted iron being just like fighting Stour Nightfall in a circle of grass. Leo assumed it was a joke, and not a very funny one.
His cheeks ached from returning all the beaming smiles, the promises of never-ceasing friendship, which ceased with the next breath. This was what he'd wanted, wasn't it? To be fawned over by the greatest people in the realm? But close up, it all felt so false. He'd much rather have been in a barn with the dogman and his warriors and his friends. He caught a glimpse of Urand, standing on his own across the room, and Leo felt himself smile. He made it one step towards him before he was cut off. "It's an outrage, if you ask me," murmured a tall man, maybe 10 years older than Leo, though his carefully swept hair was pure white. "What is?" asked Leo, never able to resist the bait. "That you must share your triumph with the crown prince. You bled for the nation. What did our half-Styrian heir do? Hang some peasants?" It was like this white-haired fellow had peered into Leo's skull and read out the contents. "I suppose taking credit for other men's work is why we have royalty," murmured Leo. "I am Fedor Dan Isher. If you could know a man by his handshake, then Isher was firm, cool, and careful. These are my colleagues from the Open Council. Lords Barazin, a heavy man stuffed into a braid-reefed uniform, with pinking cheeks and a boyish riot of blonde hair, and Huygen, small and handsome, with bright little eyes and sculpted mustaches around a pouty mouth. Good to meet you all." It was pleasing to finally hear names Leo had heard before. These were the heads of 3 of Midderland's most powerful noble families, men with seats next to his on the front row of the Lord's Round. "My father knew your father well." Barazin's jowls shook with feeling. "Such a wonderful man. He was always telling me. Such a man's man. Such an exemplar of the noble virtues." They were close friends. As far as Leo could remember, his father had always written the Open Council off as a nest of vipers. But this was a new generation, and he reckoned you can never have too many friends. "We all wish to thank you for the great service you did the Union," droned Isher. "It was a disgrace that you had to manage the business alone," frothed Barazin. "A shameful business, awful. New laws prevent us from keeping standing armies of our own." Huygen spoke with great pace and precision, while constantly shaking his head, as though nothing ever met his high standards. "Or we would have sprung to your aid ourselves." "Too kind," said Leo, though actual aid would have been even kinder. "Our ancient rights and privileges are under constant attack," said Isher, dropping his voice, "from Old Sticks and his cronies." Huygen nodded away like a chicken pecking its seed. "The closed council are a crowd of bureaucratic jerks," burst out Leo. He couldn't hold it in. "The gall of that jerk Glokta. Then the Chancellor, grilling me about extra taxes after we bled ourselves white winning their war. Good men gave their lives. Folk in Anglin'll be—" He was about to say freaking incandescent, then realized how loud he was talking, and settled for very displeased. Isher looked quite delighted, however. The Open Council must present a united front, especially with all this unrest among the lower orders. "Your place is with us," said Barazin. "As the foremost of us," said Huygen. "As our champion," said Isher, languidly clenching a fist, "just as your grandfather was." "Really?" asked Leo, getting just a bit suspicious of their close harmony flattery. "I heard he was a traitor." Isher wasn't put off at all. He leaned closer to murmur, "I heard he was a patriot. He simply refused to be cowed by Bayaz." And he nodded towards that bald man, deep in a murmured conversation with Lord Chancellor Goradets, who did, it had to be admitted, look thoroughly cowed. "That actually is Bayaz?" asked Leo, baffled. Isher's lip curled. "During the last war, he promised my uncles that they would be Chamberlain and Chancellor. Then, when he had the crown in his pocket, he snatched the rug from under them." "Loyalty is an admirable quality," said Barazin. "Admirable. But it must cut both ways." "Loyalty to a corrupt regime," added Huygen, "is foolishness. Worse. Cowardice. Worse. It's disloyalty." Leo wasn't sure he followed the logic. "It is? We leading lights of the Open Council really must meet," said Barazin. "Discuss the advancement of our mutual interests," said Huygen. "To have a genuine hero among us would make all the difference," said Isher. "It would certainly make all the difference to me." Leo looked around to find a very striking red-haired woman at his shoulder. "Your lordships really mustn't hog the man of the moment. What's the ring for?" he asked. "Keeps me tethered to the earth. Or you'll float off? I'm prone to fits." She thought about that, then snorted laughter and blew some snot onto her top lip.
And gosh, she said as she wiped it away, I'm told you've known many companions. I'd be amazed if it's more than 4,900. Huh. She gave him a long, lazy, utterly shameless look up and down. A look that no one within 30 paces could have doubted the meaning of. A look that made him feel at once slightly embarrassed and a strong sense of attraction. They teach you anything? He realized he had not even glanced at Savine since they started talking. He looked over now, felt a sour pang of loss as she touched a grinning Leo Danbrock on the chest with her fan. I used to be with him, murmured Rikke. She was watching them too, and looking more than a little sour herself. Fancy that, said Orso. I used to be with her. Doesn't bother you, being second best to the young lion? I'll confess, it stings, but I'm used to being the absolute worst. Orso drained his glass and tossed it rattling onto a side table. Second best is an immense improvement. He offered her his elbow. Perhaps I could accompany you on a stroll around the palace gardens. She turned those bewitching gray eyes on him, long as it ends with intimacy. A bit about courage. The cold nipped at Leo's ears as they made their way through the darkened streets, but the fires of excitement were burning ever hotter inside. Durand looked as eager as he was, a playful sparkle in his eye, a handsome flush to his cheek. Where are we going? He murmured, his hand on Leo's shoulder and his voice a little squeaky. Somewhere far from prying eyes, I suppose. Leo nudged him in the ribs with his elbow. Wouldn't want to cause a scandal, would we? Honestly, said Durand, with that grin at the corner of his mouth, I don't care. Leo wasn't listening. He'd seen the street sign. He'd seen the number. This is the place, he whispered, breath smoking in the chilly night. It was a tall, terraced house, a little smoke-blackened, just like a dozen others in this street, which was just like a dozen other streets on the way from the Agriant. Not the most exciting building. But a chink of light shone between shutters in an upstairs window, and Leo felt almost as skittish looking up at it as he had towards that bridge on the day of the battle, ready to order the charge. Thanks for the directions, he said. You're a good friend. The best. I'll see you tomorrow, at the parade. When he turned, grinning, Durand had the strangest look on his face. Shocked, dismayed, let down. Who are you meeting? He whispered. The Arch-Lector's daughter, Savine. Leo felt a shiver of nerves as he said the name and lowered his voice. Probably best if you don't mention that to anyone, though. No. Durand closed his eyes and gave a disbelieving little laugh. You're right, of course. Cheer up. Leo hugged him roughly with one arm, looking back to the building. The one lit window. There are plenty of ladies for all of us, though he couldn't think of any close to Savine and Glokta's class. Plenty of ladies, Durand echoed gloomily. I hope you know what you're getting into. Sometimes it's better if you don't. And Leo handed Durand his cane, gave him a parting poke in the stomach, then strutted across the street, trying not to let the pain show. They didn't call him the young lion for nothing, after all.
He knew a bit about courage, and the secret is to dismiss the whole notion of choice and just do. He lifted his fist and gave 4 smart knocks, twisting his face into the kind of self-assured smolder he imagined the great lovers of history might have used. It slipped straight off when the door opened. There was a dark-skinned woman on the other side he'd never seen before. "Oh, I was expecting—" "You must be the young lion," she said in common that probably had less accent than his. "Some people call me that." She snapped her teeth at him with a surprisingly lion-like growl, and he jerked back in surprise, winced as his weight went on his wounded leg, and tried to pass it off with a false chuckle as she let him past, leaning back against the door until it clunked shut. "Lady Savine is upstairs." Upstairs, of course. He found he was blushing, which probably wasn't something the great lovers of history would have done. I mean, not that, I just mean I'm not much of a talker. "No doubt God gave you other talents." And she turned away with the slightest smile. It seemed a long way up that darkened staircase, his heart beating so loud they could have heard it in the street, the chink of light below the black door getting steadily closer, promising so much. He'd no idea what to expect. Wouldn't have shocked him to find Savine waiting with a loaded flatbow, or waiting in a striking pose, or both, for that matter. He paused outside the door, trying to catch his breath, but it refused to be caught. Too cold outside, too warm in here. He thought about knocking, then realized it might be more masterful if he just swept in. They didn't call him the young lion for nothing, after all. Reckless charges were his trademark. He reached for the knob, paused at a rush of nerves, then bundled too eagerly through. Savine stood, pouring wine in the light of one lamp, as precisely posed as if she was standing for a portrait. She didn't even flinch as the door opened, didn't even turn to look at him, just held the glass up to the light, frowning slightly as she checked the color. "You made it then?" she asked, finally turning towards him. "Yes." He clutched for something witty to add, but the cupboard was bare. She looked even more immaculate than he remembered. Her shape against the lamplight almost... What? Where else would words fail you but in a bloody writer's office? He looked around, hoping to find some inspiration. Shelves burst with books, a leather-topped desk was strewn with papers. What might have been a printing press stood in one corner, about the ugliest thing Leo had ever seen, all iron gears and handles, a blackened roller, and one printed page lying in its open jaws. "Swarbreck's latest tissue of fantasies," said Savine. "But you didn't come to hear about other people's adventures." "Why did I come here?" he asked, pushing the door shut, half a weak effort at a joke, half actually wanting an answer. "For an adventure of your own." And she offered him the glass. She looked so composed, so poised, so totally in control. But as she glided closer, Leo caught something glimmering in her eyes. Some hint of hunger, or anger, or madness even, that made him very excited and slightly afraid. Or maybe the other way around. He found himself shrinking back, ended up pressed awkwardly against the desk, the molded edge jabbing him uncomfortably. By the dead, even the most thick-headed man in Adua, and Leo counted himself in the running, couldn't have doubted what she was after. Probably there'd never been any doubt, but for some reason he'd let himself think she might really want to give him a tour of a writer's office. Here the pens, there the ink, now we can all go back to our separate beds and have a lovely sleep, entirely untroubled by worries over one's abilities in a romantic encounter. If anyone asked, Leo would always say he adored the ladies. But there'd been times when he worried that women didn't quite excite him the way they should, the way they did other men. Now it seemed his problem had simply been finding the right one. Rikke had been such easy company, one of the boys. Savine could scarcely have been more the opposite. He'd never met a woman who was more woman. "Nervous?" she asked. "No," he lied. His voice cracked a bit, and she smiled. A hard little smile, as though she'd caught him out, which she had, of course. He'd never been much of a liar. The truth was, Leo had never been that comfortable around women. But perhaps comfortable is the last thing romance should be. Perhaps it should have an edge. And every moment with Savine felt as thrilling and dangerous as stepping into the circle with the great wolf. "I don't think I ever met a woman like you before," he said. "Of course not." She threw her wine back in one easy motion, thin muscles in her neck fluttering as she swallowed. "I'm the only one." And she tossed the glass onto the leather top of the desk, where it rattled on its edge, but by some sorcery stayed upright. She eased closer, pale chest rising and falling, soft skin gleaming with the lamplight. And she was wearing a necklace that didn't fit at all with her flawless tailoring, a twisted thong with bone tablets threaded onto it, jaggedly carved, the kind of thing Rikke used to wear in a rattling mass. Even through the drink and the excitement, that gave him a twinge of guilt. "Where did you get the runes?" "From the north," she said vaguely, her eyes on his mouth. "What do they say?" He wasn't doing anything wrong, was he? Rikke had made it perfectly clear she wanted... Savine took him by the chin with a force that wasn't to be resisted. "Who cares?" Her thumb tip crept up his cheek, her narrowed eyes fixed on it, and her touch became more intimate, focusing on the fresh scar, a little tickly, a little sore. "Did Store Nightfall give you this?" she asked, "with a few other keepsakes. Does it hurt?" "Only if you press... Ah!"
She very deliberately pressed it, her teeth savagely bared for an instant, and made him flinch away, twisted even more uncomfortably over the desk. He could hardly believe how slight she was, how slender, the sinews twitching in her bare shoulder. He hardly dared to touch her in case she snapped in his hands. But she was stronger than he'd expected, far stronger, far warmer. He caught a waft of her scent, mostly summer meadow, but with some harsh animal edge in it. He might have been more scared than excited, but without doubt his arousal was the other way around. His throat was so tight he could hardly speak. He found himself wondering how much older she was than him. 5 years? 10? How much more experienced? Are you sure this is a good idea? I'm sure it's a terrible idea. That's its appeal. She flipped open a little box, brought out a pinch of something between finger and thumb, and lifted it to his face. She found a way to do even that gracefully. Here. What is it? Pearl dust. The stuff artists use to make them more sensitive? What works for artists works just as well for the rest of us. They're really a great deal less special than they like to think. Just sniff it. I'm not sure I thought you came for an adventure. And she pressed that pinch of powder to one of his nostrils while she squeezed the other shut with a fingertip. He really had no choice but to snort it up. The time for choices had been in the street outside. Ah, by the dead! Fire burned to the back of his throat, out into his ears, down into his teeth, brought tears to his eyes. A horrible sensation. Why the hell? Other side, she hissed, twisting his head and near shoving her fingers up his other nostril. He hardly even knew she was undoing his sword belt until he heard it clatter to the floor. Disarmed in every sense. Bloody hell, he wanted to sneeze, stood for a moment with eyes closed, trying to smother it. When the urge passed, he found she was kissing him, gentle little nips at his mouth. Then she twisted his face side on to hers, started lapping, sucking, biting at him. Tension broke.
They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Substitutes. By the dead, groaned Rikke. She propped herself up on her elbows, tried to blow free the hair tangled across her face, and failed. She had to drag it back with her fingers, squeeze her stinging eyes shut against the light, then, bit by tiny bit, peel open just the one. She was lying with a sheet tangled around her hips, one leg sticking out, which she knew must be hers 'cause she could wriggle the toes. She was stark naked but for her shirt, the sleeve all rucked up around one wrist and the rest spread out limp across the bed like a flag of surrender. She frowned past the shirt towards the window, then jerked up, staring about. Where the bloody hell was she? The room was big as a chieftain's hall, acres of rich-colored drapery stirring about the great windows. The far-off ceiling was all crusted with gilded leaves, the furniture all polished to a blinding sheen, the door high enough to be used by giants with a knob shaped like the sun of the Union. It turned, and the door shuddered open as if from a kick. Someone came in with a silver tray teetering on one hand, things sliding dangerously about on top. His crimson jacket, heavy with gold stitching, hung open to show a strip of pale and slightly hairy chest and belly. He turned slowly towards the bed, concentrating furiously on keeping his tray balanced. It was Crown Prince Orso. Oh, Rikke felt her eyebrows go very high then, as that last part of last night suddenly came rushing back. Oh, she'd been about to cover up, but now there didn't seem much point, so she just flopped back, arms outstretched. "You're awake," he said, grinning. "So you say," she croaked out. "How much did I drink?" "All of it, I think." He put the tray down proudly on the bed beside her. "I brought you an egg." She lifted her chin a little to give it the eye. Her guts had felt far from settled ever since Leo's duel. They felt less settled than ever now. "Well done. Lay it yourself, did you? There's no point being a crown prince if you mean to do all the hard work. But look, I carried it from the door to the bed." And he gestured at the tath he'd taken. "As you observed last night, being intimate with a crown prince is no great distinction, even if you did it rather bloody well." She gave a humble shrug.
I've a gift, what can I say? But being brought breakfast by one, that is a rare honor. She had to admit to feeling a little bit honored. She wasn't sure anyone had brought her breakfast before. Leo certainly never bothered. The thought would never penetrate his thick skull that there were needs in the world other than his. She wondered where he was now, with that hideously beautiful woman, more than likely, who she couldn't even hate on account of the absurdly generous gift of green jewels that were right now gleaming on her chest. "What's this?" she asked, fishing a crumpled sheaf of papers from the tray. She was no expert on printing, but she reckoned this a poor example. "It's a news bill. They tell you what's happening." Orso thought about that. Or they tell you what to think about what's happening. He thought more. Or the really successful ones just confirm what you already think about what's happening. There was a smudged etching on the front of Leo on horseback, looking even more pompous than usual. There must have been half a page about exactly how he trimmed his beard. Then there was something about breakers rampaging, trouble in the South, rivalries with Styria, how immigrants had ruined the tone of a neighborhood, how everything was better during the reign of King Casimir. She gave a disbelieving snort. Hear this, gosh! His Highness was observed leaving the function in the company of the beautiful and mysterious Witch of the North. Now that is poor writing. Orso ever so gradually leaned towards her as he spoke, eyes fixed earnestly on her face. It should say beautiful, mysterious, shapely, cunning, talented, highly entertaining. She flung the newsbill fluttering across the room, grinned as she caught Orso by the ear, pulled him close, and kissed him full on the mouth. A scuzzy and sour-tasting kiss, but if you hold off till everything's perfect, think of all the great kisses you'll miss. "You're not quite what I was expecting," she said as they broke apart. "Even more handsome in the flesh, eh?" "Handsome, I expected. Kind, I didn't." "Kind?" He gave her a strange look. "That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me." He peered up at the ceiling. "Now I'm wondering if it's the only nice thing anyone's ever said about me." "I could show you the city!" He jumped up from the bed with an enthusiasm that made her head hurt. "Adua, city of white towers. It's the center of the world, you know." "So I hear." "The theater. I can get the place cleared, arrange a private showing just for the two of us." "Folk acting out silly stories? All magic and wars? Don't reckon that's for me." "Cards, then. Do you play cards?" "Not sure it'd be fair. I've got the long eye, remember?" His eyes went wide, like a boy who's found a fine new game. "Even better, I can finally wipe the smirk off that bastard Tunney's face at the gaming table." "Thought you had a parade to lead?" Orso's mouth twisted. "I don't deserve a parade, unless it happened to be stomping over me, I suppose." And he flopped down on his back, staring up at the gilded leaves on the ceiling. "Thought you crushed some rebellion?" "Oh yes, the heroic crown prince. I talked some laborers into surrendering." "Well, that's something to celebrate. Saved some lives, didn't you?" "I did." He turned to look at her. "Then they all got hanged." Rikke stared up at the ceiling herself. I didn't make it happen, but I didn't stop it either." "Some hero, eh?" "I'm told a leader has to make of their heart a stone." Rikke sat up and plucked the egg out of its cup. "At least you know what you are," and she bit the top off it. "I'm no young lion. I think we can agree on that." "Thank the dead." And she grinned, showing him a mouthful of egg mush. "Man's a really jerk." He grinned back. "Do you know, I don't think I ever met a woman like you before." "And you've met so many. Honestly, my reputation in that regard is hugely inflated." "Hugely inflated, eh? Perhaps you're more like Leo Dan Brock than you think." She leaned over to grab a slice of bread off the tray, and there was a rattle as the door was flung carelessly open. "For pity's sake, Orso." A strange, sharp accent. "Yes, except—" Leo wasn't sure if he should say more. But Orso was man of the world, infamously so.
Maybe he could help make sense of it. If the story got out, people might think I made use of her, but I've a feeling she made use of me." "We all want to be wanted," growled Orso, eyes fixed ahead. "The way she looked at me, as if he was her next meal. The way she touched me, with no gentleness and no doubts. The way she spoke to me, knowing just what she wanted, and not caring a very for what he might. The thought was making him intensely aware. It was just like—" his eyes went wide. Gosh, it was just the way his mother talked to him. That thought made his intense awareness dissipate even more quickly than it had grown. Could it be, deep down, he liked being spoken to that way? "You know," said Orso, checking his mount, "I really shouldn't be here." "What? You deserve it." "I don't." Orso clapped him on the arm and, without waiting for a reply, pulled his horse to the side and began to drop back. Till then there'd been the odd false note in the applause. Boos, mocking calls of young lamb, even outright screeches of murderer. But when Orso left, he took all criticism with him, and with Leo leading the parade alone, riding beneath the steadfast standard just as Casimir himself might have, the cheering was twice as loud. The flower petals fell in fountains. Urchins pointed fingers, eyes wide in dirt-smudged faces. "There's the young lion, savior of the Union." Leo smiled. It wasn't hard to do. Orso was right after all. He did deserve the glory.
How many people can say they won a war single-handed? Everyone had cheered for Leo Dan Brock, up on his own at the front of the parade, a famous hero from head to toe. Things quietened down a lot as the great men of the Open Council followed. "That's really Isher," growled Broad as he rode past with his chin in the air, great gilded cloak spread out across the hindquarters of his prancing horse. "The one who stole our land. Looks like he's done all right out of it." The leaded go. Liddy's hand was gentle on the back of his, gentle but firm. "Your anger won't hurt him any, but it could hurt us." "Aye," said Broad, taking a hard breath. "You're right, it had hurt them enough already." Fur-trimmed worthies followed the lords, trying to steal a piece of glory they'd had no part in winning. Next came the officers, and Broad turned his head and spat. After what he'd been through in Styria, he liked those difficult people no better than the lords. "There's Orso," called a child up on shoulders. "Why's he back here?" "Shame to show his face beside a real hero," someone grumbled. Broad saw him now. Sat on a fine gray in this loose, relaxed way, like he didn't know what guilt was. An odd little smirk at the corner of his mouth as he chatted to some old soldier in a fine fur hat. "Shame!" someone roared. "Down with the Crown Prince!" A tall man with a thick black beard, standing on tiptoe to shout over the heads of those in front. Folk frowned around at him, but had the light of madness in his eyes, and didn't back down a step. "Murderer!" Liddy shook her head. "Very fool, will only cause trouble." "Got a point, though," muttered Broad. "Orso is a really murderer. Didn't Valbeck teach you any lessons at all, Gunner? You can have a point and still keep it to yourself." 200 good men and women he hanged," grumbled Broad. "They were traitors," said May, jaw tight. "That's just a fact." Broad didn't like hearing it, especially from his own daughter. We could argue that case, I reckon. Though arguing with May never got him anywhere he wanted to go. Truth is, Leo Dan Brock fought in a war. Orso just sat in a tent and lied. "Cheer for Leo Dan Brock, then," muttered Liddy, "and leave His Highness out of it. You've no idea who's listening. Inquisition are everywhere." That bearded, difficult person didn't seem to care. "Gosh on the young lamb!" he bellowed through cupped hands, and Orso looked over with that faint, bored smile and gave a little bow, and there was some scattered laughter, which Broad had to admit took a little venom out of the gathering. Moments later, someone barged his shoulder, and 3 black-clothed men shoved through the crowd. The bearded heckler saw them, spun about, but another 2 were coming the other way. The crowd surged back as if from a plague victim as the practicals caught him, shoved him down, started forcing a stained bag over his head. "No!" hissed Liddy. Was only then Broad noticed her hand on his arm, both hands dragging him back as hard as she could. No more trouble! Was only then he noticed his every muscle was stiff, and his fists clenched, trembling tight, and his lips curled back in a snarl. "Don't you dare really mess this up for us!" May had slipped in front of him, was stabbing her pointed finger in his face. "Not when we just got right!" There were tears glimmering in her eyes. "Don't you dare!" Broad took a deep breath and let it shudder away. Watched as 3 practicals manhandled that poor fool through the crowd. Could have been him, dragged off to the House of Questions. Would have been him, gibbeted beside the road to Valbeck if it hadn't been for May and the biggest slice of luck an undeserving man ever got. "I won't, May." He felt tears in his own eyes then, eased his lenses down his nose to rub them dry. "I'm sorry." "You promised us," hissed Liddy, dragging him back towards the tramping men and the high-stepping horses and the flags and shiny metal. No more trouble. No more trouble. Broad put his arms around his wife and his daughter and held them both close. "I promise." But his fists were still so tightly clenched they ached. Savine had always loved grand events. The bigger the crowd, the more opportunities to turn strangers into acquaintances, acquaintances into friends, and friends into money. They were a chance to be seen, and therefore admired, and therefore kept powerful. Because power is a mountain one is always sliding down. A mountain one must claw and strive and scramble always to keep one's place upon, let alone to climb higher. A mountain made not of rock, but of everyone else's writhing, struggling, grasping bodies. Events came no grander than this one. A holiday had been declared for the working folk of Adua, and the furnaces had been doused, and the vapors cleared. It was warm for the start of winter, the sun shining crisp upon the reveling crowds. Those of the great and good who had not joined the famous victors on their parade were gathered here at the end of the route, along with a multitude of the small and bad, in the square of marshals. Savine was at the heart of it, at one end of the purple-swagged royal box, along with most of the closed council, a legion of toadying footmen and stern knights of the body, not to mention their august majesties, the High King and Queen of the Union. Terra stood painfully erect at the very pinnacle of power, honoring the crowd with the occasional scornful wave, unquestioned mistress of all she saw. For once, Savine did not need to make an effort to be jealous. That could have been her place, should have been, almost had been. The king glanced sideways and, just for an instant, caught Savine's eye. That same sad, needy look, and she stared down at her very fine shoes. She had no idea why she should be embarrassed. She was not the one who had been intimate with her mother and abandoned the results. But still, her face burned. She had always loved grand events, but she hated everything and everyone today, and herself most of all. She missed Orso like an arm cut off. She would think of some observation only he would understand, and smile, and turn to Zuri to arrange a meeting, and then that sappy pang of loss all over again. Leo Dan Brock had been a pleasing diversion. From the neck down, he was astonishing. When she opened his shirt, she had spent a moment just staring. It was as if he was carved from flesh-colored marble by a sculptor intent on exaggeration. There had been a moment when he lifted her clean off her feet so effortlessly, it felt as if she might never come down. But in the end, what truly makes a man is above the neck. The instant she made a joke, Orso would have pounced upon it, unfolded and developed it, tossed it back, delightfully changed. Leo scarcely realized a joke had been made. Like that new invention Kernspik was always prattling about, he was a wagon on rails. Conversationally, he went only one way, and that at no great speed. She needed a little something. She bent as if to adjust her shoe, and slipped the silver box from her sleeve.
just a pinch to settle the nerves. That first pinch, which was actually about the 5th that morning, did not quite do the trick, so she took a bigger one. A lady of taste never leaves a job half done, after all. She straightened up sharply and nearly toppled right over, the rush of blood to her head so savage she thought her eyes might pop from her skull. When things came back into focus, she realized Zuri was holding her firmly by the elbow. "What?" snarled Savine, ripping her arm free. She felt guilty right away. "Sorry, I'm sorry. I'd be lost without you." "Lady Savine." Zuri glanced carefully about the royal box. Her stumble had evidently been noticed. They were always watching, the really vultures, hoping for fresh meat to rip at. "You do not seem yourself. Who am I now, exactly? Answer me that." She was close to shrieking all of a sudden, the pulse throbbing behind her temples, and she wiped her sore nose and closed her eyes. "I'm sorry, Zuri."
No one deserves being shouted at less than you. Do you need to leave and miss all this? As she waved towards the thronging square, Savine noticed the finger and thumb tip of her glove were stained white with pearl dust and tried unsuccessfully to slap it off against her other hand. "Sticky fingers," murmured her father from the side of his mouth. No need for him to shove through the crowds. He was that thin he could just slip through the gaps like a breeze under a door. He'd brought a girl, wearing a best bonnet that even Vic, who'd never worn a bonnet in her life, could tell had been out of fashion a century ago. "This is my sister." Vic blinked. "The one who... I've only got the one." There was no telling how old she was. When children don't get fed properly, sometimes they look far younger than they are, sometimes far older, sometimes both at once. She had her brother's big eyes, but a face even thinner, so hers looked even bigger, like a tragic frog's. Vic could see her own stern, distorted reflection in the damp corners of them, and didn't much like the look of it either. "Go on then," said Tallow, nudging his sister with his elbow. The girl swallowed, as if she was dragging up the words from a long way down. "Just wanted to thank you. It's a good place I've been living. Clean. And they feed me, much as I can eat, though I don't eat much, I guess. Just that our parents died, you know. We never had anyone looking out for us before." Vic was hard. Ask anyone who'd tried to cross her in the camps. Ask anyone she'd sent to the camp since. Ask anyone unlucky enough to run across her. Vic was hard. But that stung. The girl was thanking her for being a hostage. Thanking her for using her as a tool to make her brother betray his friends. "What did Tallow tell you?" muttered Vic. "Nothing really. Worried she'd get him into trouble. Just that he was doing some work for you, and so you were looking after me while he was doing it." She glanced up, fearful. "Is the work done?" "The work's never done," said Vic, and the girl perked up right away. Maybe she should have been happy that someone was happy about more work, but Vic had never been sure what being happy felt like. Maybe it had happened and she hadn't noticed. There was an ear-splitting fanfare, hundreds of boot heels crashing down together as the soldiers found their final places and brought the parade to an end. For a moment, all was still. Then someone rose from among the great men of the closed council, from beside the king, sunlight gleaming on the arcane symbols stitched into his shimmering robes. Beaz, the first of the Magi. "My noble lords and ladies, my stout yeomen and women, my proud citizens of the Union, we stand at the site of a great victory." And he smiled out at the square of marshals, a place that was still being painstakingly rebuilt after he'd leveled it no more than 30 years ago. They said it would be better than ever when they were done, but things are always going to be better, or were better long ago. No politician ever got anywhere by telling people things are just right as they are. Here the best the Gurkish could send against us were utterly crushed. And Beaz shook one meaty fist, calling up a patriotic grumble as a conductor calls up the percussion. Here their great emperor was utterly laid low. Here the prophet Kalul was utterly humbled, his cursed army of eaters sent back to hell where they belonged.
We were told the emperor's soldiers were countless, the prophet's children indestructible. But the Union was victorious. I was victorious. The forces of superstition and savagery were defeated, and the gates opened to a new age of progress and prosperity. Beyaz's smile was huge enough to be seen all the way across the arena. Clearly, a magus could be as pleased with his own past glories as any other old man. To me, for it needs hardly to be said that I am very old, it still feels like yesterday. But the bright-eyed young heroes who fought the Gurkish here are old graybeards now. And he set a heavy hand down on the shoulder of King Jazal, who looked more queasy than pleased by the recognition. The pages of history turn. One generation gives way to another, and today we have not one, but two new famous Union victories to celebrate. In the north, on the barren borders of England, Lord Governor Brock defeated enemies without. There was widespread cheering, and a child on someone's shoulders frantically waved a little Union flag. While here in Midderland, outside the walls of Valbec, Crown Prince Orso put pay to rebellion within. Orso's applause was quieter, especially at this end of the square, and what there was had the overblown quality of coming from purse rather than heart. The prince had few friends among the nobility, even fewer among the common folk. From what Vic could see of his expression, he knew it too. I feel bad for Orso. Tallow gave a maudlin little sigh. He'd a talent for maudlin, that boy. Wasn't his fault those folk got hanged? Guess not, said Vic. Less his fault than hers, anyway. Fancy a pauper having pity to spare for a crown prince. Pity costs nothing, does it? You might be surprised. I have seen many battles fought, Beyaz called, as the last of the cheering faded. Many battles won. But I have never been prouder of the victors. Never held higher hopes for their futures. We of older generations will do what we can, to advise, to inform, to give the benefit of our hard-won experience. But the future belongs to the young. With young people such as these, he spread his arms wide, one towards the man they called the young lion, the other towards the one they were starting to call the young lamb. I feel the future could not be in safer hands. More applause and more cheering, but there was grumbling, too, among the poor around Vic. Lord Aysher had nudged his horse up close to Leo Danbrock, murmuring something under his breath, both of them frowning towards the royal box. Trouble at both ends of the social scale. Trouble all over. Vic frowned at Prince Orso, then at that northern girl with the hair like a bird's nest blown from its tree. She was staring at her own hand with the oddest expression. From what Vic could tell, it was shaking. She scrambled drunkenly from her horse and took something on a thong around her neck and wedged it in her mouth. "What's got into her?" asked Tallow. Couldn't say. Like a tree chopped down, she toppled over backwards. Rikke? She prized open one eye, a slit of sickening, stabbing brightness. "Are you all right?" Orso was cradling her head with one hand and looking quite concerned. She pushed the spit-wet dowel out of her mouth with her tongue and croaked the one word she could think of. "Gosh, there's my girl." Izern squatted on her other side, necklace of runes and finger bones dangling, grinning that twisted grin that showed the hole in her teeth, and offering no help at all. "What did you see?" Rikke heaved one hand up to grip her head. Felt like if she didn't hold her skull together, it burst. Shapes still fizzed on the insides of her lids, like the glowing smears when you've looked at a candle in a black room. I saw a white horse prancing at the top of a broken tower. Choking smoke, the stink of burning. I saw a great door, but on the other side there was only an empty room. Empty shelves, nothing but dust. I saw... She felt a fear creeping up on her then. I saw an old chieftain dead. She pressed her hand to her left eye. Felt hot still, burning hot. Who was it? An old chieftain, dead, in a high hall lit with candles. Men gathered about the body, looking down. All of them wondering what they could get from it.
like they were dogs, and that dead old man was the meat. That fear grew worse and worse, and Ricke's eyes got wider and wider. I have to go home. You think it was your da? Asked Izern. Who else could it be? Shivers was frowning hard, sun gleaming on his metal eye. If it is, there's no telling who'll seize power in Ufrith.
Rikke winced at the thumping in her head. All shadows where their faces should have been. But I saw what I saw. You're sure? Asked Orso. I'm sure. Rikke groaned as she pushed herself up onto one elbow. I've got to go back to the north, and she realized everyone was looking at her, and everyone was a hell of a lot of people right then. She wrinkled her nose at an unpleasant smell. Ah, by the dead! How's the leg? Scale laughed and slapped his nephew's wounded thigh and made him wince. Bettin' it was, said Store as he stretched it out under the table. You're lucky, boy. Scale took another swig from his cup, ale leaking out into his beard. Clover would have thought a man who drank as much as he did would have got better at it, but the difficult person couldn't seem to stop spilling. The young lion could have killed you. Aye. Store frowned at the floor, still a trace of yellow bruises around his eyes. I'd have killed him if things had gone the other way. Dare say you would have. And Scale chuckled and beckoned for more ale. His old companions had something smug about them now, and Store's young ones something grudging. When their master lost, they'd all lost a little themselves, a little pride anyway. It'd been a long time since Clover had seen pride as aught but a handicap, yet some men still loved it more than gold. The king seems oddly pleased about his champion's defeat, muttered Wonderful, almost without moving her lips. Aye, said Clover, maybe 'cause it gives him a chance to wag his finger and harp on the hubris of youth and go over all he's learned in a long career of draining ale cups, even though he was every bit as keen on a duel as Store. That's kings for you. The bad ideas are always someone else's. Clover watched Store rubbing at his hurt leg. Seemed more tame puppy than great wolf now. Thoughtful, subdued even. Looks like defeat might have finally taught our king-in-waiting some lessons, mind you. Like it did you. Failure's the best schoolmaster, they say. Wonderful nodded, looking out at the room from under her gray-flecked brows. So, the war's over. Seems so, said Clover. A lot of men dead, and nothing much changed. That's war for you. He rubbed at the bridge of his nose. Had he been dreaming? Rikke had gone back to the north. Savine had gone for good. People still clambered over each other to be noticed by him, of course, to embrace him, to flatter him, to profit by him. But he was alone. He could not remember ever feeling more so. He was snatched from the comforting blanket of self-pity by a noise in the hall. A distant shout, muffled, then another.